dense. Dense. unstoppable. You are no wonderful. Going unstoppable. We're coming unstoppable. You're coming unstoppable. And you cannot be one of us. You are no wonderful. You are no wonderful. Coming unstoppable. You are no wonderful. Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get pounced on, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah, I'ma make them listen. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. Champion.
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on Superweek right now, halfway through, which is crazy, here in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we got Valdez and Paper Thin. It's been already an interesting 2 days. Today is really going to determine a lot more moving forward. I don't know, how are you guys feeling about Superweek? Like, playoffs is next week.
Playoffs is next week. It feels like it's extremely close, right? Like the whole entire season went by so quickly, and now we're already in Super Week and then playoffs, and we're going to be sending some teams to Tokyo. It's pretty incredible how fast it's all gone by, and Super Week has really delivered so far. We've had some upsets. We've had some really close games. We've had teams really backed up against the wall trying to make it into playoffs and using that as motivation perhaps to try and overcome some giants here in the league.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been really interesting. Obviously, Team Secret defeating DRX, I think, kind of the highlight of the week for me so far. Really happy to see them come through, play so well, have these strong performances that we saw earlier on in the year. Kind of now they found their form again. Hopefully they can maintain that, but still, the weird thing is even if they do win their next match, their destiny isn't fully in their hands. So this whole thing is very chaotic now towards the end, and today is going to be a big kind of moving day for a lot of these teams. Movers and shakers today, a lot of these wins or losses is going to have extreme impact on the playoff likelihood standings.
Yeah, I mean, you guys summed it up really well, especially at this point in time, 8 weeks into VCT Pacific. Let's pull up the standing board so you guys can have a full visual of where we are right now. We've got 3 teams locked in for playoffs. That's DRX, PaperX, and T1. DFM, yesterday they lost to 0-2 to Global Esports, so they are inching up as much as they can to also stay into playoffs. Playoffs, you can only have 6 teams that can make it through.
Yeah, exactly. And so today for ZETA versus Gen G, that's basically going to decide a lot, not only who will be going to playoffs just period, but also like below that, it has a lot of implications depending on how it all shakes out. If there's ties and all these other things. I mean, the math is actually outrageously complicated for how these, like right now sitting here before these games. After these games, it'll be much more settled. But coming into today, like, the flow chart you would have to make for each of these individual teams is just like a mile long. I mean, it's crazy how many different possibilities there are. So I think right now it's more important to just kind of focus on, who needs to actually win just to stay alive in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible that Gen G, who were in second place for 2-3 weeks, they are not settled for playoffs. There is a scenario where they don't make it, right? And maybe Global Esports and Talent Esports make it in instead of them. So from 4 to 9, all 6 of those teams, any 3 of them can make it. And basically it's going to come down to these last 3 days of the Super Week to decide who's going to make it in. And at this point, it's kind of hard to tell because some of the teams that had weak starts are looking really strong. Some of them are getting big upsets in the way of like Team Secret yesterday. And some of the top teams now are kind of falling down. So everything's kind of condensing at like the 6th place mark and don't really know who's going to make it. Yeah.
I can tell you one thing. Pacific is making sure it's exciting until the nth hour before playoffs.
Making waves?
They are.
Yes, I was thinking
Sorry,
it.
yeah. You said making, and
That's exactly what my mind went to, too.
All right, well, they are making waves. In fact, there's a team who definitely made waves yesterday. That was Team Secret in the face-off against DRX. It was an incredible upset. Not only did they beat DRX, it was a 2-0, a very strong, clean 2-0.
Yeah, I think actually if DRX won map 2, I would have foreseen DRX actually taking this series down. But the fact that Team Secret were able to really get ahead of DRX very early on Haven as well. So that was a huge mental blow. And then from there, they went on to win the second map as well. It was pretty close, but they got there in the end. And Team Secret had an amazing start off on the defensive side of Haven, and then eventually Jeremy was unlocked. He started running in with Buckies and jumping in people's faces and playing the Raze as I think it was designed to be played.
Yeah, it was just really good preparation here from the side of Team Secret. They threw so many different looks here at DRX. I mean, every round I was just gushing over the way that they were preparing for the rounds, the way that they had set themselves up, the way that their protocols were in place to react to certain things. Brilliant from top to bottom. So credit all around to the whole team, the coaching staff and the players for coming in here and getting a huge win, a much needed win. They were saying after the match that this was an emotional win. I mean, there were tears that were being shed, and so for them, they know the importance of that. Not only beating DRX, obviously that's awesome, but keeping themselves alive for the playoffs is even, more important.
Definitely. It was interesting yesterday. One thing also changed with DRX. They brought Zest back in.
Yeah, I think DRX realizes they have a little bit of room to tinker before the playoffs, and they probably also, look, I've casted DRX now for 3 years. I can tell you things they like to do. Hide strats during the regular season, tinker during the regular season, and not call timeouts during the regular season because they want, because again, previously, and I talked about this yesterday on the cast, that one of the biggest criticisms of DRX had been their lack of adaptation during a game, during mid-rounding. And so Stacks as an IGL, is kind of rigid. And part of that's also DRX's structure, the way they're built. But Termi has been trying to force adaptation out of them. And I think that was also part of what they did yesterday. And I think also they just wanted to see if Zest could still be the guy. If they if something went wrong with Foxy or whatever, if they could still comfortably bring him in. And it was shaky, though.
It was, but it always is when you're kind of shifting up the roster after like 8 straight weeks. And I think you're absolutely right, Valdez, when you said that if we had actually gone to the 3rd game, I am not so sure about Team Secrets. When one thing that DRX is really strong is with their stamina, just push through to the end. And every time they lose, they like activate this like kill mode, and then they win the next round, next game. Anyway, that was great news for Team Secret. And I'm, personally very happy for them. We had another game yesterday. We had a Nation Focus Me versus Global Esports, another 2-0.
Yeah, and this one was kind of interesting because DFM, the first map was like, okay, Global's going to take this one. The second map, Global started to destroy them, and then finally DFM came alive at the end, and we were like, where was this the entire time? There were some moments as well on Lotus, but it still did go pretty comfortably into the hands of Global Esports. This is kind of to be expected. DFM still not picking up a series win just yet. So they didn't really get that close yesterday either. Some decent moments. On the side of Global Esports, SK Rossi showed up again, which was nice to see. Had a rough week last week, so it's good that he's kind of back and comfortable. And, yeah, I was a little bit concerned that Global Esports got to 12 round wins and then dropped like 7 in a row. I don't think it was actually that many, but it certainly did feel that way. And, they got the win in the end, but a little bit of a road bump there in the middle.
Yeah, that was a really strange moment. It was just one more win, and you know how it always is when you get to that 12th point, something usually happens, but we didn't expect it to happen 5 times in a row. That was a little strange, but hey, they took home the win.
Yeah, and what you can see from these stats is that I think, first kill to round win conversion much higher for Global, and their spike plant is less, and the spike plant defuse is less. So what this is telling me is that Global's winning in the mid round. They're getting kills, they're getting frags. Even when they lose that first kill advantage, they're still able to recover, put themselves in better positions than DFM. DFM too many times is kind of plays this isolation style where they rely on their individual abilities, and yes, they are talented. We've seen it. We know Reyta, Anthem, Soldom. These guys can absolutely pop off individually, but that's not going to get you over the finish line in this league. So for GE, tons of credit here again with having Aaron there as that kind of steady voice during the game. Spin doing a good job coming in as the first time as the coach behind the scenes, or the timeout coach, I guess you could call him. Really happy to see them perform like this. That 11-1 start, like Valdez was hinting to, very impressed with that. Would have liked to have seen them close it out a little bit sooner, just in terms of like me having a little bit more confidence in them. But yeah, DFM, it's a struggle because you could see that the pieces are there. Like individual players, you could see the talent, but it's not coming together. And it's obviously it's way too late, but it's still not coming together, and it's concerning. So there's going to have to become some kind of shakeup come the offseason.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They do have one more game, and one thing that DFM can do, even if they are definitely not going to make it to playoffs at this point, if they win their very last match, this does, again, like any team losing, that they could still screw with other people's standings. Anyone who doesn't make it to playoffs, so you still have like some power in your hands too. All right, now it's that time of day in the pre-show.
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
My favorite time of the of the desk.
That's right. When we get to play games, because it's another episode of Hey, We're Gamers. And guys, we got a new game for you today.
Oh boy!
Oh God, I'm so excited.
Please, guys, look. Your enthusiasm is crazy. It is called TTV, Text to Victoria. This is not where you guys text
Twitch
me.
TV.
Instead, what I'll be doing is I'll be reading out agent voice lines in a very special voice. And you guys have to guess who that agent is. These are in English, so this is going to be the English version of the agent voice lines. Because I know you guys play on the Korean server sometimes, and that's with the Korean voices.
This could only end well. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Seems fine, yeah.
yeah.
That's it. You just have to guess which agent
I was playing last night. I was
yeah, you're good.
Getting ready for this game. I knew I was going to be on the desk, so I got to practice for the games. This is the most important part. Like, not the broadcast, just this
game. Absolutely.
Text to Victoria. Yeah.
Yes, if you don't win this game, it's just the worst thing. So let's play the game. I've got a bunch of quotes for you. You guys ready? Are your ears
Yes.
ready
Yes.
for some guessing?
Are we taking turns or are we a team?
I think we can do this as a team.
Okay.
If you want to
Okay.
have different votes, you can.
Yeah, this is good. We just got even better now. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't look at my sheet. Don't look at my
I
sheet.
can't see it.
Don't look at my
If it
sheet.
makes you feel better, I don't have my contacts in. So
Oh,
I
so you can't even. You don't even know who
I
you're
have mine
talking
in.
to right now.
Yeah, I can't tell which one of you is which. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go. Number 1. Wherever I go, obliteration follows. It is my legacy. Wherever I go, obliteration
I'm looking at you.
follows.
Is it Omen?
It's my
I mean, it
legacy.
sounds pretty edgy.
It's edgy for sure.
I don't.
It's got to be like Fade or Omen or like one of the characters who's like got some goth
Yeah.
in them. Yeah.
Maybe like Raze. Obliteration sounds like
Raze,
you know
maybe.
something exploding.
I don't play Raze because frickin' Achilleos is always stealing
And she's
it.
saying it in a weird voice. I'm like, oh, it sounds like KO, but it's not KO.
She did a KO voice, but I don't think it's KO.
I don't think it's KO.
I played enough KO, I think.
Final
But-
answer?
You're gonna go Raze.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Omen. I'm gonna go with my gut.
Okay.
All right, let's pull up the first answer.
Oh,
Wherever I go,
There you go.
obliteration follows. It is my legacy.
I don't play a lot of Omens, so there you go.
It's because Tasteless plays Omen all the time. It's
That
like
makes
I
sense.
hear the
That
stupid
makes sense,
voice
yeah.
line.
Well,
I mean the great voice line.
now I'm curious who you play. Do you play Brimstone?
Killjoy.
Killjoy. Oh.
Killjoy Sage.
And Brimstone.
No, I don't.
obviously.
Well, Brimstone sometimes.
You just look like him.
I'm like Bind. Yeah.
I play
But you don't play him.
Killjoy too, so
Oh, all right. Well, let's see.
I hope there's a Killjoy line so that we can both get it wrong on the list. Yeah.
All right, here's the next one. They are just batteries, and I need a recharge.
KO?
KO.
They are just batteries, and I need a recharge.
Pretty sure it's KO.
We'll go with KO.
You and I have played a decent amount of KO as well, right?
Yeah, sure.
All
have.
right.
I like KO.
I have. I
like
think it's KO.
actually. Yeah,
This
we'll go
is a
with KO.
common voice line if you play this agent, and it is.
Oh, that's right. It's Reyna.
And I need
That's
a
right.
recharge.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now that I hear her say it, I'm like,
See, I
oh, yeah,
never-
of course it's Reyna.
Yeah, I never
Oh.
play Reyna, so
That one was
The
meant to throw you
recharge,
guys
I'm
off
like,
a little bit.
Yeah,
Reyna's.
With the batteries thing, it just like it was meant
Yeah.
to screw you guys a little bit.
it works.
It did.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one. This one's getting a little bit tougher now,
Oh,
All right.
Even tougher. Okay.
but it does. Okay, I'll just read it. Omen, when you teleport, I don't know. Sometimes I lose you. Does that make sense?
Ooh, I have heard this before.
Omen,
It's.
Omen, Omen.
Yeah. You really? It's not Omen. Like, okay, we get that. We got that one. We got it out of the way.
Sometimes I lose you. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense?
Is it Cypher?
I think it's someone who's like not. They're like inquisitive, or they're like not too sure about themselves. So
Yeah.
like it could be like a Killjoy type, or it
Ah.
could be like someone like what's her face, Raze.
Yeah.
Interesting deduction process. I think you're kind of like on the right track of thinking. Yep.
He is.
What does that mean?
Well, like someone who's, you think about like who would say that. It wouldn't be Yoru.
No,
like,
no,
Yoru
no,
doesn't
no.
give
Yeah.
a crap about
Yeah.
people.
Probably isn't Cypher then.
It's definitely not Omen either.
Is it Sky?
Does that
maybe.
make sense?
No.
I think it's Raze.
You want to go Raze?
No, I don't know.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Sky because I don't know why.
No.
I have no valid
All
reason
right.
for this decision.
Let's
it might
see
be
this.
Killjoy.
Let's see the answer.
Is it Killjoy?
It's Sky. Wait,
Oh
what?
my God!
Sometimes I lose you. Does that make sense?
This is not.
If I attempted
I
the
did
accent,
not think it was
if
her
I
at
attempted,
all.
yeah.
I'm doing really good on this.
Wow.
I'm feeling
That was
really
a good
confident
guess.
right
That
now.
was a good guess. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I do an Aussie accent, I might offend like
Well,
a whole
that's-
continent.
Don't worry.
Oh, they don't care.
Yeah.
Oi.
We have Atlas here to confirm.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we got another one here. I'm gonna change up the voice a little bit.
Why? Because it's a robot?
You're
Okay.
getting it. This is a game. They've got one ugly-looking crew. No offense to any of us. They've got one ugly-looking
Is that
crew.
Killjoy?
No offense to any of us.
I don't know. I have heard this before, though.
See, if any of these are Gecko lines, I'm screwed because I haven't heard them enough yet. Like,
I will tell you it's not Gecko.
Okay.
I don't think it's, yeah.
They've got one ugly-looking crew. I just wanted to say
I
that.
can tell you
one.
it's not Sage.
Yeah, Sage would never say
No,
such a
I think it might be
mean thing.
Killjoy or Raze. I
Got
think
one ugly-looking crew.
we just like keep defaulting to
no
Killjoy and
offense to
Raze. We're like,
any of us.
eventually we'll be right.
No offense.
It's one of the taunt lines at the beginning of the round.
Yep.
Yeah.
Final answer?
I'm gonna go with Killjoy.
Killjoy?
Let's go with Raze again.
And the answer
Surely it'll be
is-
Raze eventually.
Oh, it's
They've got
Brimstone.
one ugly-looking crew. No offense to any of
Oh
us.
my god. I don't
People don't
remember
play
hearing that
Brimstone
one.
in solo queues, so.
I do sometimes, but
Yeah.
only on Bind, and Bind was gone for so long.
Yeah,
I basically
true.
didn't play him very much.
All right, I got
Some
two more for you
fracture.
guys. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, that was in the line. Don't get in my way.
Oh,
It's Jet.
isn't it? Don't get in my
Don't
way. It's
get
Jet.
in my way.
It's Jet.
Jet.
It's Jet.
And the answer is...
Don't get in
Oh,
my
duh,
way.
of course.
I think the voice...
He convinced me. He was so convinced.
I was
should
so
know
I was so
She
100%
says
true. Yeah.
It's a close one. I think she says, get out of my way.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does.
But
Get
this
out
is-
of my way. Yeah.
This is the ult.
And this is the... oh, no, sorry. The second to
We're
last
getting
one.
wrecked on these.
All right.
I don't listen to these. I tune them out. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I
Like,
love them.
Some people
clearly.
turn them off too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you actually can in the game.
Yeah.
What up, suckers? You okay?
Okay, that's Raze.
No.
I'm going to give you guys a couple seconds to guess because we're going to move into the last one.
What up, suckers?
What up, suckers? You okay?
I'm gonna say Raze.
You got raised.
It's gonna be Raze eventually. I don't know.
I can't remember. Who am I thinking of? I'm just gonna go Killjoy just to throw another vote in there.
Okay, Killjoy, Raze. The answer is... You're both wrong, by the way.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't that. That's
What
right.
up,
I was trying to.
suckers?
I knew it
You
wasn't
okay?
either of them, and I couldn't think of who it was. I
All
knew
right.
it was one of the. Yeah.
You guys get one last chance. The
What?
very final one.
We're gonna get this one wrong too. Then
It's my last
Oh.
chance to get one right.
that's true. Just keep going, Raze. Eventually, you'll be right.
It's gotta be Raze, right? Like.
Oh, my back hurts. Everyone's so heavy.
All right, that's Raze.
Oh, my back
I actually think it's not
hurts.
Raze.
Everyone's so heavy.
Is it Jet?
That might be. This one might be Killjoy.
Yeah.
So you're going with Jet.
Sure.
You're going with...
Can you say it one more time?
Oh, my back hurts. Everyone's so heavy.
This is Raze. I'm gonna go Raze.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Raze, we got a Jet.
I
got
wanted to do
duelist
It's
that
guess.
Raze.
just to be right for
100%.
once.
You're right. It's probably a duelist. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, my back
Yeah.
hurts. Everyone's so heavy.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
not bad.
I didn't do
You got
too bad.
2 points.
3. I got
I
3.
play with the Kilios all the time, and he
I
plays
had that
Raze,
random
so I thought,
like
you know,
sky gut
I would
instinct.
know.
You know
but-
what? It's okay. This is definitely Achilleos and Tasteless's fault, not yours.
Yeah.
I do always
So-
blame them for everything. Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely blame Achilleos. It's their fault.
Certainly.
Yeah.
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 Him especially.
It's all right. I mean, look. You guys, the first time playing the game. We are going to do it again maybe one day. I don't know. Good job. Hope you guys at home had fun following along. We're going to go on a commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to go into the very first game of today. We've got RRQ versus Talon.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings.
Welcome to VCT Pacific. We are going to see the first matchup of today's Super Week lineup. We've got RRQ versus Talon, and this is going to be a really important match. Let's talk about RRQ first. They've been on the up and up.
Yeah, no, this is a team that just seems to get better every time you watch them, and very impressive play, like some kind of disappointing performances from some of the players, especially Elmi Moore at the beginning, but since then he has really stepped up, been that kind of superstar player that we were expecting coming into this year, and he has over-delivered in some cases. So really happy to now see these guys finally figuring things out, and they talked about struggles with communication and other things at the beginning of the year, but that now seems to be a thing of the past.
Absolutely. Elmi Moore looked better with the Sheriff than any other gun the last time they came out, and they were able to destroy in that match. Also, EJ looked fantastic. So I think that a lot of the players are getting more and more comfortable. The swaps that are coming in with Emon and 2GE as well, those are looking actually pretty good. Like, the timing feels right. It's not like some other team where it's like, oh, well, I'm not sure if this was a good idea. Like, it actually feels good when they're subbing in, either or. So this is a team that I look at them and I'm like, they've got a pretty good shot for playoffs. Like, ignore their first start of the season. The second half has been phenomenal, and as long as they keep up with this level, I think they should make it.
They may be the best team that's not already confirmed for playoffs. They may be the fourth best team right now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement to say. They are in the 7th place in the standings right now, but their performance individually, like you said, as a team has been fantastic. The other team, Talon, they were really shaky as well, but despite the 0 wins for a while, it's not for lack of talent or firepower.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we've seen this team in mostly this form or something close to it for the last 3 years. I mean, we know that these guys are good. We know that when they're on, they can beat just about anybody in the world. I mean, for crime's sake, they beat Optic, in the past, multiple times. So this is a really good team. And they're just trying to kind of figure everything out this year with Pat coming back in and trying to get their roles solidified and who's shot calling versus who's not. And a lot of the opposite of what we have with RRQ, where when they swap roles, it seems to be fine. Here, it's been a bit of a struggle when they've exchanged players for different agents, different positions.
Yeah, they're definitely a strong team. I just worry because they came online a little bit slower than RRQ did. And I think that RRQ's coming online status was a little bit more forceful and more obvious, right? Talon, they're also very strong. But when it comes to the head-to-head, I'm definitely leaning towards RRQ. I know we're very split on the predictions, and we've had a lot of upsets. This wouldn't be an upset if Talon wins. I think it is relatively even, but Talon, they really got to step up for this match. Obviously, they need to win both matches that they have left in order to make it into playoffs. So back against the wall, maybe this is their moment.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm just reading this, and I'm like,
This is ML.
Who wrote this? Is this Talon that wrote this? Is this like a tweet they put out or something? Or?
No, this is a Martin Luther King Jr. quote.
Is it really?
About hope.
Wow.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's what Talon needs a lot of right now. And it's not
I had no idea where
because-
this came from.
Just
I
a
was-
very random
Yeah,
thing to bring
it
out on him.
is really random.
But hey, it
I think
fits.
production wanted something inspirational and fitting for what today's matchup is. If you look at the standings right now, RRQ has 3 wins, and Talon's not that far behind with 2. It's almost you can almost forget that because Talon has so many losses, and then suddenly they started getting their stuff together.
It's a must-win today for Talon. They either lose or they go home. Like this is like either they win they win or go home. And so they have to win here, or else they are done. They will not be able to go to playoffs. This is it. RRQ still has a chance if they lose here, but certainly RRQ would rather get the win and really put themselves in the driver's seat for getting into the playoffs themselves.
Talon's eco round win percentage is it's really bad. I mean, 4% is hard to get. You know, like sometimes you get lucky, you're sitting in the right place, and you right-click the guy with the classic, and that kind of leads to an eco round win. They have 4%. It's incredibly low, and you know, their other stats are not too impressive either. Yes, they are currently sitting in 9th place, so a lot of the stats will follow from that as the results haven't really followed up. I think their play is definitely better than the numbers will say. But talking about this player matchup, Xfero up against Cruz, what do you think about this one, Paper Thin?
I think the controllers here are important to me today because of I think how close this is going to be. I think a lot of these rounds are going to come down to individual clutch ability, and so the controllers are a part of that equation, of course. Usually, a lot of times, other than the Sentinels, they're going to be like the last line of defense, so I really think that both of these guys need to come up huge today. Cruz has been really, really good lately. So has Xfero, so I want to see kind of like which one of these 2 players is going to be the guy who's going to be able to have those moments and pivotal rounds to swing the match.
Yeah, that's a really great point. Cruz, their IGL, I know he's been doing a lot of dancing.
Yeah, he's a dancer.
Outside of Valorant right now. But you could see early days they didn't have as much morale. And the Thai teams are, actually both of these teams are very emotional teams as well. And if they're having an off day, it really shows, not only on their faces, but in their gameplay.
And I think we got to give Boy some shout out here, some credit.
Oh, yeah,
Since he's come
absolutely.
in, this is a very different team. They have looked way better.
Absolutely. He came in about halfway, maybe like 4 or 5 weeks into the season, and it's true. Their performance has changed. I mean, they started getting their wins in the bag. Now, let's talk about our predictions. Like you said, Valdez, all the talents, you're pretty evenly split on how this should go. We're going to go purely based on statistics. Yes, RRQ is a slight advantage, but then you guys made some really good points as to why you predict the RRQ win.
They're just slightly better overall. So I think this is going to be a very close match. I think they've got a slight edge in a couple of key factors in pistol rounds and like he talked about eco rounds. Like some of those rounds that swing a match that should be close are where they have the advantage.
RRQ is so good at eco rounds. They're almost better at eco rounds than rifle rounds. So there is a big discrepancy there. Some of the rifle rounds maybe Talon could be able to take. It's going to be really close, though. I am favoring RRQ. I think mechanically they're the better team, but you never know on the day.
Yeah, you really don't know how this is going to go. But RRQ and Talon, both the Southeast Asian teams from Indonesia and Thailand, they both definitely want to win today, and I'm sure they're hungry for it. Let's go to the stage and watch those walkouts. We're back at the VCT Pacific main stage with a critical matchup between RRQ and Talon battling for its playoffs.
Foxy was ready to get on the stage. He didn't even stop at the proper spot. He was just gonna keep going. Like he had no desire. There's like tape on the ground they're supposed to stop at, and he just like went right by it. So clearly he's ready for the match.
So is LV Moore. He's just like strolled on in. This guy wanted to get a good flex in.
He's a killer.
Yeah. LV Moore is he is lethal. He is dangerous. Don't let his appearance fool you. As Cruz, come on, we need a little dance. Like, it's not only for the gram, we need it here on stage too.
Oh man, I was really hoping for that.
Yeah.
Only got one more game with them.
Are you gonna
Everybody's so
Almost
confused
got
today.
you. Are we doing this? Yeah.
Should we fist bump? I don't know. You want to? Maybe? And then Evan and Pat, yeah, so this should be, I mean, oh, okay, there we go. I was going to say, like, Sushi's there.
Nice.
That's not Patty.
Like, that's cute.
That is cute.
Letting him.
They're having fun today. That's a good sign for Talon.
Yeah. Sushi Boys and Pats there, just enjoying the walkout together as a team. That's good. We want to see this kind of cohesiveness with the team.
We'll have to wait and see if Sushi Boys makes his way onto the stage to play later on, or if he'll just be in the audience watching once again.
Ewok, I feel like this guy's always got something up his sleeve. He's so prepared all the time. He cooked up some big brain strategies to go against DRX when they were facing off, even though they eventually lost that match. It came really close.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a consistent theme here for RQ that they do a good job of their prep. They come in very well, ready for their opponents most of the time. So this is a lot of credit, of course, has to go to the coaches into that. So he's done a really good job turning this team around from where they were at the beginning of the season, getting them into a spot now where if they can win here, they've got a really good shot at getting into the playoffs. I don't think it's completely guaranteed. I don't want to sit through the math, but well, getting a win here would be just monumental for them, and just shutting Talon down, just eliminating them from playoff contention would just be icing on the cake.
You can see Boy here has joined them on the stage as well. Did he walk out with them last time? I don't think he did. So this is interesting. They have the entire crew up here.
I think he was there the first week
All right.
that he came back.
I think they know this is it. Like they know that.
I mean, his hair is hard to miss. He's got
Yeah.
pretty cool hair.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he was there. Not 100% sure. Man, I'm really sad we didn't get to see Cruz dance. Maybe next time. Maybe if they win this one.
Yeah.
You know? Like up on stage, he does like a little celebration dance.
Yeah.
I want to see a salsa.
Yeah.
Salsa, like
Yeah.
K-pop salsa.
Just
Yeah.
grab someone on his team and make him,
So
do the salsa dance.
Yeah. RQ still realizing that Lotus is in fact their worst map, not a map they should be picking every time. So Haven's open here for the side of Talon, which is a map they've been pretty strong on. RQ's going to go to Split, a very weak map for Talon.
Yeah, Talon's lost all 3 times they've been on Split.
Yeah, we're also going to have Ascent come through, which means that maybe we don't see Haven. But now with this Pearl Bind for the bans would not surprise me. There it is. We will have Haven for the 3rd map, and that's also the map that RQ was able to take away from DRX.
That's true. They're both really good at Haven.
Yeah,
So-
could be a really fun and close Haven for map 3. Just hoping we get there. And, I don't know, I can kind of feel that energy of having 3 games and going all the way to Haven for this match.
Now, we are starting with Split, and there was a time when Talon played Split against DRX, and that's when we saw our triple duelist comp and, just blew everyone's minds.
Did it though.
In a bad way.
Really?
In a bad way.
Yeah, that did go so well, and I hope that's not what they're doing today.
I don't think so. I think they changed it after that. And it
See,
kinda
1,
went to-
2.
yeah.
All right, the 3rd is not a duelist.
It's more the standard sort of double controller, and then you kind of flex around with either, like some teams do, like, 1 duelist and a Sage or something like that. So this is much more standard here, for sure.
Yeah, pretty standard on both sides. Obviously, double duelists here for Talon. Not going to be the case for RQ, as they will bring the Killjoy as well instead of the Jet. So pretty similar, but not exactly. And we'll have to wait and see how much value Elmimore will get with his lockdowns and stuff like that, compared to the double duelist, which has been pretty critical for teams attacking on split.
Yeah, I mean, the side anchoring has to be really good from the Killjoy here against these double duelists to make sure you're getting a lot of value out of that pick.
All right, I know we're all really excited to see this matchup and how it's going to turn out. We're going to go into the first map, Split, with RRQ and Talon. We got our casters today, Tasteless Will.
Excellent work over at the desk. We've got two teams coming into VCT Pacific, both looking pretty shaky in the first couple weeks, but they've shown a lot of improvement. I think this is one of our toughest matches to call.
Yeah, I would say actually just today overall, right? Both match 1 and match 2, probably the toughest we'll have, especially also because these can have heavy implications for the playoffs as the desk broke down. Now, we saw the Asian picks already, and Talon, they came prepared, right? They've been experimenting. Obviously, the triple duelist, yes, that was kind of thrown out the window. But afterwards, they had Pat on the KO continuously, and they were going with the single duelist. Now they've accepted. I guess the truth is that double duelist is the way to go, and Pat returns on Jet once again. They're really slowly slotting him back into the duelist role.
We're going to start this off on the map Split here. As we are now in the twilight of this group phase of the tournament, there's so much to fight for. It's not clear if either of these teams are going to be advancing to the bracketed format, so there's so much on the line. Let's get into this, man. Map 1.
All right, I mean, the Pat Jet plus the Garnet's Raze. Now, this is also interesting just because when they were playing on Haven, I believe against Paper Rex, they actually had Pat on the Raze and subbed out Garnet. So, you know, whatever the discussion was, whatever's been happening in scrims, clearly this is kind of the comfort they want to go for. I got to imagine that at the end of the day, you're setting up for Pat to get the kills and Garnet's to create the space.
All right, RRQ. Gonna need to be ready for a push into B if that's where Talon decides to commit. We've got the Astra Bubble coming up, but the Paint Shells and the Bird come through as they're gonna spring the first attack in. Xpharaoh getting that initial kill and a double.
He's holding on to the site, he's still alive, and now backup's all here. Talon, they're completely stuck. Now wiped out, only Cruz left alive.
Yeah, Cruz lagging behind slightly there. The only player remaining in a 1 versus 4, which is most certainly going to result in a 1-0 lead here for RRQ to start things off.
Well, unless your name is something like Monyet or something like that, and it's split B site. But yeah, I mean, this is looking tough. You've only got the classic. Sure, Xpharaoh and EJ are low, but I mean, you know, Talon just went for a straight, okay, double duelist, pistol round, let's just go all in. We can rely on both of our duelists kind of holding different angles on the entry, except for the fact that Xpharaoh gets the first kill so early that he can reposition around the pillar. And that's the thing about B site, is that as long as you cut up the site in half, either horizontally or vertically on the minimap, and hold on to one part of that, you can wait until backup shows up. Xpharaoh does that excellently.
He does trade out one, but ultimately that is that RRQ lead here. A little bit of a slow end to round 1, but an impressive holding there, I think, as you were saying, William, especially by Xpharaoh. Navigating B very nicely until the rest of the team can come stack the site and guard the spike.
Yeah, I mean, that gravity well, clearly the big part of it. And just understanding that I just have to get one. You could tell that he was focused on just cutting off the second line of entry. In fact, he actually, oh, okay, getting fired up, but he gets the raise very early as well. Now, here's another change too, right? Ubimore's always been playing that Cypher. Now going for the Killjoy, and I like this because on the Cypher, he's often had to push out on the lurk, but now he can play a bit more passively and just wait for the opponents to enter the site.
All right, we're going to repeat this once more. It's going to be some pressure built up here onto B. The heavy save here, and already a great spray through the smoke. Foxy's already down.
Oh, no! Oh! I mean, they were just, yeah, they're trying to swing out on the reload, and they still get traded right away. I mean, RRQ is just ready for this, and it's so funny because, Tasteless, you were saying, well, you know, we're just going to repeat it, and I was like, well, hopefully they don't die this time.
Yeah.
But just
oh, no, we fully repeated it there. Okay, so round 3. This is a round we can expect Talon to be able to bounce back, and if not, I think it's going to be a very bad indicator for what the rest of the first half is going to be here for Talon. Vandals in hand.
All right, so looking at the toxic screen setups, just putting up the pressure on a ramp. And RRQ, they're prepared for this. They're going to push out on it because they have the shorter weapons. They also have the toxic screen for a potential retake or to buy time. And they're now, look at the setup from Killjoy as well. They're just trying to hold on to B Heaven and then potentially go for a retake on B. RRQ's already pushed out of A main, Tasteless. I mean, they know that this is going to be a B hit.
Yeah, they're wrapping very nicely. We've got Elmi Moore here ready in a very safe spot. Excuse me, he's actually going to swing out for Pillar.
Oh, he got first sight, the gravity wall. Oh, he can't get the kill.
Yeah, can't quite get that to finish him off. The sky's going to be very low. And we're going to have a very quiet push come out through sewers. They're obviously going to plan for the retake here. Flip, going to be just in the alley, but probably won't come until we have RRQ get a little bit closer up into Heaven.
Yeah, so because Heaven had the Killjoy utility initially, they know they can enter from here, but it really comes down. Oh, I was going to say it comes down to Flip Strider because he's the one who can create the other angle, but it is a clean post-plant hold from Talon.
Beautifully done there by Talon, not even dropping a single agent, so they're going to be economically extremely healthy going into round 4 here. We do have xFaro opping up. So operator going to be in play here. We're going to watch and see if he can get those initial picks. But a very straightforward shutdown there onto B. And glad to see Talon scoop up that first win.
Yeah, you can see they're just getting fired up as well. Clearly the pistol and then, the following eco is kind of a just, okay, let's go in, get what we can. They got the orb on B main earlier as well. So, just they accepted that if we lost the pistol, wasn't much that we could do. Now, xFaro, he's back on the Phantom, but he's also got his ultimate, right? So we've got the Cosmic Divide and Flips. Not able to hold on to it for a long period of time, but does take out one of the duelists. So the entry power falls off slightly on the side of Talon.
Talon going to abandon mid for now. It looks like they are going to begin to accumulate over outside of B garage. It is a double stack here. We could actually see a small push in.
Well, EJ's got to peek out first. They have to back out. You have that smoke available. And now xFaro, even with the paint shells, they're actually just pretending that xFaro's not here, right? They're signifying that EJ's getting out of here. He's been tagged. He threw out the paint shells. We're ditching the site for now. And then xFaro remaining to see if he can get a catch. And again, the idea here is, okay, A-site, because we already lost mid control, let's just keep the Killjoy there, keep control of screens, and then we can use Cosmic Divide for the retake if we so need. That also means if we hold on to B Heaven, still a retake also possible on the other side.
All right, well, they're going to come up into Heaven now here. We're going to have Cruz push in from the bottom of B.
Great blast back.
Yeah, EJ spots it, so he's going to back up, and they're very much ready for the push in now.
Yeah, but xFaro's angle, oh, he gets spotted by Cruz right away on the entry. EJ's holding on to Alley for now, but they're still down in numbers.
Elmi Moore creeps up here. Oh, but a good lurk there. Fox with a headshot, only EJ remaining. He gets another, but it's not quite enough. One remaining here from Talon. That's the second win on the board, a spike plant. And we're tied up 2-2 here.
All right. I mean, Talon, they're starting to shore it back up here. And the double duelist, I mean, here's where it kind of starts to shine, I think, is that even if you lose your initial duel, like we see here, right? You lost one of your duelists. You can still always apply the pressure that we can enter explosively at any time. And while they didn't need to go in all at once, this time Pat getting the drop first into Hell, right below Heaven. That allows to create the crossfire. And, of course, RRQ, there were just too many angles they needed to cover there.
Okay, RRQ now. It's going to be a very cheap round, but sometimes RRQ pops off the most when they are cornered here. So let's see if those Sheriff shots can connect. There's going to be a spill over into A, and EJ trades it out. Garnett's too good, gets a double.
Yeah, I mean, EJ getting taken out immediately. And then, of course, Elmi Moore actually not swinging out with him from Heaven. That actually, I think, cost him a bit. I mean, yes, it's an eco. You're trying to just figure out what's the best way possible. But if more people had jumped out of Heaven, bought a bit more time, maybe Emin had a bit more of a chance. But either way, a great entry coming out from Garnett. He's able to clean out the site. And while they are stuck, they do have the better weaponry, and they have a way out here towards ramp. So Talon's not feeling too bad. xFaro is just going to try to get whatever kills he can on the exit and then try to die to the spike in the last second here.
Yeah, they're just going to let this spike tick away. We're going to see the beginnings of the push out. Jit Boys already takes out one, and that's going to be that. Talon now with a third win in a row. We're going to see if RRQ can try to concoct some type of solution here in round 6. But right now, this is a real comeback and a turnaround here for Talon.
All right, so a timeout coming out, I think, at a very proper time here, right? First of all, you want to give a couple rounds, especially after the pistol, just to see what Talon's patterns are here with the double duelist comp that they haven't shown yet in Pacific. But then you're also, I mean, here's the thing, that this comp is so meta, as they talked about on the desk currently, in a lot of matches, especially here in Pacific. So I'm sure RRQ's faced this, right? I'm sure they faced it in scrims. I'm sure they're no stranger to it. There's plenty of other tape to be studied. Now they just have to micro-analyze what are the specific patterns that are unique to Talon. And I think a lot of it is, again, the fact that they're really just always getting that first bit of the map with the explosive entry from the double duelists, right? So Jet and Raze, even if one of them dies, as long as one of them can trade, then they'll back off. So Talon won't wait. They won't all rush as 5 right now, but they're just going to send them the 2 double duelists into something like A ramp or mid vent or B garage, and then they'll go from there after having secured a bit of the map. Curious to see what RQ's response is.
Yeah, excuse me. You know, Ewok, an excellent coach. I think these timeouts usually prove to be pretty valuable here for RRQ. But they're going to need to start to pull it together here. Talon is beginning to slide further and further ahead here. And in this pivotal round here, we are going to have xFaroe here with the operator. Let's see where he goes at positions. It looks like it's going to be up at B. Although, at least for now with the current positioning, A does seem to be the desired site to at least poke into.
Yeah, well, RQ, I mean, they're also relying on the operator to hold that site all on his own. And they have heavily stacked A, right? You even have the Nanoswarm and the Alarm Bot on ramp into A heaven to buy time. So the 3 members on RQ on the A site, they have all the tools they need to buy time. And then you've got Flips watching mid as well. You don't have to be too concerned about this RQ. They can let this happen for a bit. There's still 2 members within the site.
All right, they're going to push in now. EJ does get tagged in the back. But they've already taken 2 out now.
Yeah, but Pat, he's already gone through screens, and I don't think they expect that at all because the Boombot, they think that's done enough to stop them.
Pat with a deep lurk
lurked
here.
all the way around.
All right, they're going to know his position now, but yeah, excellent lurk there. Now in control of heaven. EJ with his own lurk, but shot down by Pat as well.
No. Oh, Pat is just ripping apart RRQ.
And now it's just going to be xFaroe remaining here. And he's probably just going to save. I mean, might as well just take that operator with you into the next round. But a really brilliant execute there onto the A site. It looked like initially RQ had thinned out the numbers, but you're completely right, William. Pat with that lurk, able to get them completely out of position.
Well, yeah, he just digs even deeper, right? So the entry itself, actually, RQ's response so clean. They tie together the Nanoswarm with the Boombot. That secures 1 kill on the entry point, and because of that chaos, because they know that they've blocked off the second line of offense or the second line of attack, the remaining members on the side of RQ could swing out and get the second kill as well, I believe onto Garnett's. But at that point, or maybe it was Cruz who had already made it through, but either way, during that chaos, Pat quietly just runs through the snake bite, through the cosmic divide to create an opening. So understanding that if we haven't fully entered the site yet, I have to make, you know, something different here. I have to provide a bit of a joker card, a wild card to change our hand, and he does it perfectly.
Okay, the 4th win in a row now for Talon. Things looking very, very bleak here for RQ.
Oh, wow, that's a sick shot. And here, the thing is, EJ had an opportunity to shut down Pat there, right, while he was on the rafters, and Pat reacts instantly, just spams him through the wall to guarantee the kill. Now, the silver lining here for RQ is I don't think Talon is aware that the operator was purchased last round, right? So if they try to go
That's a
B,
good point, yeah. They probably have no idea.
Yeah, there is a chance they could get caught off a little bit if they make their entry into garage, and I think that's part of the reason, right? RRQ, they're spending so much here with the snake bites just to say, don't come through mid, right? We're focusing on mid, go somewhere else. And this is what they wanted. However, it is quite far out, so no weapon recovery, and now the operator discovered. Oh my!
I'm telling you, man.
What?
RRQ, when sheriffs are in hand, it's kind of crazy what they're able to pull off. Just Pat and Fox now.
I don't even know how that was a headshot. That's insane. I mean, we always talk about Omi Moore and Sheriff, but he's back online, and these are the rounds that RQ turns up on its head, right?
This has been wild. So, I mean, unless Talon can really make some kind of Hail Mary play here, this is going to be tough. Look at the deep backed up position here that RQ has. I love this formation. They're not going to let any agent kind of hang out or be overexposed. They'd probably prefer to run the clock and maybe even go for a retake if they can't ambush anybody coming onto site.
Absolutely. I mean, you're 5-2, and you have the shorter weaponry. You have to rely on trades to win out. You don't want to get into these iffy 1v1 duels. I mean, sure, the operator can hold an angle like this, but he still gets one.
Just like that.
and he's just going to hold. He knows that it's on the left side, and oh my, okay, that.
Bit of a messy fight there, but whatever, man. That's going to be the third win here for RRQ, a much-needed one. Excellent play, and as you were saying, William, you know, it wasn't clear that Talon ever knew there was going to be an operator. They never really engaged with xFaro in the round before because they went to A instead of B. And so, you know, with that great operator play combined with some excellent share of shots, they're starting to catch up. And I got to say, I think this is going to be an extremely close and long game. I think we could even end up with this back and forth going into overtime.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we got to remember, while it is split, it is double duelist here in Pacific on attack. So Talon being a bit ahead, we can't read into that too much just yet. Only more wanting the fist bumps. Now, here's the thing. A flawless with weapon upgrades and keeping the operator, that suddenly evens out the economy quite a bit. So RRQ, it's as if they've never been on that losing streak.
All right, we've got that showstopper ready. Can it find a target? Pat gets one. And it's going to be a beautiful trade out. EJ gets that kill.
And he should be able to get healed up just a bit as well, right on the stairs. xFaro also needing a bit of that heal, but the pit comes up, and with an operator and the pit going deep into Alley, the Boombot spots him as well. So Talon understanding that we want to push out. We want to keep you on heaven because of this potential lockdown.
Beautifully done. Garnett takes one out,
takes
as well as a lockdown.
But that's okay. The Viper's still alive.
Oh, and I don't know what exactly xFaro can do here. He's going to come around. Oh,
no!
my God! Yeah, knife in hand there, unable to draw, and he got in time.
Well, yeah, so xFaro thinks a little too far. He's like, oh, no, maybe the shorty is better at this range, and he swaps a second time, at which point, obviously, just sticking with the rifle, it's a step quicker. But a Talon, they kept such good tabs on what RRQ had in their arsenal, right? They were aware that if we just push them out, and then we push out into Alley, the last thing that RRQ can use for the retake would be the lockdown. And to combat that, they send in the Boombot with the pit into Alley, and then they send Garnett's forward just so that Cruz is safe and can keep the pit up. And Garnett's, he knows his mission. He takes out the Killjoy and immediately just focuses on the lockdown, even if he dies afterwards, because that's all they needed to protect the site.
All right, we're going to go now into round 9 here. Talon maintaining that lead here with that 5th win. B site's going to be where they want to at least start to make a push over here. Consistently, it's going to be Chip Boys. Excuse me, it's going to be xFaro over here to try to intercept this.
Well, yeah, there is that double over and under. Now, I think Pat may be catching a glimpse of one of them. Maybe not quite sure, and that's why he's just backing off, because surely there's someone watching that angle. But with that, I mean, RRQ, again, the idea is if they come to A, we'll just try to buy time. But here's the thing. This Nano Swarm setup, it's meant to allow Elmimore to just bunker down in sight, right? Just don't allow them to go all the way into screens. Don't allow them all to rush in as 5 on that entry point.
Yeah, they are going to have the ability to sandbag that movement coming in here.
They weren't spotted by that guiding light.
Yeah, an unfortunate timing there.
Yeah, well, now with the paint shells, though, no, but Talon does have the first opportunity to strike here.
All right, Emin gets one. And Garnett's another great shot there. They're going to be able to get into the lower half of A.
Oh, man, we're starting to see a bit of shakiness, but we'll talk about that afterwards. Right now, the round's still going on as RRQ tries to push back for the retake.
Emin coming in. Jip Boys spots him, pulls away behind Pillar.
Yeah, but they have so much they need to push out for. But Emin starts the good opening. Right now, they can just focus on clearing sight while Flips, oh, he needed to win that so badly.
And such a good play there from Talon. It looked like for a second there RRQ was going to be in a very good position, but frankly, the gunplay just too good from Talon.
Oh, second timeout already.
Wow. Okay, so this is a pretty early timeout. Ewok, Coach Ewok basically saying, all right, I see what's going on. I need to call this in.
And I'm curious, because here's what I saw in the previous round, and then it makes me look back to a couple of the other rounds where Talon pushed into A. Talon's also getting very fired up today, but here's the thing, is that Elmimore, he's swapped over from the Cypher to the Killjoy. Now, obviously, he's played Killjoy on other maps, but back when he was playing Cypher on Split, he was so used to his role being wait a bit, push out, get one kill, apply pressure on the flank, things like that. Now, once that started to get red, he now returns to the Killjoy, but now he's starting to feel the pressure that he needs to aggressively get a kill rather than simply stay alive. Now, that time, I can totally see the reasoning, right? Emin gets 1 kill, and then he's smoked off from heaven. The rest of your team needs a little bit of time to come over for backup. Selmimor's like, well, I got to create space. But the thing is, if you just wait and just get 1 extra kill, you're way ahead in numbers, right? As long as you can just find a way to guarantee that you'll be ahead in numbers and buy just a bit more time. I think those are kind of the safety precautions that you might want to talk about here in this timeout, because Selmimor, as great of a player as he is, if he goes out and just gets traded right back, it's back down to a 4v4.
Man, Talon, again, look at just extremely strong here. Let's also keep in mind that when you call for another timeout like that, you don't have unlimited timeouts. So you want to try to economize that nicely. Whatever Ewok told RQ is going to be really important. They're going to have to apply it. It's going to have to work. By the way, RQ going to go with a Viper's Pit into mid to basically make Talon either go through the Viper's Pit, which is undesirable, or kind of force commit to one side of entry on A or on B.
Okay, so the Boombot doesn't spot anybody near the Viper's Pit, and they don't hear anyone running. So that allows Flipstriders to plant even deeper into the pit. But here's the thing, Xfero, how long can he stay alive? He gets spotted for 1. Again, he's just buying time. This is what they need when they're anchoring on the site. Oh, no.
No, now it's just going to be Xfero over here by Box. And he's not able to do it either. Garnett's, by the way, is popping off.
His swing outs are
it's
so
crazy. I don't think we've seen him really lose a duel yet. And so the spike is going to be planted on B immediately. And it's probably just going to be another save here for RRQ.
Has to be.
We're, you know, in the twilight of the first half, there's really, you know, not a lot of room to work with here. It's going to be the 7th victory now here for Talon as they are continuing to get further and further ahead. The best RRQ, can do in this half would be to try to catch up with another 5 wins. But this point disparity is starting to get pretty alarming.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason I'm sure the timeout was called, right? Is, okay, we kind of imagine what, our game plan is on attack. Obviously, the ball's in our court if we're the ones attacking. So let's focus on stopping the streak here in the first half. Keep them at 6, but they're already giving up 7. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay.
Nicely done. Emma gets the drop on that one. But still a decent amount of rifles carried on. 3 of them actually over here into round 11. And it's going to be potentially another budget round here. I mean, we have a pretty broke RRQ right now. So let's see if they can make some magic happen. They've had some pretty outlandish and crazy rounds when it looks like it's going to be impossible. But they're going to need that to happen this time around now.
And I just want to point out the fact that I can't recall a round where RRQ's ultimates felt impactful, right? It was either countered right away or the agent was shut down too early for it to be useful at all. And I think that's part of the thing that Talon's doing so well in this game, is just keeping tabs.
Oh, my God.
As they continue to push through, and Xfero just trying to hide. Now, they haven't spotted him here before, but they're not taking any chances.
Busted. They stun him, and they clean him out. I only see Flip left over here. He's on B. This could be a pretty short round. He's starting to get 2.
Yeah, with the Stinger as well.
Oh! 3. What is happening?
No, the reload!
There's not enough bullets in the gun. Oh, my God. That was wild.
That was the best choice he could have made, but man, wasn't able to keep tabs on exactly the number of bullets he would have left. Switch to the classic just half a second too late, but what? Well, I mean, a great moment from Flips, right? Even though they lost the round, but here's the thing, if you're RQ, you look at the scoreboard, no matter how awesome that highlight might have felt, you're still down 3-8.
You're down, and I think that financially, Talon is still very comfortable, so ultimately this is going to be unimpactful overall. Yeah, Shorty with the kill again there. A little bit scary, though, for Talon. A little bit of a reminder of, how strong RRQ is, especially when they have inferior weapons.
Oh, well, ult's going to be used right away with the Blaze-Storm. They clear out Heaven instantly, and look at this Talon. They're trying to make sure that they bait out all the regular utility first. Then they're going to go in with their own showstopper if they can clear sight. Now, I got to imagine, Talon, do you push through screens eventually to shut down the opponent's ultimates once again?
Oh my God, I was going to say, I wanted to see if we could catch Garnett's with the showstopper. He does get that kill. It's just going to be flipped, and Emmett left over.
But that's the thing. He had already pushed into screens again. Talon is so good about understanding what RRQ has available for the retakes.
All right, that's going to be that. This is 3-9. We're going to have an extremely strong second half here for RRQ. Otherwise, it's going to be a very short map 1 with Talon walking out victorious.
Yeah, and man, I don't know if we've seen a game from Elmimore where he was just losing almost all his duels like this. He's currently 4-9 in terms of kill to death. Flipstrider also with only 4 kills. Now, part of it is that Talon's been pushing so fast that RQ oftentimes is fighting with lesser numbers. But at the same time, those were the times when Elmimore would come up with these crazy shots. Now, obviously, you don't want to rely on that for your win, but I'm just saying that I think that just goes to show how crisp Talon is today. It's more about Talon and how well-tuned they are, how explosive they are, and how good their mechanics are today as individuals, more so than RQ being too shaky.
Oh, man, I am so worried here for RQ. What's unfortunate about this, as we follow it, is RQ does look good, but they're not closing it out.
Yeah,
they're just not closing rounds out.
And I think part of that, again, it comes back to talent. They're being much more proactive about what is available for RRQ. I mean, even in the last round, while Garnets didn't need to go in for more kills, the fact that I posed the question, does he push into screens again because they have the Cosmic Divide and the Seekers? He does. And that means that even with those ultimates, RRQ was already playing with such a disadvantage. And here's a fan. Sorry, I'm just going to stop you right there. I want the shorty to be kept in. Everyone can hit me in chat, but guess what? I know all of you guys use it too.
Security, take that man out of the studio right now. The shorty's got to stay.
But yeah, just going back to the strategy and the kind of macro game of this split, I think Talon was so well aware. Their cogs were so good. And, you know, whether it's Cruz alone or Cruz and Fox or the entire team keeping tabs on what ultimates, what skills are left on the opposing side for the retake, they adjust to that in terms of how deep they push in. Now, RQ on the attack, I mean, yes, 9-3, 9-3 curse, yes, blah, yada, 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 but pistol more important than ever.
Pistol more important than ever. I'm going to get that tattooed on my back.
Oh, just your back, though?
Just my back.
Not your, like, biceps or anywhere else, just your back?
I'm going to get, I heckin' love 10's bat chest tattooed on my
on
my chest. On my bat chest. All right. We,
oh, no.
Oh, wait, hold on. Kind of crazy engage over here.
What?
That was, I don't know if anybody could have play-by-played that. We had both players bouncing off each other. EJ right now 3 HP.
Yeah, but the thing is they've already snuck into A site, and then the turret signifies that someone's up on heaven. So now they can get the safe plant. They're holding on to combat ramps as well, right? 3 people actually on the lurk from RRQ unintentionally. And so if Elmimore, if he can just get 1 or stay alive, no!
Okay, this is actually a really tough spot right now.
Well, Xfero just has to hide in his smoke for as long as possible. His teammates have to peek out. They still have Flipstrider available for the post-plant angles.
All right, they're going to be pushing out now. Beautiful lurk there. Pat does fight back. Could go either way right now. Fox with another kill. He gets another. It's just flip left.
Yeah, but Snakebite bought some time, but he has to start pushing in, but he's so low, and the flash is available. They understand the timing.
Yes, they are playing this masterfully. They know exactly how much utility they have to basically make it impossible to come out unless you're blinded. And so they force him out. He's flushed out, killed off. That's the 10th win on the board. And as we said, you know, for the matching tattoos, we're going to get pistol rounds so important.
Wait, I never agreed for the matching
Oh, you're coming with me. Well, you already agreed. He signed a contract for the show. I don't know why you're lying now that we're live on TV, William. No, I mean, they needed that pistol round win. They didn't get it. I believe RQ won the pistol round in the first half, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's...
I mean, they got their 2 out of 3 rounds off the pistol in the second round. So it has been a tough going ever since. And, you know, as we go through this round that most likely will result in an RQ round loss, I just want to mention, before the show started, we were all talking backstage about, you know, what are our predictions, how tough do we think it's going to be? And one of the things that a lot of us brought up was the fact that RRQ is a team that has proven that they can prep very well. They counter-strat very well. The problem being, we haven't seen full potential Talon until like a week and a half ago.
Yeah, they were late bloomers.
Yes.
Let's not deny it.
So, I mean, no offense to Talon or anybody studying Talon, but the first 4 weeks of their tape, you can probably disregard. So there isn't as much data as RRQ might have wanted in terms of what's Talon's real power look like right now. Ooh, a nice sneak into the smoke. I think there's some suspicion from Talon. Yeah, they're being careful of Heaven, but still.
Garnet's, I think he might miss this peak here.
Well, Flips is already in, and he was in so early on.
Oh, spike dropped.
Oh, but a nice kill.
Last player standing.
Oh, well.
It's okay, man. Xfero's got this.
30 seconds left.
not.
Nope.
All right, 11th win here for Talon. RRQ needs the comeback of the century here if they're going to recover.
Well,
I thought this was going to be a lot closer. I mean, maybe it'll still be closer. We'll see the score at the end, but wow, Talon. I know these teams, you know, they've known each other for a long time. They've got a history, but right now, Talon just seems to have RRQ totally downloaded.
Well, and Pat and Garnett's, you know, side by side, 12 and 10, 12 and 10. That's such a good sign for Talon, actually, because they're not relying on one or the other to pop off and hard carry them. They're really carrying their weight as the double duelists, sharing all the trades, and then Fox and Jitboys just getting all the remaining trade kills afterwards with 12 and 10 each. I mean, here's the thing. Yes, strategically, I think Talon's well prepared. They're keeping good tabs, but at the same time, they're winning their duels as well. And Valorant is an FPS. If you're winning every single duel, the strategy starts to maybe feel like it doesn't matter. And Talon today, they're just ahead on all fronts. And maybe they're winning their duels because they're getting a better read. Oh,
that did not quite work.
No.
I guess it doesn't matter, but I was going to say he was not flashed there.
Yeah, but Helmymore is a little shakier than usual, and that's partly because he's so good usually. So we rate him so highly, but curious to see if he just needs to warm up a bit more. Oh, Sparrow? Also shaky.
Man, I got to say, I mean, it's superior gunplay. I mean, every time even these dry peaks, Talon's just winning them.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that if there was anyone that you would rely on to win their duels to carry your rounds, it was Helmymore and Xfero, and now everyone's falling apart one by one.
Pop flash here.
He was already turned around.
Yeah, good instinct there. Good instinct by Jitboys.
Well, and the reason he could afford to do that, because he had, you know, his teammates coming in from main anyway, or the ramp anyway, right? So he's like, well, if I die, I die.
Right.
Like, you know, whatever. But he just waits for the flash to pop first. It was also, I believe, a bit short, so it actually didn't tag him at all. But either way, good prep. I mean, that just, again, goes to show all 5 members of Talon so focused today.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to this 13th round win very soon here. And we're going to have to come in here with a completely revamped RRQ on map, too. I mean, if they are keeping the play looking like this, there's no way they can win this best of 3. I mean, this is such a stomping so far.
It's not looking good, and this was RRQ's pick, right? Most likely picked it because Talon had lost all 3 times they played on this map, and probably assuming, okay, they'll stick with the KO, or even if they switch it, it wouldn't have been enough time.
Okay. Bruce already with the shutdown with that shorty.
All right, well, that's something.
Garnett's going to relocate, just try to flood in there with some paint shells. Pat whips a shot, but he's going to be able to relocate no problem.
Oh, I mean, you have one duelist, you raise, and they're gone. You don't have any ultimates. You're not on the ideal rifles. You've got to judge. What can you do?
Oh, my God, through the hip. That's a kill. Garnett's now just waiting as we're seeing the, RRQ players slowly drop off one by one.
Oh, and he swings away from the Seekers as well. Again, the
That's
focus.
such a good tactic right there. The swing like that.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, they're all 5 members are already in the Matrix.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. All right, this is still doable, though.
One enemy remaining.
He gets one. Spike drop.
Spike down.
Oh, my God,
Pat!
what an ending. What an ending.
Defenders win.
13-3, game 1 going to Talon. Not even close.
Wow, yeah, not even close. I mean, we don't see that too easily or too lightly when we're casting these matches, especially VCT Pacific. But this one, the score, the style, the speed, everything, completely one-sided in favor of Talon. I mean, only giving up one extra round during the first half after they lost the pistol in the second round, the anti-eco. And I mean, RRQ, you picked this map, I think, to just counteract Talon not having enough time potentially to prep a new composition. Their old composition looking not that sturdy, not that meta. And Talon says, nope, we just go back to old trusty faithful Pat Jet. Now he's backed up by another cracked duelist in Garnett. And that makes everyone else's job just as easy as well.
I think a lot of this just came down to, honestly, really poor gunplay, really poor peaks. Helmymore, who's normally looking like, the very best shot sometimes in this league, is just not reacting fast enough.
Yeah, there's something off, and I'm curious if it's just kind of a, he needed a bit more warm today, maybe just not in tip-top condition today, or is it also because, he's been playing that Cypher mostly here on Split. Now with the Killjoy, he's got to get used to a different mindset. Maybe that's part of it, but either way, like you said, and again, this isn't to harp on Helmymore, but more so because usually he's that guy who makes miracles happen for RRQ.
Exactly. Love seeing the science here in the audience, guys.
I mean, this is practically what it feels like. It's not entirely mathematically correct, but this is pretty much what it feels like for Talon, and they're making it happen right now.
Talon, what I would say that the best play we've seen so far here in VCT Pacific, a completely leveled up team. RRQ right now has met their match, and we're going to have to see a very revamped and reimagined team coming forward, because otherwise I honestly just don't know that this can be a game 3. With a game 1 like that, that's alarming.
Yeah, it's not looking good for RRQ. Now, of course, part of the strength of a team is how much can you recover, right, during the breaks in between. So we'll have to see what they talk about as they get ready for Map 2 on Ascent. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break down the action, and we'll get ready for Map number 2 in this match.
Arrow getting that initial kill, and
Just holding on to the site. He's still alive, and now backup's all here. Talon, they're complete.
He's already down.
Oh, no! And they still get traded right away. Really comes down. Oh, Cruz right away on the entry.
Up here. Over. Fox with the head shave remaining. He gets a nice trades it out. One, and that hat with a deep lurk here.
All the way around.
My pad as well.
No. Oh, and this is what now the operator discovered. Oh! Lockdown.
Beautifully done too here. He's going to come around. Oh, my God!
Now they can just focus on clearing sight while Flips. Oh, he needed to win that. So let's focus on stop.
On B. This could be a pretty short round. He's starting to get 2.
Yeah, with the stinger as well. Oh!
3. Kind of crazy.
Oh my.
They're going to be pushed out now. Beautiful lurk there.
Understand the timing.
Yes, they are. Ooh, spike dropped.
10 seconds left.
Not.
If there was anyone that you would rely on, now everyone's falling. He was already turned around.
Easy.
Flips.
Hey guys, I'm Cruz from Talon Esports.
Hello guys, I'm Flip Zyder from RRQ.
Hello guys, I'm Monyet from Global Esports.
Bro, both of us always lose to him.
I remember last year when I first time met him, I almost win against him.
I had like a 10-2 comeback. To be honest, I really hate playing against Indonesian teams. They're like the only teams that have like this different style. Every Indonesian teams will just swarm into the site just to help their friends. For example, we take the site we're about to plant. Usually there's like this downtime where they set up their retake, but then they just go like, let's go, and everyone just peeks. The retake is so fast and it's so annoying. In RRQ, I would say Safaro. Like he always gets like 3-4 kills. GE, I would say him. He aced us on split.
Talon, I don't know yet in this specific, but when they play lock-in, I would say Garnet.
Yeah, Garnet's impressed me the most. It's like, I've seen him playing in rank before. It's like, I'd see him as like a really aggressive duelist. When it comes to tournament, I think it's a smart duelist.
But not as smart as my Lord.
Oh, Lord EJ. He's the smartest duelist.
Yes.
RQ weakness is inconsistent. And Talon, I don't think they're inconsistent. It's just they haven't found their form yet.
If I need to find weakness from your team, I might go to Iron spot every round. Find Erin and then chase him. He's really smart, but he has weakest aim amongst everybody in the team. Yeah, I'm just joking, but watch out, Erin.
GE, I'd say the confidence level seems to be a bit off. You guys have really insane aim, I'd say. You just need to get that confidence boost. I can't confirm that we're gonna win for sure because they are definitely a good team, but I'd say that we'll put up a much better fight, and like the mistakes we've been making was so stupid, and it wouldn't be happening in the next game for sure.
I think for him, if he play like how he play like the first 4 weeks, I think I have like really high chance, like easy 2-0. It's really different from like how you guys play. Yeah. I just hope this guy don't wake up until the rest of the season.
I feel like it's gonna be a good fight against RQ. And also, it's my revenge time, you know? I'll be so excited about that match.
Garnets.
Garnets.
EJ.
This guy's trolling.
Garnets.
Texture.
It's either Texture or SKRC.
Fox.
Wait, what role do I play? Do I play initiator?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say myself.
What role do
I'd say Bazzi.
Bazzi?
Bazzi?
Bazzi, how Bazzi look like? What? I cannot imagine because he's not my teammate and then I never speak to him.
He's like K-pop star.
Legit?
Yeah.
Okay, Bazzi then.
Flips.
I think me.
I'd say either Flip or Erin.
Yeah, Erin is quite toxic. Not toxic in the funny way, you know? Like, that's why I make fun of him.
I just hope we flip the whole table and all of us get into playoffs.
I just hope DRX lose the rest 4 games. But they're still gonna make it. Yeah, I just hope that we flip the table, that 3 of us qualify for playoff.
I'd hope every team that we haven't faced choke and then we went to playoff easily. Oke, makasih semuanya udah nonton section ini. Jangan lupa nonton kita ntar di VCT Pacific. Makasih.
ฝากตามพวกเราด้วยนะครับ พวกเราทีมทารอนครับผมจาก VCT Pacific ก็พวกเราทำให้เต็มที่ครับหลังจากนี้เป็นต้นไปเราทำให้ดีกว่าเดิมทุกอาทิตย์ครับผมขอบคุณครับ
Makasih banyak buat semua fans RRQ yang udah dukung kita selama ini. Jangan lupa nonton semua match kita, sisa match kita. Dukung kita terus. Makasih banyak. What is this?
This is the mask.
Yes, but you grow it fat, bro.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished our first game of today. Talon saying we are not going to lose split again. And instead, they completely flipped it, 13-3. And I think Flip said it great. It's like, if you've been playing how you've been playing lately, we're a little worried.
Well, yes, this is insane. I mean, they were so good today. It was like just watching 2 different teams. Talon was so on point. It seemed like this is that team that I talked about earlier that could beat anyone in the world. This team, when they click and they are all like kind of in it and they're all focused and they're having fun, they just start destroying. I mean, this is just a straight up outplay. That's all this was. This was just them outgunning RRQ across the board.
Yeah, definitely outgunning. I thought that, you know, Talon had a fantastic first map here of Split. I did also think that RRQ came out really flat, and then after they got behind, it was almost like it was getting to them. They started getting worse and worse. Their guns were not hitting. Their sprays were pretty atrocious. I was a bit surprised, to be honest. I thought this was going to be a closer matchup, but Talon came to play, whereas I think that RQ absolutely did not yet. Now, it's not over. We do have a best of 3, but Pac came out. He had a wonderful performance here on the Jet and absolutely was critical for their success. And some of those closer rounds, we did have some close rounds. A lot of them, though, were pretty one-sided to Talon.
Yeah, I mean, the B garage like control was so dominant for the side of Talon on either side of the coin. Like, anytime somebody tried to push out or peek that corner, most of the time it was, other than that one time with the op, with the Astra with the op, otherwise it was just Talon winning those duels, winning those fights, and playing just really coordinated. I mean, every time there's crossfires for them, everybody's working together. And, you know, when you start heating up like that, then everybody starts kind of getting on the same page just sort of intuitively. Like, you've played with each other for so long. When you get in the zone like that, you just start shutting people out.
Yeah, definitely. They got into their flow state for sure. Now, on round 6, that was a really cool round on the A attack side, and Pat takes the round into his own hands.
Yeah, this was interesting. RQ actually took the pistol. It was looking good, but then Talon took 3 in a row, and this was the round where we're like, okay, this should be a quick series, or not a quick series. This should be a close series, rather, because it felt like RQ was in total control. But look at Pat's positioning. He's behind everybody. This is 3v5. Gets the flank on Flipscheider. They take control of Heaven. And after that, you see EJ, he knows he's up there in heaven. He has the angle, can't hit it. Pat gets a triple kill as well, a 3K from heaven, and all of that, like, it's like RRQ just turned to sand or something. They're like a solid block, and then all of a sudden Pat just, like, I don't know, dumped some water on them, and they just, like, disappeared because it was like the Jenga tower, you know, you take out the wrong block and it all falls apart because that's essentially what happened. He got that big flank, they took control of heaven, and then RRQ was like, what do? We just lose now, I guess. And Pat, that was like the beginning of, oh boy, Talon is here to play. They won a round from behind in this fashion, and it got them a huge lead from there. They were 4-2. They totally bombed RRQ's economy from there, and it was kind of lights out after that, to be honest.
Yeah, I really like that analogy too. I think that is very much describing how this played out. Now, the very first round after halftime, the pistol round, even though it does come down to gunplay, I think Talon just had a lot of good coordination, like you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, so RRQ took the first pistol, and here, again, they're fighting over control of the garage, and this time they kind of win it. But EJ takes a whole bunch of damage. They keep trying to push space, upgrading guns, but then they're going to rotate over towards the A site. Now, you do have Garnets over here sort of keeping track initially, and then they just start swinging in. A dry peek from Elmimore gets punished big time. And so this is what starts happening here is RRQ is starting to press, and they're just dry peeking corners without any assistance. And xFaro just, you know, he does get one here, but then immediately Pat's there to trade. So it's like the coordination from Talon is just much, much better. They've got the crossfire set up. They've got heaven control. All of that is seeded by RRQ when they come over to this site and take it initially. And then just Talon is just so much better in this one at kind of understanding the map, understanding the flow, like you were talking about the flow state, like seeing where they all needed to be to kind of punish the positions of where they knew RRQ would likely be. So kind of just some good ideas in the mid-round here from RRQ to shift over to the other side is just a way better retake from Talon.
Yeah, and I mean, as a reminder, that was RRQ's map pick as well, so I don't know how this is really going to go into Ascent, but let's talk about our key player of this split matchup, and, you know, it has to be Pat.
Absolutely has to be Pat. He picks up the Jet. They go for the double duelist. He was, again, as I said before, he was critical for so many of their round wins, especially when it got close. I remember there was a play where we were looking for the Killjoy to kind of shut this double duelist down a little bit at least. They had a round as well that we didn't highlight where they had a lockdown inside of a Viper's pit. He goes in, he's able to clear that out and essentially win the round from there. And you could feel the difference not only in the composition but also in Pat's play. Really steps it up today. Has been kind of middling. You know, he's a great player, but I feel like in this map he really reached his full potential.
You know, and it's funny because I didn't realize this until like halfway through the match. This is the first time we've seen Pat play Jet in Pacific. He hasn't played Jet yet in Pacific because we're so used to seeing Pat play Jet, right? Like this is this guy who's just been this superstar duelist, you know, for this team at times, you know, barring the injuries he's had. He's come back. He's been more of an initiator mostly, occasionally a controller as well, whether that be the Harbor, the KO, or the Breach. Like last week, he only played Breach. And so I'm like, he played pretty well. I thought, okay, we're going to see him on Breach or something like that again. No, he's just Jet. Doesn't look like he's lost a step.
No. Not at all. Now, you guys were originally predicting RRQ. I'm kind of curious how confident you are about that now going into Ascent. We've only seen RRQ play Ascent once, I believe, which they didn't win. But how do you guys feel now?
Well, it's a very pointed question after they got absolutely bamboozled 13-3. I have definitely lost some confidence. I think that coming into the match, from what we saw from the two teams last week, it just felt to me, kind of, I think it's the same with Paper Thin, that RRQ looked mechanically like a stronger team, but Talon came to play today. RRQ absolutely did not. Yeah. So it's RRQ's map pick. They lose that one-sidedly. That's like one of the fastest maps we've had so far in all of Pacific. So I would say absolutely Talon will take this 2-0.
Do you agree
I'm
with
changing.
that?
I'm flipping.
He's flipping.
I think we're going to a map 3. I still think RRQ can bounce back here. I think Ewok generally does a pretty good job of getting his team sort of mentally situated and prepared for this. Ascent, I think, is a pretty balanced map for everybody in this league for the most part, other than like DRX versus Paper X on it. Like that was probably the most one-sided affair we've seen on it. So I think they can bounce back, but if that same Talon we just saw that is just that fast, that accurate, that coordinated, then yeah, it could be a 2-0.
It could be. And you're right, this was one of the fastest matchups. Oh, okay. 2Gs coming in. And I actually wonder if Talon, I mean, they did have Sushi Boys. I don't know if he was just joining the team or if they're planning to have him in the lineup today.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what 2GE is going to be slotting into. You know, Iman has been like a Sky guy or, you know, initiator type, so whereas 2GE, the last time we recently saw him, it was Harbor, so kind of curious if maybe there's something interesting cooked up here by RQ, or if he's just going to, you know, play KO or something, and I'm just, it's not even going to be that interesting. Yeah.
Pretty straightforward stuff.
Oh, he's playing Omen. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
he's playing Omen.
He's a controller too. Yeah.
And as well, on the other side, lots of control alongside of Garnet's back on the Jet. So Pat gonna move over to the Harbor and off the Jet, even after a performance like we saw in Map 1. So the map-specific picks here.
I mean, very different comp here on the side of Talon versus what you normally see on this map these days. This is stock standard here from the side of RRQ. It's just like, you know, the Viper Harbor stuff is really, really interesting. Obviously very in vogue on a lot of the bigger maps, but on the smaller maps, you don't see it, especially Ascent, as much.
All right, you guys saw a little peek of our casters up there. Valdez, I think you had a question or something you wanted to ask them about. What was it again?
I actually totally forgot, so it wasn't really a question.
Wasn't it like Tasteless looks like Will's dad who rode in on a motorcycle?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, actually. It's, yeah. I was wondering, you know, was that planned of you guys, the wardrobe choice of father and son today?
Picking up his son from school. Let's go over to our caster so you guys know what we're talking about. We've got Tasteless and Will. Son Will.
I like that.
Well, thanks, Dad, for coming to pick me up from school today. I'm so excited to go home and watch VCT Pacific.
I should just be dismounting from a motorcycle, like right as this starts over here. It's Sunday, so the calendar, you know, we looked at our calendars and it said it's White Brown Day today, and so here we are, totally ready to go. We just wrapped up Map 1, and it was a one-sided domination here from Talon.
Yes.
Going into Map 2, I hope we have something closer, because otherwise it's going to be a very short series, William.
Yeah, now I'm a little scared because of this comp change from Talon. It's like you were playing meta, and the last time you played, when you played it against, I believe it was ZETA, you had the Cypher. I mean, you guys were starting to look good, and in that week, actually. And then now you're bringing, now here's the thing, now Viper on Ascent, and we saw the return of that actually back at Lock-In, with Loud kind of showcasing that it can still be used in multiple ways. Obviously Viper Harbor we've talked about on multiple different maps. And then the Sky, if you're going to have one initiator go with that, that is the initiator you want for extra intel and of course the flashes, but you're going to have to play pretty proactively even on defense, and that looks to be the plan right now.
Okay, RRQ. Hungry to try to get this first round win. Let's see if we've got a reinvented RRQ or if Talon has just got their numbers here. It's going to be a 3-2 split as we slowly encroach upon A, but Talon right now in a very retracted position. A lot of killjoy utility. If they rush in too fast, they're going to get caught up in that.
Well, here's the thing is that if they don't rush in too fast, they're all going to get caught from behind. So either way, RRQ's trapped. If they don't know it, they have to win their duels and push through. Oh,
beautifully done. Jet Boy's so good. He reloads and gets back out.
Well, yeah, and then we still have Garnet's alive as well. That's so much, because here's the thing. Now the backup has arrived. You hear the door being broken. Spike's still not planted. 2G gets one.
Right, we've got 2G still here with Spike. Whoa, he gets a double. Nicely done.
Yeah, but Flips is stuck. Oh, the frenzy comes to the rescue.
Okay, he fires some shots through there. Oh, my God.
He knows he's weak.
Low.
Yeah, he knows he's weak.
Yep. Gets one.
1v1. Okay, Flips, nice crouch through, and he gets the peak right as the smoke ends.
Beautifully done. A bit of a bad read there at the end, and a much-needed round 1 victory here for RRQ.
I mean, and a great way to do so, right? You even lost your initial duel, so you weren't as confident pushing through. You were down in numbers. Your flank was caught, and 2GE comes in from backstage for map 2, opens an explosive pistol round and flips. What a great read there to just kind of sneak under the tip of that smoke, crouch through.
Now, going into round 2 here, can RQ keep that momentum going?
So
pretty big buy round here, actually, from
yeah, they just
RQ. I mean,
they want to pile through this. I think part of it is also, I mean, for one, they want to get the advantage as much as possible. We always mention that. But the other thing, I think understanding, okay, their composition, we saw their pistol round, they're going to want to have to push out on these defenses. So let's actually hang back, wait for these long-range fights, pick them off. I mean, look at the B-side setup. You've got the turret and the alarm bot, so no one's getting peeked. Caught unawares, right? The Omen and Killjoy's just hanging way back on B. And Talon says, we're also not going to rush it. We're just going to bank on you walking into our open arms if we want to get kills.
Very slow start here for round 2. An extremely cautious RQ. I mean, they bought heavy. They actually have to make this work. Again, they should on paper. They're just a lot stronger. Looks like xFaroe is going to set up with an Aldrone scout here. See if they can't tag anybody and then try to just move in with the push.
Okay, so the high tide is buying time for backup to arrive. They only have 30 seconds left. They have to, no matter which site, RQ has to make up their mind. The reason they're rotating, Elmimore has already taken B main
30
control.
seconds left.
But here's the thing, if Garnett gets a kill here.
Yeah, if they could slow them down from getting entry here.
I think Elmimore might have been spotted right before the smoke popped, and now the toxic screen, it's always been set up for the retake. It allows everyone to pile through.
Oh, this is such good movement here by Talon.
14 seconds.
Their formation's so good. We need to get a spike plant right now.
10 seconds.
Okay, they're trying to draw in for the kills, but the spike's not planted just yet. He needs to stick it, but he can't get the kills. They bought 3 rifles this round, Tasteless.
This is huge. There's not enough time. Oh my God. That's going to be it, 1-1. Oh, no, sorry, they're not even going to have enough time to put that spike into the ground. And, you know, the normal ebb and flow of a Valorant game is you win the pistol round, and it's kind of a shoo-in to win the next round. But normally we have modest buys. We'll have just, you know, a round of Spectres or something. But they bought heavy, trying to really force this. And with a beautiful movement there with that Viper Wall, allowing the trickle in of the defender side agents into that site, they held it.
Yeah, now Talon has an operator with those extra kills by flipping the round on its head. Okay, now RQ aware. Okay, the flash came out too. Surely you don't try to force an entry against his op. Oh no, but this might act as bait. They think the operator's left. So they think they might have a chance, so Elmimore's just going to wait to see if he can get another kill. Now, Elmimore, he's talked about his favorite thing being picking off operators in a duel with the Sheriff, so he's looking for his opportunity again.
Garnett says whiff that shot, and now they know the exact location of the operator. They're going to smoke out mid here. Jit Boys, oh, never mind. So much for that duel over there.
Well, Elmimore probably thinking, well, if it was off, I would have won, but it was a Phantom, so I'll lose that one. But, I mean, listen, they were down on weapons, obviously just the one rifle that they had recovered, and Garnett's finally starting to hit shots right when it matters the most.
xFaroe with 1 HP, a stubbed toe, and he's dead.
Okay.
Garnett's on the run, though.
I mean, he just wants to save the op, right? I mean, his teammates cover his back. He has no reason to push out any further. They know that xFaroe's already in deep here into Garden, so can't push that either. I mean, RQ would love to just try to get a plant, but that... Okay, I was going to say that starts to look impossible, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's a start. They got to get into that site, though, a little bit like last time. You know, we don't have a site plant yet. It's only 15 seconds left.
Oh, and here's the thing. Cliffstrider was doing such good work being bait there, just spamming. And now xFaroe's still holding on to Heaven!
Oh, my God.
Wait, did they...
I think they might be able to do this. It's just Jit Boys left.
Did they not have an idea? xFaroe, 1 HP with the ace!
Oh my God! That's insane!
He just somehow ninjas around the entire ace site.
That's 1 HP too.
What?
I mean, that looked like it was going to be such a straightforward loss there.
Okay, so here's the thing. Cruz dying, I get it because of the baiting coming in from Blitzstrider. But then after Cruz dies, I mean, still so concerned about trying to push through. I think just maybe assuming that xFaroe surely joins his teammates. I've got someone coming up through stairs on A, but the timing just works out in favor of xFaroe. He's moving so fluidly through Heaven and recovers that round. And here's the thing. Operator now dropped on the side of Talon.
It's been a crazy back and forth so far. And here Talon is now in a very weakened position. B side already wide open for the taking.
Xfero's coming back online. We talked about Elmimore and Xfero kind of being the two guys who have always done the heroics for RRQ to create miracles. Well, Xfero's back on track once again. And they figured out how to combat this toxic screen as well. The recon mode being used for backside. Then a couple members watching on the other side as well. Of course, economic advantage, sure, that's true. But RRQ, they're starting to look a little bit better in terms of round-to-round adaptation.
They are definitely looking like a different RRQ. I'm still blown away by that last round. I mean, not the one that we just casted, but the one before that. I mean, it's so crazy that they actually managed to win that. But again, we need to get a few more rounds into this to really get an idea of what this is going to look like. I think right now, Talon probably very frustrated with the ebb and flow of this game here. We've got Garnets with an operator now.
Again, second op already on round 5. If he drops this one, their economy absolutely in shambles for the first half because they already dropped the first one.
A lot more pivotal rounds here in the early part here with all these heavy buys. Whoa, he didn't actually get the kill there.
Yeah, EJ was concerned because he was hearing the nanoswarms as well. And while Garnets gets one kill, at the end of the day, the site is still broken open. And all of this because the paranoia blocked the Trailblazer's site. Talon wasn't sure how many people were actually in B main.
Beautifully done. 2GE with a great lurk over there. Cruz and Jitboys on the outside. Need to get some damage in here. Jitboys finds one, but in the reload is killed by Elmimore.
And Elmimore now, okay, he's just trying to act as bait as well. Oh! Xfero!
This is really heating up.
Oh my
Very
God.
close round here. So many insane moments here and important moments in these first few early game moments. Now, Talon tried to swing it hard with that very early second operator, and now they've called for a timeout. And look, it's going to be a very difficult, middle of the first half here for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking rough, and obviously that's why the early timeout now this time called from the Talon side. On the first map, we had RRQ actually using both of their timeouts in the first half, see if they can return the favor here on Ascent. Now, what I like is despite the new comp coming up from Talon, RRQ understanding what the idea is here, right? But with the way the toxic screen's set up for a retake over on B, every round so far, and what other tools they have, and then the operator. That's kind of the only other way that Talon has of having a more stable defense. Oh, well, thank you as well.
Yeah, welcome to the studio.
Let RQ cook. I think we've had that fan come and cheer for Xfero in some of their past games as well, so love to see a lot of the fans returning for some of their favorite teams and players going through their matches.
Man.
But, oh man, listen, I think momentum right now entirely in RQ's favor, and Xfero, look at his score, 10-2. Final boss activated in map 2.
We got to see if Talon can now fight back from behind here. Such a dramatic set of rounds. Obviously, pretty budget guns, pretty garbed guns right now for Talon. How exactly are they going to try to handle this? We've got RQ lined up to try to pierce into A.
RQ, they might just dump their ultimates to get through, and Garnets cannot secure the kill. Okay, at this point, because some of you have been damaged, because you know the Blade Storm was activated, and you heard some of the weaponry, they're going to still try to combat this?
Oh, this is wild.
They're baiting him in?
This is crazy. And so they're just going to let this go off.
So the Viper, oh my God, and Talon says, all right, you know what? We'll just get detained. The pit's not going down.
Yeah.
Oh, but a great flash. Oh, EJ.
Predicting that hiding spot. Viper's pit's going to go down. And it just seems to be getting worse and worse right now for Talon.
Oh my gosh, here's the thing. I think RQ was planning on actually using their ults no matter what, even though the opponents were on an eco, because they had banked those ults purely through kills and wins. And so they said, well, why not just get an absolute advantage here? And the cherry on top was Talon actually aggressively using their Viper's pit, and RQ says thank you. And now it's just going to be cleanup duty. I mean, Fox doing what he can, but it's not going to be enough. Flips just contesting at this door as he often does. Now, what I like that Talon kind of threw the ultimatum down, right? And said, well, you know what? Let's just have the Viper get detained. Cruz, you're going to act as our bait. Let's keep the pit up, because that way when they're entering, when they enter into the site, they'll be weakened because of the decay. But the problem was, that RQ had a great calculation with their flash and saying, if the pit's still not down, that Viper's in that corner, because we've already walked through it, right?
They had a perfect read and said, okay, well, if you're going to be, hiding somewhere, I think I know exactly where it's going to be. They get that kill, the pit collapses, and so does the position there for Talon. And a very important round here is Talon is going to have some real weaponry, try to make something happen here. The third operator's been purchased here in the hands of Garnets. Can they start to catch up here? Because right now RRQ is starting to run away with this map.
All right, so using the Cascade early, but not planting Cruz anywhere, and just a flash used instantly from the KO. And here's what RQ wants to do. They want to power through the site. Oh, Cruz, he gets one, but the real idea here is they actually want to try to bait out the lockdown, I think, to trade it with the Hunter's Fury, but they haven't planted the spike just yet.
Fox so far, very good. Pat gets another one as well. Beautiful operator shot and a full shutdown there as entry to A is denied.
Okay, so I gotta imagine, again, the idea probably was, well, let's do another speed hit over onto A, because if we can do that, most likely it will draw out the lockdown into tree, into garden. We can use our Hunter's Fury against it. Now, throwing away that one round, that's okay, right? You were so far ahead. Even with the deaths, you're kind of ramping up some of your other ultimates again. But here's the thing, if Talon starts to get on a streak, and now that you know that a third op has been bought in that previous round, RQ, they're going to have to slow things down. All right, op spotted.
Yeah, we're going to have
What? Okay, Pat got a kill across mid.
Yeah,
just peeks out.
I was actually going to drink water. I totally missed that. Okay, well, they've already thinned it out a little bit. We see a reconfigured RQ here, going to try to come up through tree. Pat here with a pretty tight lurk.
Well, Pat just putting up the high tide to say, well, you've got your smoke, I've got mine. Neither of us will be able to enter. Now, Pat doesn't know if anyone's crossed through or not. However, Cruz is in the site, so he's just saying, well, I'll just hold on to tree.
They're going to smoke it out again.
Oh, but does he know that they're already so close? They actually just sneak by. Now, they have to – Cruz knows that this is a possibility. Okay, they're trying to draw out Pat. They want to fight this one by one on RQ's side.
Oh, Cruz is just going to hide.
And here comes the Reckoning to support Cruz. And Cruz, he's using this to stay alive. Oh, the backup has now arrived up on A-Heaven.
Oh, my God. The movement here from Talon is just top-notch. They really understand how to maintain positions, even without full intel. I mean, I'm very impressed with that. The lack of an overextension there over by tree to then just bide your time, let them filter in, and then set up for the retake. Beautifully done.
Okay, so 2 rounds where they use kind of the most expensive tools they have to reconfigure on the side of Talon, right? You bought the operator the previous round, Pat, with some great shots. Shaking his head, saying we're back. But and then you have Cruz coming back online, working off of each other. Now the ultimates are all out on either side. It's just the lockdown of the Hunter's Fury. Uh-oh, Garnet's a little far forward. EJ, he's trying to greet it. Oh, he gets one kill.
All right, Garnets gets another one. Here comes that lockdown.
Hey, it's being used purposely in a spot where it's not going to damage them too much, even with the. Oh,
look at this. Pat's coming from behind here.
Yeah, but Elvimore's already gone through as well.
God.
But they haven't cleared the. Oh, they now destroyed as well.
This is wild. All right, can Pat make this work?
Spike planted.
So he covers the turret. They have no idea he's here. He's waiting to find sight of Flips.
Gets one. All right, here we go. It's going to be Pat. Oh my God, this is going to be so crazy.
But he's going to get slowed down, so he uses the Cove as well. He's trying to clear out all the angles first. Excellent choice.
Such a crazy tactic.
Baits him in. But Flip says, no, I know you're in there with the shorty.
Oh my God! Insane interaction there, Flip with the kill. So close. But I got to say, I love the setup. They have these ideas at play.
Pat, that is, I think, one of the more fluid utility moments we've seen from Pat. When he returned for VCT Pacific, his aim was already good. He was actually putting up the most kills on a lot of the maps, even though they lost. But, some of the question marks came from he's trying out so many different agents. When is he going to really find his comfort zone with the utility?
Yeah.
That time, he just shows us, I know exactly what I can do, what's in my arsenal as Harbor. However, Flips one step ahead in the mind games.
That was really something else here. I mean, the way that he's able to intuit that and just get that perfect setup. And it almost worked.
It almost did. I mean, he played it in his shoes. He played it perfectly. It's just Flips reads through it, takes the risk of not even checking for the stick on the defuse. Now another operator in hand for Garnett.
EJ going to come forward here and dash in. And they're going to get set up over here. Oh, hold on a second. Actually, pretty good takedown there from Fox.
They can get the res, but EJ has to hold the extra angle. Okay, Xfero there for the cover as well.
Crew's going to be ready here. Still gets that kill. EJ beautifully done. And now it's just Garnett's with the operator, Jitboy here.
But here's the thing, that members on the RRQ are low. If Jitboys or Garnets can get the initial kill, go in and swap guns, they might have a chance. He spots one. They know that the retake is in motion, so RRQ, all they have to do is just buy time, and then Xfero can eventually come back. Ooh, nice alarm bot set up to check for Xfero. Okay, they want to save the operator at this point. Too much time has passed.
Jitboys gets that pick, but they're going to just back up, put a turret here. Maybe try to get an exit frag if they can. That's probably the best they can hope for here. We're in round 10. Not much more left in the first half with RRQ still in the lead.
Yeah, so I think Talon well aware that they're going to come to greed for this operator. So they just say, let's get our own kills. Okay, operator's still alive. That was the main mission.
Yeah,
right.
Success. They're not going to be able to find that Jet now as she escapes over to A. Crazy back and forth, man. RRQ really delivering in map number 2. I got to say, I'm glad for Talon's sake they got that operator and are going to try to make something happen here in one of these last 2 rounds. But man, especially the first couple rounds we had in this half have been just insane. Such an unusual game on Ascent.
Yeah, well, very explosive, but I think RRQ, for one, first of all, they are starting to win their duels, which was something we were missing over on Split. But also reading through what Talon wants to do with this composition. And that's what Talon did to RRQ on Split. So both teams just being a bit more prepped despite the new compositions on either side on the opponent's map pick.
Garnett's waiting. There is going to be some movement over here towards...
but here's the thing. Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but here's the thing is that the Aldrome was used on A, and Talon doesn't bite at all. They expect this to happen here on B, but the flash is so good.
Yeah, bit of a trade out there, but I don't think Fox has any idea there's this much of a push coming through. Wow, 2GE with 2 HP.
You should run.
See if he can make a miracle happen with that one, just like Xfero did. But Xfero says, nah, I'll open things up for you. Now, they're still relying on this being a fake, but Talon says, it's too late for us to try to rotate one or the other. Okay, now because of after the lockdown, there's no sound. We eventually have Fox rotating over to A, accepting that the lockdown was the fake itself.
I gotta see how Cruz is gonna handle this. He's in a very good position. Not able to get a kill just yet.
Oh, they're so weak though. He gets one kill. The spike is planted.
All right, it's gonna be Viper's Pit again.
But they know he's stuck under. So Xfero just gonna stay above to protect the spike for as long as possible.
Looks like Cruz is gonna pull out wide.
Here's the thing. The real key point here for RRQ is Omimore. He's full health. He's outside the pit. He's outside of the site. So as long as the rest of his teammates buy time in the site, they have the post plan locked down.
Oh, just not quite able to make these shots. Connect, gets one.
Uh-oh. Well, now they know Xfero's up top, too.
Oh. Dude, they played so well. That's going to be the 8th win here for RRQ. Crazy round again.
Wow, and the crowd's starting to get rowdy here for RRQ, right? They were relatively quiet on the first map because, quite frankly, there wasn't much to cheer for.
Well, map 1 was a humiliating defeat there for RRQ, and now, Talon is really being tested here. That being said, Talon has some very good ideas at play, and I think tactically they're proving to be one of the most genius teams we've seen here, especially in these very sticky situations.
Yeah, I mean, despite, kind of working up this new comp, now when they played against ZETA, even though they won, it did go to overtime, so I guess identifying the weaknesses there. It does look pretty good, however, I think the depth a bit lacking, right? RRQ read through the first part of the plan here, the playbook from Talon, and Talon not able to adjust too much just yet this time. Okay, if that was a double kill, that would have
been crazy.
A lot of trouble. Because here's the thing, Talon with this last round, they couldn't all get full buys, they just all bought down to whatever they could afford. All right, main's been cleared.
EJ gonna wrap around here. It is gonna be a move into B. We gotta see exactly how well Jitboys is gonna handle this.
Oh, but look at this, right? Because of the toxic screen setup, RRQ now knows they have to take this step by step. They have the time to wait for the toxins to end, and Jitboys can't get a kill.
So they're going to get that plan over here onto B. It's going to be a 3-man push now. Try to get the retake. We've got Cruz way out here. And they're actually going to kind of tuck up over into the alleyway towards this area.
Yeah, well, Cruz needs to get a move on. It's the last round. Now he's just waiting for the opportune moment to really guarantee the kills on the flank. Only now distracted, but Garnet's actually gets to kill himself. Cruz all left alone.
Just Cruz left. He's going to come in now. 2GE just around the corner. Did Cruz get the first pick? He gets one.
EJ just needs to play for time. He's using the toxic screen against him. He's just trying to bounce back and forth.
He's actually going to hold it, at least a half.
Oh! Right on the half timing. Good choice from EJ.
Man, and now we're here. 9-3.
Switching sides.
Well, Sage Tasteless, what is the cooldown on the 9-3 curse? Because it didn't happen the last map, so is it off cooldown yet?
I don't know. I don't know. I gotta get my magic 8-ball. It's left over at the desk. I mean, I gotta say, I'm delighted to see the adjustments from RRQ here. Let's not forget that the first couple of rounds in that half were very, very important. We had a big buy for RRQ after they won round 1.
Yeah, on their anti-eco, they just doubled down, right, on the rifles.
Yeah. Both these teams trying to double down. We had a very early operator for Talon that was lost right away. So, if we have similar behaviors and pushes, then who knows? I mean, it's going to come down, I guess, those first couple of rounds.
Okay, so now RRQ shows us that they understood the initial ideas from Talon, and they did enough damage early on that Talon couldn't adapt and recover enough within the first half. Now, sides are flipped. Now, Talon, the overall picture, the big picture probably doesn't change too much, right? It's still going to be, I mean, as it goes with Harbor Viper on any map, take the map bit by bit, right? Take it slice by slice. The idea, though, is from RRQ, now, are you going to set up a format where you're always trying to set up for a flank and go for the retake, maybe make sure you just don't give up mid? Or do you kind of wait and rely on some more crafty, setups with Killjoy? Do you go for the classic one-way from the Omen over on A main? Curious to see what they start with, but they are looking happy. They look like they're finally warmed up and comfy up on stage. Meanwhile, Pat deep in thought, and is it almost my turn? I don't know. I would love it to be Yoru's turn.
I would like to cast a match with Yoru. I don't know if we're going to see him yet.
Yeah, we saw him in the very early weeks with Forsaken using it, I think in like week 1 or maybe week 2, and then he's Yoru, the agent, has been put on the bench by every team. Oh, I guess we saw him when Talon played the triple duelist as well, but we all like to forget that ever happened.
Yeah, I forgot about that already. Okay. Well, that so important match 1 here. Can Talon start to pick up these wins, or is this going to mirror map 1, only in the complete opposite, and that RRQ is just going to walk out of this very quickly with a map 2 win?
Okay, so Omimore going to set up his utility on both sides of the map and try to just hold mid. No, he's actually just going to leave that alarm bot for now. I guess maybe have someone spot. No, okay, he's repositioning to mid. And looks like they're going to set up the one-way here on A as well, right off the get-go from the pistol round. Okay, so the idea from RRQ is, if there's no one initially on main, let's just hold the other angles. Flip's already prepared for potential setups here.
Got a good double stack over here. They're going to push out, and it turns out to be a bit of a trade here.
I mean, what a pitch, though.
Yeah.
Right, this was all set up. As soon as they hear the cascade coming out, the paranoia goes out, and they've already pushed out from both angles to pinch onto mid.
And now Pat, he's going to have a very deep lurk. I think this is probably impossible, but let's see what happens. I mean, Pat's had some pretty crazy plays. If you could try to isolate 1 or 2 and drop him and then just, play it step by step, maybe he can do something.
Well, if there's ever a time to draw an elaborate picture with the high tide on the minimap, now is the time to do it, because that's the only utility he's got left. See what he can do with it. Obviously, he's just trying to rely on cutting sound, trying not to get spotted by that turret just outside of the cone of vision. Okay, is he going to sneak around
30 seconds left.
He does sneak around it.
It's first shot, but he should be shot in the back over here. There it is. Xfero getting that kill. And it's so funny, the score differential that we're having now. Definitely a better map overall here for RRQ.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're basically, I mean, I kind of jokingly said it at the beginning of map 2, can RRQ return the favor? Well, they're doing it exactly.
Literally right now,
turn,
mathematically exactly, if this keeps up.
10-3 lead entering the second half. This time, since they are in defense, no need to greet it too much. Elmi Moore just going to sit with a Bucky. Looks like he's going to try to hold over here on B. And we've got, did we eventually have that Phantom? Yeah, so EJ went for one Phantom. Very typical economy investment here.
They're going to rely on the Sheriff over here and see if Garnets can maybe get one or two picks and kind of take it from there. But overall, you know, not a very cheap round here for Talon. Talon, I think, probably more confident if they can get further along into the half. They can start to string the wins together.
All right, so now the Smokes just buying time. Now, 2 people have already snuck in, but they're both taken out instantly.
Down A.
And that should spell the end of the round, right? No reason for Elmi Moore to move. He's got the Bucky in the site. The turret's still alive. Now, there is that toxic screen, but it'll always still, catch someone if they try to peek out from main. And oh, and I love this from RQ. They, in fact, just say, well, empty the site. I mean, if they get the plant, whatever. Let's play it safe. Let's not give away even something like the Bucky, because that spells trouble for the retake. Let's just make sure we fight with numbers.
Hey, beautiful shot. Elmi Moore gets that.
Spike planted.
Oh,
and
nice flash.
Yeah, that's could not have gone better. Easy defuse, easy life, William.
Yeah.
It's going to be the 11th win here for RRQ. At this point in time, assuming we do go to map 3 and this isn't a complete reversal, I have no idea who's going to take this. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to map 3, not to get ahead of ourselves, but it is Haven, a map that both teams have looked good at in the recent weeks, right, in the second half of VCT Pacific. So that should just be a straight-up duel, but great support flash drive from Flipstrider. And they did give the point over to EJ close to his Bladestorm as well. So here's the thing. Now, even if they eventually buy that operator in the next round, their economy a bit more stable because they've got an early Bladestorm coming up, guaranteed after this round.
Okay, onto the B site. Talon needs to make something happen. Looks like they're going to have the knife coming in a second here. Doesn't get a read on anything just yet. And it's a very slow push here. Garnet's going to come up. Obviously a bit of ambiguity here with that Viper's wall, but he's going to peek that corner, not see anything. There's a lot of Killjoy utility that's going to muck up their entry if they're not careful.
So this is, it's a bit unfortunate because they're so behind in rounds. Because here's the thing about this toxic screen is that eventually they have to get through it as well, or they have to lower it. And to really sell the fake or an entry, what they would have to eventually do is when the screen goes down, set up the harbor utility to cover the other angles, right? So you're always prepped for the advantageous crossfire. But they're already down 3-11. Whether they commit to it or not this round is not going to have too much of a mental conditioning impact against RRQ, and that's why RRQ is playing it so safe. Xpharaoh is literally just prepping for the dart, so if they do come in, Elmi Moore can be ready with the Bucky.
All right, well, he actually is basically curbed the push here. Garnets is finally going to come through, trying to push through this narrow area. Doesn't see anybody there yet.
Oh, but EJ's here. Oh, his gun not ready, but the Bucky already gets one kill.
Garnett's so good at movement right now. And it's a total bloodbath here. Looks like it's still 2-2 right now. Cruz with that kill, now a 1 versus 1. No, sorry, 2 versus 1. Beautifully done. There is that much needed Talon victory there. 4-11.
Oh, I mean.
And so we expect them to get that. That was a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be. But the only game that Talon could try to play here is to start to really combo these wins. There's not a whole lot of room. You know, at this point in time, we've got plenty of ultis to come here on the defending side, so we're going to have a very, very perfect set of rounds from Talon.
Yeah, but it's the start they needed. It's not match point yet, right? So still in much better condition than RRQ was on map 1. And, you know, that what we saw in that round was basically everyone's worst nightmare, where you literally have like 50 smokes and not a single player on the server knows where they are anymore. Lots of chaos.
Yeah, total communication breakdown there.
Okay, so Odin to push out, and now, oh, but too many members there. They still get one. It's a trade. Oh,
well, hold on.
What?
Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, Elmi Moore drops too. Talon in hot water. There's going to be a split over here from A long into through catwalk up towards tree.
But again, RQ, as soon as they have the numbers advantage, this is how we know that their foundations have been really practiced. Is as soon as they have the numbers advantage, they know that there was a bigger focus on A, so they say, okay, B site, back out. We're 4v2. If they plant on B, so be it. Let's get ready to back up on A.
All right, Fox just going to strafe over here, try to flash up into heaven.
Yeah, but now it's already a 3v2, right? So that early backing out of B site allows this retake to be prepared instantly. Fox doing what he can to create
oh my
a
God.
bit of a curveball.
And almost gets out. Pat could still make this happen.
He very well could. He's trying to work against it, right? He wasn't spotted, and he's going to swing out for the kill. He finds one, but now he's trapped.
Yeah, I like the ideas there from RQ for both of them to try to drop down at the same time on either side. And Pat tries to preempt that by coming up on one side, getting the kill, and backing back down into hell, but he whips the shot, and so that's going to be the 12th win here for RQ. Unless Talon can win every single round from here on out, we're going to be going to map 3.
I think it's looking likely. And I mean, again, we saw Talon trying to prep for that push out on A by being available, by having Pat ready for the trade. But meanwhile, RQ, I mean, Elmimore gets the double kill. That was what really put them round in favor. And again, we keep talking about Elmimore being that kind of aim god on the side of RQ. Him and Xfero coming online in map 2 is a huge boon to go to map 3.
Okay, we've got the timeout called here. No doubt. RQ ready to just wrap this up, to close this out and move on onto that next map. I gotta say, RQ, you gotta appreciate and respect the way they're able to recover and reconfigure. We've got a lot of Indonesian fans here in the audience.
I love it, right? RQ's really gathered a lot of fans, whether they're visiting or they're already here in Korea, to come cheer for them. And Indonesia, again, I mean, a lot of these, sub-regions in Pacific, we've all been so isolated. So it's so nice for each team's fans to really get to see them on this big stage regularly. And, I mean, every team putting up such a good fight. I mean, that's why we have so many different scenarios still for playoffs here in Pacific.
Yeah, and it's still so hard to tell who's going to move on. All right. Round 17 here.
Operator online for EJ, but the 3 ults available on the side of Talon, so
they could try to force another win, but they got to remember, it's not about getting one round win. They have to win everything, so they're going to have to economize these ults if we're going to see this incredible comeback.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the ideal scenario is you kind of just chain one ult into the next per round, but
I've got your trail.
All right, Talon wanting to get mid control first. I think they assumed that the operator was probably peeking out mid. They want to get that control early. However, RQ had just kind of left that open with the alarm bot. They're already ready to pinch onto B site.
All right, Garnett's going to come down. There's still a double stack over here onto B.
Yeah, but 2G already cut off one of the members, providing backup. Now he switched angles with the Omen ultimate, and the Odin's still going!
Spike down, B.
All right, he thins out the numbers. Suddenly it's just Garnett's left in a 1 versus 2. No spike planted yet. Garnett's may have to try to push out. Still a minute on the clock.
Yeah, well, he has a lot of time, so Garnett's, his goal is to get 1 kill before he goes for the plant. He wants to make this a 1v1, but here's the thing is that, I mean, Flipstrider's at full health. He's just waiting for the peek out.
And that is it. 13-4 is how map 2 ends. RRQ ties it up 1-1.
Holy cow. Now, a lot of us thought, all right, this is probably going to be a close one, probably both matches in. Then we saw Split, and we were like, okay, Talon looking better than ever. And RRQ looking shakier than ever. And then RRQ says, no, we just need to warm up. We actually prepare for the opponent's map pick. They come in on a set, and it is still a close match.
So we're going to go to Haven now for map number 3, and I have no idea who's going to take this. This couldn't be crazier. A beautiful recovery, but honestly, some great plays from Talon as well. I keep going back to that harbor wall into the bubble where they were trying to just, get that spike diffused, but man, these two teams are proving to make for a very exciting series.
Oof, that fan wanted Talon to turn the tide, but they already had the lead, so you actually didn't want the tide to turn because RQ just brought it right back at map 2. And that's the thing is that I will say this. I think Talon showed a couple more moments that showed some hope in map 2 compared to what RQ showed on Split on map 1. However, the overall conclusion was the same. It was RQ being one step ahead, getting a better read into the style of choices and decision-making that Talon was doing. Not even just as a team, but especially Pat, right? Like this highlight right here, where they think, okay, there's still the risk that he peeks out after the dart ends, so let's jump down at the same time. Taking precautions like that just goes to show that RRQ, whatever shakiness happened in map 1, it's already behind them.
Certainly a team with so much promise. Again, remember, both these teams, not at the bottom, but close to the bottom of the middle, I guess you could say, of all the ranks here. Only 6 teams are going to advance the bracketed format, so there is so much on the line right now for these two.
Oh, that's cool. That sign on the left side, apparently their friend is in Thailand right now and asks them to write that to bring it into the stadium and show it on camera. So having a bit of remote cheering going on here in
Remote
Pacific
cheering,
as well.
I like that term. Well, look, the only thing that's been clear so far is that these teams are evenly matched, even if the scores in the games aren't even at all. I mean, it's been pretty wild. I don't know in map 3 if we're going to have one team get up to, I don't know, like 6 or 7 wins. But an incredible recovery there from RQ. And again, going back to the very early part of map 2, we had some very unusual buys with some unusual results from those buys.
Yes, yeah. I mean, obviously both teams kind of wanting to focus on snowballing the economy in their favor. Neither were really able to hold on to it, on the opposite side, but that just means that we're tied 1-1. When we go to a break and come back, we're going to be going to map 3, which is Haven. And here's the thing, Tasteless. I'm curious to see, when we return to the desk, will we hear Valdez flip-flop on his prediction? Once again, we'll find out after the break. To push through. Oh, no. Yeah, he knows he's weak. Yeah. Okay, they're trying to draw in for the kills, but the spike that they had recovered. Did they not have an idea? Yeah, having combat this on the screen as well. Then a couple of members watching on the main.
Beautifully done. Good Boys finds one, but in the reload is killed.
Oh, they want to power through the site. Oh,
good. Pat gets another one as well.
Trying to greet it. Oh, he gets one.
All right, Garnett gets an. Look at this. Pat's coming from behind here. Gets one. And they're going to get set up over here. Oh, hold on a second. Matt Crew's going to be ready here. Still, just not quite able to make these shots. Gonna gets one.
Much just yet. Oh,
get the first pick. He gets one.
He does land it. Now, 2 people have already snuck in, but they're both.
And
nice flag.
2 right now. Cruz with that kill. Now a 1 versus 1. No, sorry, 2 versus.
Instantly. Fox doing what he can to create.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished Game 2, and Talon turned the tide, but probably not in the way that they wanted. They did not win that map, a complete flip from the previous map, ending it in a 4-13. Well, Will was asking you.
Yeah, speaking of flipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, in response to William, I would like to announce that once again I will be flipping back to the other side. And now I am once again supporting RRQ because they look like the stronger team. And yeah, they absolutely did. We saw a very strange kind of composition come out for Ascent for Talon. So maybe trying some new stuff there. It really kind of fell flat on its face, but RRQ was clean right from the get-go. Especially Xfero, he looked angry. They got 9 out of 9 post plants, and they essentially just dominated the entire map from there.
Yeah, it looked okay at the very beginning, right? They won the anti-eco, right? Like when they lost the opening pistol, Talon, they came back, won the next round, and you know that'll be one of the rounds we look at in a little bit. But I thought for sure that they had a pretty good idea cooked up. The way they were using the smokes was good until it wasn't, and then it all just fell apart. I mean, this has been the map that Talon's been experimenting on, trying to find the right comp, and then they beat ZETA with a pretty standard comp, right? Except a Cypher instead of a Killjoy was kind of the only big difference. But here, this double controller stuff just wasn't getting it done for Talon, and I mean, it helped that, you know, Xfero and Flips and even 2GE here having a really solid Omen performance, a lot of assists, you know, only +1 in the KD, but there was a lot he was doing behind that looked really, really good.
Yeah, let's actually talk about, you know, that early rounds. It was pretty even in like the initial like 5 rounds, with Talon winning that eco on round 2, which was very impressive.
Yeah, this was just such a great way that they used their smokes here to cut off the front of A and cut off the back of B, open up the rotation paths. Basically, this way they can react safely and kind of undetected to whatever's going on that RRQ's trying to do. And you can see RRQ's Elbymore, he's been trying to push this back alley to try to punish these smokes, and eventually he will find success. You'll see that later maybe, but you know, here they come into the site, it starts to look good. EJ, the crossfires look pretty good, but then the time's running down because they're able to buy so much time with the way that they've got the controllers set up. And I thought this was really a brilliant round. And I thought from here, I'm like, yeah, this is going to be great for Talon. This is like the idea that they came into here with, and it's going to be really unique and really interesting. RQ might not be able to adapt, but then something else happened.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? You were saying, Valdez, like Xfero is just carrying so much. Like he was just doing so well.
Yeah, even at the end of the round 2, he did not look very happy. He was able to take the sheriffs out of their hands, I guess. And then he began to get very unhappy. So he goes down to 1 health. Gets hit by an op shot through a wall. Okay, so goes from there, picks up 2 kills, makes that 3, and we're like, there's no way. Okay, he's going to be taken out. Like, RQ's, or rather, Talon's just going to be able to take it from here. But Xfero had other ideas, and this really kind of, as round 2 was the beginning of, Talon's just going to come back. They're dominating. Round 3 was the beginning of like, whoa, what does this mean? Like, is Xfero now just going to take over the lobby? And he did. He kind of did, yeah. And so did RRQ, 13-4. He went 20-9 or something like that. So just really wanted to highlight that, like, he was not going to let this map go that easily. And with 1 health, it's like anything is possible. You could win and come back 11 maps, or rounds rather. You could get an ace with 1 health.
It's one of the nastiest aces I've ever seen. I mean, it just 1 HP the whole time. I'm screaming. I'm like, he's got 1 HP. He's got 1 HP. I'm like, he's gonna do it. It's just unbelievable.
Yes, he definitely had that 1 HP the entire time, and we were, in fact, screaming. That was pretty cool move by Xfero, and like you said, many rounds where he was just clutching it. Now, there was we saw some really interesting clash ups. We saw a wild one on round 9 with Elbymore slipping through the cracks and just kind of initiating all the chaos.
Yeah, and this is just kind of a fast hit that's dialed up here by RRQ, and I really like this idea. The flash hits Garnett's fully, and he has to get out of dodge, and immediately nanos and everything are popping. EJ gets a great up and over, completely catches Fox off guard. Now things start to get a little bit spicy here. Jitboy is trying to figure out what to do with this lockdown, and this is where Elbymore's, what he tried to do in that previous round I highlighted on round round 2 pays off. He catches them completely off guard, getting deep, and all of a sudden, it just chaos reigns here for RRQ, and they're able to really harness it nicely. Now, Pat doing what he can here on the back side of things to catch them off guard, and they're not expecting this lurk at all. I mean, look at this. LB Moore is just completely tunneled. He hasn't moved a muscle towards watching it. And then things get a little bit weird here at the end. Pat's going to cut off this angle, you know, to try to give himself the opportunity to get the cove, get to the plant, and he knows that after tapping it, someone's going to have to come in. So the shorty, great idea, but this cove is going to end up working against him here in a second. Tries to go for the shorty to the outside, flips, just finds the perfect timing to come in, and then that cove just eats all those shorty bullets, and it doesn't have any effect. So a really interesting round, and like this was like the most APAC round, like, you know, the old school APAC like style of play right there.
Yeah. In fact, I mean, that's a really great point about the APAC style in general. I think that's why a lot of these games are moving so quickly, because they don't wait. They're just going to go either way, whether you're RRQ or Talon. So let's talk about our key player. I think it's just going to have to be Xfero, like you said, Valdez.
Yeah, I think especially when you get a map like this where we have a lot of rounds that are very back and forth and kind of crazy, messy, sloppy, whatever you want to call it, the guy who just shows up and clicks on the heads better, sometimes he's the guy we got to highlight, and Xfero was definitely that guy, not only just because he got the most kills, but he got them in pretty extreme fashion, right? He's able to pick up an ace with 1 health. He's able to clutch certain rounds for the team, pick up multi-kills. He had so many multi-kills in this map. So definitely the guy who was essentially putting the team on his back from round 3, and from there, RRQ was able to push on through with his help.
Yeah, he was the pivot point here for this series potentially, and you know, if RRQ comes through and wins this, that Xfero ace is going to be the one that everybody's going to point to and say, this is where it changed. This is where Talon's tournament life ended this year. So a really important moment. We'll see if that's, you know, going to continue here for RRQ, if they're going to continue to have success. And but again, I like the way they adapted. I'm not sure if they had an inkling that this was going to be a comp that Talon was going to run. Again, Talon hadn't shown it before. This is the first time they've run this on this map. You know, they were playing pretty stock standard for the most part. Yeah, they tried a Gecko, but they were still doing like Cypher instead of Killjoy, and otherwise sort of the normal Ascent lineups until here. So Talon kind of getting a little bit too creative at the wrong time.
Yeah, I think that's well put. And this has been kind of a really unexpected day, to be honest. We did think it might go to a 3rd game, but not like this, with a 13-3 on loss on RRQ's own map pick, and then the complete reverse with a 4-13 on Ascent. You know, Talon's pick, but now we're going to go to Haven, and this is interesting because historically in Pacific, anyway, they both won to the same team on Haven and lost to the same team on Haven. It was ZETA and Team 1 respectively. So what are you guys, how are you feeling now? Now that we've seen like kind of the best of both worlds, what is the final world that we're going to end up in, the final universe?
Well, I've already given my prediction.
Yeah,
I flip-flop back to the other side.
Okay.
I knew it right from the beginning, a moment of weakness, but I'm back on Team RRQ prediction. I think that their Ascent was great. Their map against DRX on Haven is imprinted in my mind, because it was definitely one of those ones where it's like, oh, well, we expected this from Gen G, but not RRQ in this position. So it's kind of like the beginning of RRQ's streak to get here. With the power level that they're playing at right now. So definitely expecting RRQ to take this one. Talon's very good on the map as well, though, so might be close.
I would hope so. I thought this match was going to be a lot closer in terms of like round scores, but both maps have been blowouts. So yes, it is a close match, but not in the way that we expected. I think I'd like to see Pat back on the Jet. I thought that was probably a better answer than the Raze we saw from Pat last time on Haven. So if I'm Talon here, I would the only change I'd make to their agent comp this time is just sticking Pat back on Jet.
And what do you think about the team comps coming up, Valdez? Are we going to expect kind of like the safe formula, or do you think Talon's going to do something a little wacky again? RRQ hasn't really had that issue of being too experimental, but Talon definitely has.
RRQ, as you mentioned, they're probably just going to go for straight, standard, maybe throw in one difference there, here or there. You notice that 2G's staying in, but on this side, it's Sushi Boys coming in for Garnets. Garnets had some decent moments on Ascent with the operator, but now Sushi Boy's going to get another chance to come in here, and Yeah, I mean, we've seen some substitutes with many different teams, and especially from guys that don't always come in, or it has been a while. So I am a little bit worried with this coming in, but maybe Sushi Boys can prove me wrong.
He's a great killjoy. So that's what you've got to assume he's coming in for. So you would think it's going to be pretty standard. I think the only difference will be maybe in the controllers. Yeah, 2G plays Astra, whereas most teams play the Omen. But it is going to be the Raze again for Pat. It wasn't a bad performance on the Raze last time, but it wasn't what you want out of a duelist. He was like 13 and 17 or something like that. ACS under 200, so definitely not what you're looking for from Pat, but let's see if he can pick it up this go-around.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of the Jet on this map. I mean, Raze is fine, but we've definitely seen a lot of our best Jets here in VCT Pacific really be the difference makers on Haven specifically, so definitely looking forward to EJ's Jet. He looked fantastic last time as well. So, I don't know. Gonna have to favor RRQ for this one.
And now we're going to go into Game 3, which is, at this point, the most important game for both of these teams right now, RRQ and Talon. Going into Haven, it's going to be a good one. Let's go to our casters, Tasteless and Will.
Excellent work at the desk, everybody. We're now going to decide the victor in this best of 3. It's been a very strange series. It's only been one-sided.
Yes.
But
we're still here.
Yeah, well, it's 1-1. I have no idea who's going to take this. How about you?
I think it's going to be close, right? I mean, the desk broke it down as well. Both teams have had some success here in Haven. I think both teams historically kind of liking Haven, at least in the current rosters that they've had. Despite both of them kind of taking that loss, one loss here as well. Now, of course, Valdez pointed out, RQ does have that one extra win against DRX out of all teams. So, yeah, the stats would maybe point a bit in favor of RQ. But Talon also, the time they lost Haven, they were still trying out the Gecko, right? And then they finally came back to this current comp we see here, and they looked fine on that one.
All right, we're going to have RQ here on the defending side, Talon with the spike on the attacker's side. And, after the first couple rounds, let's see if one team just runs away with it again or if this is going to be a real back and forth. Ooh. You would think if they can both beat each other one-sidedly, they should organically make for at least one map that's going to be long, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what everyone's hoping for. Now, right before we get started, both teams crowding around mid, but RQ did put a ping over on window, so I think RQ expecting Talon to contest this, and they're ready for it. Look at that.
Oh, man, crazy. Now it's just Pat left over, 96 HP, stuck between the door, and he's going to get gunned down. A round that literally lasted, I think, 10 seconds. We are.
Oh, that's insane that they pinged it. And so I'm like, okay, I guess they're expecting Talon to push out. So I figured RQ maybe just doesn't push out and they wait, but they say, well, no, only one of us has to keep our crosshairs fixed here, and there it is. Flips with an insane double headshot and just reading Talon. Absolutely.
I love hearing the comms over there whenever RQ wins and their high-pitched woos, man.
Their woos.
Their woos.
Well, and Flips just looking proud of his decision and his shots in that round one. A great call and great aim to boot.
A pretty heavy buy round here from RRQ. A very RRQ move right now. Let's see how this goes. We've seen this backfire already. It does seem like they're going to be creeping up. Talon is over here into B.
All right, so B just trying to buy time with the Killjoy utility now because of the smokes. They can't push through from C-Link, but Xfero, he was thinking about the drone, and he hears the sprint coming out, so he holds off on that. Now, here's the biggest thing is that Cruz is already on the lurk from C-Site. Do they expect him to? He does.
Right, the number's already thinning here. Xfero going to come out here. Dart comes out, does identify exactly where Pat is, tries to spam him in there.
Yeah, hits the corner just a bit, and Pat's going to be good for one, but only one weapon dropped. They'll recover that. And now finally RQ. I mean, again, this type of buy, we've been seeing it here and there from last year, right? One of the first teams to really show it on the international stage was the old FPX current Na'Vi. And then a lot of people said, oh, that's got to be the meta way to do it. As long as you can keep the two rifles, you can kind of combat and buy back up on the bonus. And then now some teams are like, well, maybe it's too much of an investment. And so now it's much more of a stylistic thing. RRQ clearly going for much more of the let's snowball where we can. And now they even it out with just half armor. So it will remain a classic bonus round in the sense.
Yep.
And if they can do some damage here, they'll continue to stay ahead.
Yeah, RRQ with just really good reads. They've continued to level up in real time here as we're watching this. The question now is, can Talon grab it back, or does this start to just stack and stack and stack?
Oh, RRQ's very good about their A pushes, and Talon, because of that, they wait for it, right? They even see the smoke coming up, the Nebula, and they say, okay, we don't need to fight this. RRQ loves to push out and take control of A lobby. Now, the question for Talon is, do you push back in once the Nebula goes down? Because you've already given up the angles. You're going to have to invest your utility here. Fox is ready to do so.
All right, Flip's going to be ready. How many can he get, though?
Yeah, I mean, he was just accepting his fate. They had to rely on his teammates to cover for him, but only good for 1 kill.
Yeah, not as strong as I think the setup, had been made to do. So they're going to come in now. Talon going to spring up here. Elmi Moore going to try to wrap around. Will he peek? Is he going to be ready for this weird angle as well?
Spots him now, but can't get the kill just yet. And only 1 kill in favor of RRQ. Talon with a nice recovery around here in round 3.
Is it just me, or are these rounds moving extremely quickly, William?
Well, quite fast.
I feel like, it's...
I mean, it helps that round 1 was basically part of the pre-match countdown. The countdown just hadn't quite ended yet.
Yeah.
We started on round 2, but... All right, Talon evening things out. Now, okay, so both teams clearly having studied each other's patterns, right? The pistol round, RQ had the read. Round 3, Talon had the read. See what the changeup is here. Both teams, I mean, we can't even say who's reading who at this point because they are matching each other so perfectly, this time over on C.
Okay, immediately Cruz gets the drop. RQ, though, fighting back nicely. They are going to try to slip up into B. They've got good crossfire set up here.
Well, and now they already control A lobby, right? They got the kills over on C. They spot someone on B. Now they're getting ready for the pinch. However, Fox is already through, so Garage a bit trapped right now.
Yeah, Fox here with the lurk. Flip, though, still on top of it. Gets a double. Just Pat remaining.
Okay, Flips is really...
He could get the plant. I mean,
yeah, he should.
This is going to, be very, very difficult.
What?
Let's see if he can't do it.
Because of the showstopper, I wonder if he used that just to draw out the showstopper, because surely you did not need to use the Rolling Thunder in a 3v1.
Dude, EJ, Superman's through the top, gets the kill, and gets the defuse. RRQ putting that 3rd win on the board.
Wow. I mean, that is a decision coming out from Flipstrider. Now, the thing is they're getting 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Right, so they're going to be okay. They're only a couple points away from the lockdown. So I think Flip's just saying, I got the Rolling Thunder early. Let's use it. If it helps draw out the showstopper, that's our benefit because right now we're ahead in rounds. So if we shut down, again, those ultimates coming online for Talon, that's the choice I want to make. He's already 5-2 and 3 top of the leaderboard, and he might be able to rack up towards a 2nd Rolling Thunder soon enough.
All right, looks like they're going to set up here for A long. They've got a double stack here. Can EJ get that pick? In fact, EJ is going to just pop up here and secure a further position forward here.
Oh, so yeah, a bit of a switch up on the utility order, right? This time, instead of the fault line immediately, they go for the Nebula into the gravity well to plant EJ, but then we're going to have Flipstrider ready for the fault line if we see movement coming in. Xfero's just going to go ahead and use the Hunter's Fury. Right now, RRQ, they want to keep the lead in whatever way possible. He only gets 1 tag, but it does push them out of potentially attacking A lobby.
Yeah, they've only got a minute left to try to figure something out. They are going to ping the Sova, who's going to bounce back. But do they know about EJ, who's tucked away right at the entrance? Let's find out.
Oh, didn't quite get the check on him early enough, and EJ just trying to stay alive, asking for backup to come. Xfero is here, and EJ's gonna get out alive!
Oh my god, EJ escapes, that's insane.
I mean, my...
Yeah,
oh
with
my.
his back facing there, he just runs full on out. Cover me!
Man, he was just pressing W as hard as he's ever had to in his life, man, running out of there. Wow. And so now even if they've given up A short, I mean, they have the numbers advantage. They're very well aware of that. And RQ's been doing this on a set too. They just say, back out. We'll go for the retake. It's fine. Okay, they
Nicely
even
done.
get,
Yeah, even chip away with the dart. Flip going to be ready here.
Yeah, I mean, the retake, because the members on Talon are so low, should be fairly doable. Jitboys does get stunned right at the edge.
Help Me More is picked off there. Full health RQ here, going to have to pounce onto the site. And they hold A.
But the speed, this isn't the tempo that RQ was looking for. Now it's down to a 1v1.
All right, not a lot of time on the spike.
2G has no idea which side he's at. He does spot him, he sticks the half.
I don't know that he's going to have the time.
He's just waiting. He knows he has the time for one more
Yeah.
try.
Beautifully done there by Fox. Just staying back, economizing that time on that spike, and making it basically an impossible moment. I thought for sure RQ was going to be able to bust in there. They had the setups. They certainly had more HP.
Well, I mean, they should have. Here's the thing is that there was a very slight timing miss. And the other problem being that EJ was so low, I think maybe had already used his dash as well. But either way, couldn't jump out of heaven to support to draw out the angles, get surefire intel of the locations. And Talon just holding strong in that post plant.
Cruz, beautiful shot there from Q's. Help Me More already downed. There's a big push up in the middle though here.
Yeah, but look at this. Talon's ready for it.
Flip knows he's going to be in trouble here. He's just below. Oh my God, his back's facing. Doesn't matter.
Too many people, too many different directions. Okay, wait, 2G's kill is actually maybe more impressive, but either way. Okay, double kills. No weapons recovered yet though. But look at this rotation from RQ. After those kills, they go all the way to C Wong.
Yeah, this could be a
Oh my
huge
God.
surprise here.
2G's just bait. EJ, he's good for
Whoa!
2. Now he's going to get out alive again. It's a 2v1.
Oh my God, EJ. Where exactly are we going to relocate to? It's going to be A.
Yeah, but
Cruz get the plant in time.
Yeah, he'll get the plant, but Xfero's picked up a Phantom because of that. And now EJ still with the Blaze Storm. All right, Cruz doing what he can. The Shadow Step was heard. You got to presume that it okay, I mean, EJ's ready for this. The comms have happened. So they're allowing
Oh, he sees the cloak.
Yeah, they're baiting with Xfero. EJ's going in for the kill.
So good. RQ takes it back right when it looked like Talon was starting to find their rhythm. And let's not forget, I mean, that was a real budget round there from RQ, but the movement from RQ may be the most impressive of all.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, obviously the kills from 2G and EJ, that's what kicked it off. Without that, it was not possible. But then the instant rotate from those two members. I mean, EJ, first of all, nice weave there. But this happens because 2GE works as bait. They don't expect EJ to be right behind him because he was over on B. And then, yeah, he just goes for the kill. I think maybe one of them shouting, "That's my lord." Of course, that's the joke there, Lord EJ on RRQ. And I also just saw during the break, RRQ, they've constantly been having RRQ Kaguya, their Game Changers team, help warm them up with a quick scrim in the morning of their matches in the recent weeks. And Jonathan, the head of RRQ Valorant, just saying, all right, that buff's coming back online here in Map 2, and it surely looks like it.
Cruz, flips him, but only for a second.
Oh, yeah, he was tagged. So no way out of there for Cruz, just trying to buy a timing now. The lockdown is going to push out both Link and the site. So the only area that they really have to worry about is mid. Now, to change this, to flip it on its head, Fox, he's gone all the way through short, but will he be there in time?
He's going to have to move pretty quickly. Sushi Boys has an answer.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder as well? Oh, yeah, Talon's buying a lot of time, and now Fox is here. They do not expect him.
Oh, just EJ left over.
He's got the op. No, surely not. Surely not. No, you have
He's
to
going to run.
save.
Yeah. EJ's crazy, man.
Well, I think he was also maybe just making sure he doesn't get shot in the back. But either way, for a second I was like, he doesn't actually do this, does he?
Right. Great round there. But that op survives going in to the next. Can EJ try to find any picks down the road? Talon Esports is going to call for that timeout now.
Okay, so they won the previous round, but I gotta imagine that the timeout was probably submitted in the middle of the previous round. Win or lose, they want to take a break. Let the eco play out with whatever tools that Talon already has amongst the players.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a meeting about some big picture stuff here. So far, man, it is neck and neck. I think as we get a little bit further along here in the first half, we're going to find out if one team just starts to completely crush the other.
Yeah, well, this was the scoreline that a lot of people expected in today's matches.
Yeah.
So far, we haven't seen too much of it, but Right now, we're seeing it come together. Lots of fans for our
Team's gonna W.
Well, I mean, they're in the lead for now, but barely with 1 point. And here's the thing. During this timeout, it actually kind of works out for Talon, even though they won the round, because they now know that the operator was there and it was safe. So that's another thing that could have worked against them, but they can kind of cool off, discuss, all right, what are the patterns that we've seen in the past with EJ? What happens when they only have that operator saved up, or, you know, or they're buying up to half armors or things like that? We'll have to double check the economy here, but either way, because neither team was able to string together rounds, I mean, they're constantly always kind of starving for scraps here, even if they win rounds.
Yeah. All right, we're back into this.
Okay.
This time EJ is going to be occupying C long.
Okay, they do have 2 rifles, but oddly enough, they're keeping them separate in separate angles on A. They're taking a very wide default position. Oftentimes, if you only have 1 or 2 rifles, you'll kind of pair them up with someone else to make sure you don't drop it. But I guess they're just gonna use it to push up, and then maybe one of X4 or Flips will rotate out.
Right, they identify somebody's over there at A, but they're not committed anywhere yet. They're sort of sharking around back towards spawn.
Oh, I'm sure it was spotted, so Flips has to take that out. Now, RQ with the operator over in C, the idea is let's buy as much time as possible and kind of force them to rush into A. Maybe Flips gets a kill, buys time with the fault line. You have the Hunter's Fury to block them off or for the retake. But now because he's been spotted, the breach on the Sova, they have to stick together. They're trying to see if they can regain control of long. And Talon, they just don't peek out. They say don't give them that information. Oh, Flip. He's one.
Flip spots him. He's going to have to back up. Going to try to sandbag entry.
Yeah, he's buying as much time as possible because, again, they want to be sure that the entry is into A before they make any overcommitment. So right now, the turret left in Link, so they're not caught off guard in B. But the ping's coming out for Talon over on B. I mean, both sides thinking the same idea.
Yeah, looks like we might have the Killjoys almost engaged with each other over here at B.
30 seconds
Fusion Boy's going to back up. They don't have a lot of time left, by the way. They need to start to make this happen now.
Oh, but Flips gets 1 kill. This is the timing that RQ wants. They want Talon to have to rush. And the backup's already healed. Elmore with the crossfire.
Oh, beautifully done. RQ still in control of the site. Only 15 seconds left.
Flips good for 2 more, and he gets 4 kills in that round to shut down the attempt from Talon.
Beautiful round there. Again, Talon maybe a little bit too nebbish there over on the A side, not able to actually seize it and get control of that. And RQ, very smart, staying back, not giving any information, not overextending, especially after they've had a lot of kind of aggressive setups on A before.
Yeah, I mean, also Flips is just on point here on Haven. I mean, over on Ascent, it was Xfero. Flips is firing up. He is fired up. His aim's hitting. His decisions, his calls are really locking in as the IGL. He's feeling great about this map right now.
All right, this time it looks like it's going to be a push-up garage. We do have a double stack on C, actually a triple now if they do commit.
There is there is a early Rolling Thunder available from Flips, but he actually gets taken out. It's not available anymore.
And they're going to back up over here. EJ, pretty good site control for now.
All right, so Omi Moore does even out the numbers before he goes down. Fox, meanwhile, very low. Now, the only thing is EJ has that operator. Oh, and to combat that, they're pushing out. Xfero backs out. He didn't want to get rushed forward. Now, Fox, once again, a curveball.
Oh, this lurk is so good.
Yeah, Fox is so good about these, and that's been true in every iteration of this roster. Is he's always changing up locations. He's always going for these flanks.
Are they going to double peek here?
Are you going to do this, EJ?
This seems, yeah, I find that play questionable there.
Well, I mean, I think he was counting for the 1v1s. The swing out itself was good, but it was the over-under, which is harder to predict and combat against. So at the end of the day, part of it, I think, because they could buy again, so he decides just to go for it. Because if they can shut down Talon, it would have been much more in advantage in the first half. But they say, we can buy another op. Let's just rely on that.
All right, round 10 now here. Such a close back and forth. So fun to cast this, honestly. You just never know what's going to happen next.
Okay, so push out, and Talon's ready for this. They expect it, yeah. They say not a chance, EJ. Now, I think EJ correctly reading that he got the tag, so Omi Moore with a Sheriff just waiting to see if anyone aggresses onto Garage. The Rolling Thunder's still available for Flipscheider. No reason to greet this too aggressively. Oh,
ooh, picks him off. Fox is gone.
Well, Flips, he's good for a kill every round right now.
He's always making those shots connect. Now, they're not 100% sure it's really going to be a push on to A, but they're going to have an idea as they see Chip Boys wrap around.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If Flips, as long as he stays alive here, it's going to be great bait in favor of Xfero. It's going to be hard to predict Xfero's location here. The blind is good, but there's the fault line, and they have no idea that Xfero's here. Flipsider does die, but Xfero just lets the Rays go by. He wants to pick up or take down the spike. He's picked up a weapon as well.
Oh!
He's good for another.
It's just Sushi Boys left over here. Spike not planted yet. 2GE to the flank, and that's it.
Oh,
the 6-round win here for RRQ.
Xfero holding his breath as quietly as possible. Because of the fault line, we had Pat not able to swing, a full 180 to check the entire site. He just had to focus on backside where the fault line came from. The bait is perfect from Flipstrider. And Xfero just waiting and pushing forward into the smoke to pick up the weapon. An excellent decision by him.
Beautifully done. Right, not much left here in the half. Just 2 more rounds.
EG calling for the op. It's there, it's there. It's in defense. Okay, well, the op is recovered.
EJ's perched up on B. This is a smart idea. We've seen a lot of peeks into B already. Oh, but it's going to be Foxy that takes him out.
Now Fox reads right through it. Oh, the op working as perfect bait against Pat. And then the instant rolling thunder. Sight cleared out. Spike dropped in the middle of it. And 2GE, okay, he does expect Fox to go for the flank, but Fox still wins the duel. Well,
just the last one left over here. No doubt EJ telling him where his operator is so they can bring it into the next round.
They're like, the round's not over yet. EJ's like, op in sight, back of B, back of B. We love EJ. He's quite a jokester.
He's hilarious, man. Okay. Fox is going to go try to camp it out up here in A, run the clock.
Yeah, I mean, can't go for the full buys here, right? Because they're not even on even with the entire losing streak, it would have been a little iffy for Fox, but especially because it's only going to be their second lost round. Just has to save whatever he has here.
Is he going to try to peek, really?
Well, he might. I think this is the hard, probably no one's looking into window.
Yeah.
But no, you don't walk in here at 15 seconds.
No.
Okay, so if he does this, the idea is he's hoping that the site has been left alone.
10 seconds left.
But he will die.
That was an odd decision. All right, well, Elmi Moore gets that kill. That's 7-4 now here. RQ going to try to end this 8-4. Unless Talon can catch up and get that 5th round win.
Don't waste your firepower.
Okay, so I just want to note this, right? Because of that, he cannot get full armor. And while, yes, it's only one person, it's only one, it's only one half armor missing. Here's the thing is, you didn't do any economic damage against RQ. Now, I think maybe that completed his Seekers. That might have been the one thing he was going for. And if he understands that I have the half armor, that could have been it. I didn't have my eye on that. Whoa.
Yeah, already doing a little bit of damage there to Sushi Boys.
Just constantly trying to bait them in, and oh my gosh,
this is crazy.
That's off of his turret. Elmimore, such crafty positioning. Now baiting them, telling them, you gotta get in here to clear out this lockdown. What are you gonna do?
Elmimore is back and in great form. Is he going to see Foxy just right over here? Foxy's going to be detained and kind of try to hide in plain sight.
Yeah, that's the fake, though. Yeah, that's the fake, is that they're trying to tell RQ, well, we got one guy detained. Surely our teammates are here to cover Fox. And because of that, RQ just ditched Foxy, and he stays alive as well. Because they don't know how many people were covering for him.
This is an insane final round here in the first half. They get the plant onto A. They're going to let that lockdown burn through. Elmimore is going to start to wrap back up around here. They're going to have to come in here. There's a very, very deep lurk here from Foxy.
The paranoia buys time. This is all for Fox. Oh, but Crew's not able to get the first kill. Fox has to start running in.
Flip gets another. Fox gets the first kill, but now he's locked out.
But Chipboy stays alive. Seekers are buying time. He knows the exact locations. But EJ just playing bait. Just playing for time. He's just hiding. Oh, and EJ.
Oh, Flip comes through. EJ, perfect bait there. That's going to be the 8th win. It's now 8-4. RQ so close to closing this out. It's going to be a very tumultuous second half here for Talon unless they can really pull it together.
Now, even though they didn't get the round win, that last round right there, this fake with the box with the Sky getting detained.
Big brain stuff.
It's a very Talon type of fake, because here's the thing is that it's not high risk, high reward. It's literally an all-in fake, right? I mean, you're just kind of saying, well, we might lose on both sides, but let's just flip the coin. But it does work. It has logic behind it. It's just very risky. It does work. It allows them to get the plant. It keeps Foxy alive. It sets him up for the flank. But RRQ, just patient enough. They don't rush into it. They are aware that there could be more traps present, and they keep the 8-4 lead.
Well, I got to say, you know, it's weird. Sometimes even when Talon's losing, they blow me away with how good they are. If that makes any sense. Like, they've got some really advanced ideas and techniques that they're executing here. But right now, RRQ looking to be very strong. It does seem to be a theme with both of these teams that as they get a tiny lead, they want to just keep stacking it. They want to just keep getting the crushing push through. It's very different from a lot of our Korean teams where they have more of a kind of a textbook approach in buys and yeah, it's just so fun to see these different regions and how they express themselves in the game.
A lot of fans here cheering for their teams. So we got a little Patty, or Pat, currently called, of course, his old ID, Patty Pat.
And the crowd goes wild.
Well, it looks like we've got some Zeta Division fans getting ready for the next match, right?
This is the Zeta Division fans lobby right now.
Now, here's the thing is that, I mean, again, these matches kind of have this weird butterfly effect for everyone. So while those fans maybe not directly cheering for one or the other team on stage right now, kind of holding their breath, they're probably running the numbers right now in their brains, watching this match like, what does this mean? What does this mean for Zeta Division or Gen G? Like, I don't know. But we'll have to go through the numbers after this match. Not to put you guys on the spot, but I'm sure the desk will break it down for us to some extent after the match is over. But RRQ currently in an 8-4 lead. Now for RRQ, if they can win both of their matches, right, this one and the last one that's left over, I believe either guarantees or nearly guarantees that they get in at least into the 6th, the last spot for playoffs. So obviously they still have some control of their own fate, and they would love to keep it that way.
Okay. Very important pistol round here for Talon. Let's keep in mind, I think the other maps the losing team ended with like 3 wins on one side, right?
Yep.
So it actually is still pretty similar. The question is, can Talon start to play that game of catch-up, or is this going to be another kind of one-sided one? Tiptoeing up into B. We do have Sushi Boys over here on the side.
Talon's ready for this, though. They're just going to go right back in with the paranoia. Now, here's the thing. RRQ, you can just let go of this because so much was invested on the side of Talon, but they're all just sticking for the fights. Oh, the reload.
Bit of a trade out here.
Oh, no, the reloads.
And that's going to be a Talon win, it looks like, unless Elmi Moore has something to say.
Well, if it was a Sheriff, we might say differently, but it is a classic. He's often been very excellent with the Sheriff.
Yeah, they've got that classic crossfire setup over here on the entry to B.
But everyone's weak. Oh,
yeah, well,
I was about to say everyone's weak, so one right click each could have happened. But so the reason I think RRQ just commit is because they had EJ stuck up on the crates. And they've done that before where kind of EJ's just left on an island and they'll rotate, but that's usually on a buy round. And I think they're just deciding, well, we still denied them from getting in with our gravity wall and smoke, so let's continue to commit. But Talon was just ready enough, and the reloads eventually always going in favor of the Talon members. Of course, Frenzy's often going to have to reload much more often.
All right, well, it's going to be a very conservative round here for Talon. I'm sorry, for RRQ, excuse me.
Well, many more people than Talon perhaps expected here to peek out of the window. EJ a bit aggressive.
Yeah, so far, so good for Talon. Hold on, it's about 3 versus 3.
Well, here's the thing. There's already so much damage done on the side of Talon. I mean, sure, they still keep the 3 Spectres, but it's not over yet.
I mean, we're going to try to push Pat with the peek. Not good enough there. Pat gets that kill.
Oh, no, Flips was running to see, but he gets hurt. We just saw that on the minimap. Sushi Boy swivels his head and says, oh, okay, someone's still coming over to see.
Now just Flip remaining spike in hand here.
Yeah,
doesn't look like he's going to be able to go anywhere to try to get this planted either. He's going to try to lurk up just by the haystack.
Yeah, he just wants to wait, see if he can get one more kill. One more kill, and they would have done a lot of damage. But at the end of the day, not the worst thing for either side, right? RRQ, they take down 2 people. They chip away at the armor of 1 more. Meanwhile, they're able to keep one of the Bulldog that they purchased. So they even out. And then Talon, same thing, right? We didn't lose too much on that round.
Right.
We'll just move on to a bonus.
So, the round we expect RQ to take, it's going to be an important one here. Talon has been pretty crafty with how they've handled everything so far. So where exactly is RQ going to go? Looks like they're going to do a kind of 1-3-1 split, perhaps. Just kind of wait and see if Talon's going to try to poke out.
Well, it looks like for one, they're clearing out all the close corners here on Garage. They want to break open the doors, pressure that they're going to spam. And they're checking for the Killjoy potential setups, right? So look at this. They're clearing with the shock darts and everything. Now Killjoy heavily committed on A site, but because there's nothing in Garage, I think RRQ wanting to say, okay, if the Killjoy's not here, let's go in and win these fights with a better weaponry. But they're gonna have to wait for their cooldowns to come back. Yeah. So all they're doing is just pushing and pulling right now with the pressure. Oh, they even draw out the Paranoia. That's actually a huge win for RRQ.
Very nicely done. They're going to pull out now from that C position, try to set up to maybe push up towards A. We do have Talon reconfiguring right now, but they seem to be pretty confident this is going to be maybe an attack on a C until they just now hear that dart come out. They're going to try to move back up in here into A.
Yeah, the flash a little bit mistimed, so RRQ can't come in too quickly, but they will eventually get their EJ. Nice placement right outside of the Nanostorm. He swings on it and he gets the first kill. Can he get more? He gets 2.
Suddenly, RQ is everywhere. Just Cruz left over here.
30 seconds left.
Scrambling up from B. This should be a 9th round win here for RQ.
Well, round win, yes, but we always say it has to end as well as possible for both sides. Cruz, the idea being if I can take down EJ and 1 more because EJ's weak, that would be best. Because of that, EJ hiding close to the spike. Meanwhile, for RQ, the most ideal scenario, Flipstrider gets the kill, right? Or I mean, even if Flipstrider dies, like he's the one who gets that extra ult point because then he's only 1 away from the Rolling Thunder.
All right, so they're just going to try to push out. Cruz could get some exit kills here.
Yeah, that's what he's waiting. He's just trying to get 1 extra kill and die to the spike.
He's too fast. That's going to be the first win there for RQ in the second half. Beautifully done. 9-6 right now.
Yeah, huge flawless win. To be able to carry up, you know, all of your weapons, most of your armor here off of that third
A very,
round.
very clean victory, right?
Absolutely. And their execute was good too, right? While they are somewhat relying on their pressure on C working out, you know, they're not lackadaisical about it. They still check every corner. EJ still positions carefully. And what is this? Cruz going for the operator. I mean, Cruz, we've seen him use the operator before, but okay, so it's going to be the Omen. Now, here's the thing. You oftentimes have to let go of your angle to smoke for your teammates. And if you're not going to do that, you have to push out. You have to erase a part of the map. Oh, jump spotted. Oh, and op spotted as well. That's 2 members spotted on the side of Talon. RQ not 100% confident it's 2 different people, but Elmimore even goes in and takes the turret. So much space bought by Elmimore.
Yeah, they're going to seesaw back over here towards A and try to get a setup over here. We already have EJ moving in.
Oh!
But good shot there by Pat, getting that first kill. Pat's going to try to swing with Caesar's too many coming around towards the side of box. But again, RQ gets cold feet, and I think wisely so decides to back right back out.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know if they go for B because they're not confident where the operator might still be. Yeah, so Elmimore, I don't know if he spotted him or if he's just saying that we got to watch out for that angle, but Flips is good for 1. Operator misses the first shot. 1 person's already in the site. There's still enough time for RQ. They do not have to rush this.
All right, he's going to shroud step away. And they can get the plant if they want right now.
Okay,
Oh, Pat!
30 seconds left.
Oh, man, so Talon so aware of the Rolling Thunder coming in. Oh, wow, what a shot from Cruz.
That was a crazy shot there.
But here's the thing is that the Rolling Thunder, I think, was a good idea, right? You spotted the operator. You don't want to take that risk. Let's push out of that side, maybe draw in someone from the other side, get a safe plan. The problem being Pat already on the flank all the way around. I mean, RRQ was surrounded. And the 2 members on each side of Link, they back out. They don't want to get hit by the potential Rolling Thunder. They're already way out of range.
Huge play. Okay. William, we're actually having a very close match.
Yeah, this is
I was worried when we got to the second half of this. I'm like, is RQ just going to run away with this? But Talon is playing a very good defender's side. Excellent hold there on A as they entered into B. Talon was exactly where they needed to be, and they just completely shut him down. So the game of catch-up is real. Talon nipping at the heels here of RRQ. We have a timeout called for RRQ. Coach Ewok going to see if he can't, open the hood up, tweak some dials around, see, all right, do we need to kind of adjust and maybe not overcommit here? Do they have some special strats they were saving and need to execute in this moment here on the attacker side?
Yeah, I would be curious to see if there is a bit of a tempo change from RRQ, right? They've been playing this very step-by-step, pressure one side, check the other, and then potentially go for a third rotate, on and on again in this attacking round. Do they go for a bit of a, fast rush, especially against the potential operator, just power through it? And so far, the positioning looks like that's the plan.
Crew's going to be peering into B, but right now it seems like RQ at least is going to start to fish for intel over at A.
Yeah, they're just going to run in. They've already got the gravity well as well. Now, this was originally set up for the potential operator. The problem being they were flashed initially, and the second guiding light used to buy time. Backup already arrived for Talon, and Talon had originally emptied A site anyway, so there's no reason to flood the site. They can wait and buy time.
Yeah, EJ's perched up on box right now.
Uh-oh,
Spike
Shells.
actually not planted just yet. Pick up for a second.
Okay, but using the Trailblazer as well seems like a bit of an overcommitment, but they just want to go for the retake right before the plan happens.
Oh my god, the gunplay so good from RQ. 2G still trying to plant again.
He's just going to stick it. All right, Rolling Thunder available. Now here's the thing, Flips not hit by it. Flips was not hit by it. They're both flash on side. Flips good for one.
It's another one. Another flash comes in. Could Flips get two? No. Jit Boy's too good.
But now everyone's recovered from the stun.
Cover going out.
And it's an operator.
That shoulder peeking out. He gets, no, he does not get the second. Just 2G left over here. Oh, a huge win there. 10-7 right now. Down to the wire there, RQ. I mean, that could have gone either way.
It was a great idea from Talon. It's funny because we had just watched that video in between the break where we have some of the teams talk about, their rivals, or at least those from similar sub-regions. And that was the video where Cruz was actually talking about, I used to hate playing against Indonesian teams because you guys always just rush in for the retake. You don't let the spike get planted. You just climb in, and Talon says, well, let's try that ourselves. And it almost works, but some really early kills from RRQ.
A very starved round now here for Talon. Sheriff's in hand. Can they get those magic picks? We've got a push actually coming down towards C1.
God.
Oh, line him up. 2GE gets a double.
EJ had one of the widest jump peaks I've seen, and he survives, and that acts as perfect bait for 2GE. Showstopper, not going to find a single
really?
kill.
Well, hold on. These paint shells are going to cause a problem.
Yep, that's a double.
Oh, my God, Pat.
Oh, my God. That's, you got to rotate now, right? You know the Raze at least is still here.
Hold on. EJ with that deep lurk over there at C.
You still go A. Worst case, it's a 2v1 until
sure.
EJ comes, but whew.
Well, Jit Boys knows where they're coming. The question is, can he get over here and really make something happen? Oh, wow. Perfect round there. I love the action over there at C. Crazy duel down there. Not a terrible loss around there for Talon. They are going to make some of the RRQ members buy their guns back, but we're getting dangerously close to that number 13. And RRQ just starting to stack these wins one after another.
Yep, they've still got now Huntress here and Cosmic Divide available as well. Of course, Fox with those own Seekers online and ready to go, so that can help combat a little bit on the Cosmic Divide, but it's not going to do too much against the Huntress Fury pushing out of the way. RQ checking to see if anyone pushes out of B. Looks like they want to go for a fast hit first, but it's just EJ. They've done this before. If he gets the kill, great. But if not, we rotate off of it. Look at this. He's just buying time. He doesn't want to fight. Oh, he's buying so much time.
Here comes that push over here into A. Right now, it's just going to be Pat.
But he's full flash.
Oh, no. Pat goes down.
Oh, that flash perfectly in time for Elmi Moore.
And right now, it's TLN locked out here, outnumbered, outgunned. Cruz here ready to go, possibly with that smoke or the blind.
You have to try it. You have to try it, but it cannot be done. Match point for RRQ.
I can hear RRQ from up here.
Yeah.
And I'm like a floor above them and across the entire stage, and I can hear them from where I'm standing. Well, it's going to be either RRQ moves on as the victors or Talon has an insane comeback, and then we got to go to overtime.
I mean, hey, it couldn't get closer than that. And listen, both teams, just talked about it before the match started, both have been on this upwards trajectory. RRQ for a bit longer, but Talon was starting to really show their former selves. And even here on Haven, some of the ideas, some of the macro strategies they've had, some of the calls they've had looked good. But the thing is RRQ, their aim is now coming online across all players.
They're firing on all cylinders right now. Pat going to hang back here. It's a 4 versus 5 right now. RRQ decides they can probably slow it down a little bit and see if there's going to be any overextensions.
I mean, listen, RRQ, the reason they can play it slow is as long as you start at about the 40-second mark, you've got Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury, and Lockdown. Yes, you have a Lockdown on the other side for Sushi Boys, but you either trade Lockdown for Lockdown or Hunter's Fury for Lockdown. You're always going to be 2 ults ahead. So they can just slow creep forward into Cubby. Now, Sushi Boys, he's purposely positioning for the Lockdown just to buy time, but no one is nearby. Yeah, I would not use it here. If anything, ditch it and try to go for the retake, even though there is a Hunter's Fury on the other side.
Right, we've got EJ coming in, clearing out some util.
Okay, Hunter's Fury gets drawn out.
Oh, it's going to be right underneath EJ. And, this is going to be it. Either Talon can come in here with a retake and make this work.
Oh, no!
Oh, great shot from Q's.
Yeah, Cruz with an amazing kill. So crucial. Gets out of lockdown range as well. So now they know he's exited Garage because nobody was detained. 2G, well aware of that potential lurk.
Right, Flip gets one, and a second. What?
Flips!
And in a second, suddenly we see 4 Talon members drop out. This is going to be an RRQ victory. They started out looking so weak on map 1, but by map 3, they were on fire.
With the ceremony, we actually missed it on the camera because he jumped out of his chair. I was looking over. As soon as he gets the last kill, Flips jumps up, waves goodbye to Talon, and Elmimore runs over and just lifts him up like a trophy. I mean, an amazing finish by all players, but Flips especially. He had some nutty shots. Just absolutely nutty shots over there on the last map.
Coach Ewok looking so satisfied with that victory. The Indonesian fans here in the audience going wild, no doubt all over wherever they are watching Indonesia and the rest of the world here.
Oh, absolutely.
This RRQ, really a masterclass in recovering there. And a very commanding performance there in the second half to lock that up and lock Talon out.
Here's the thing. You got to imagine that if you're in Ewok's shoes, in the coach's shoes for a team like RRQ, you always knew that the top potential, the peak potential of your players was very high, individually and as a team. You've seen that probably in your own script. You've seen them play their individual games, so you know it's possible. But the fact that they can have an absolutely rough map 1, then a sweep on map 2, and then a pretty even fight and still pull it together, the fact that that foundation has now been built, the consistency is starting to show, that is probably what you're most proud of if you're coaching this team of 5 incredible players here on RRQ. Or 6, actually, right? We got to count Evan. He was on that first map as well.
You got to love that match. Talon, by the way, with some great plays of their own, but today is really RRQ's day. As we move on through Super Week, one of the most important matches to watch has finally been decided. RRQ will defeat Talon 2-1, and that means they have a real shot at getting within the top 6 and therefore surviving to the bracket portion of our tournament.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ continuing to play incredibly, continuing to say that we choose our own fate, we choose our own future, we control it with our own gameplay. Meanwhile, I'm not confident on what this spells for Talon, but it's definitely not looking good here. The sleepy celebration coming out once again. And, I mean, Talon, it's heartbreaking, right? Because here's the thing. You got to imagine, what if you hadn't experimented with a new comp on Ascent, right? What if you just kept it meta standard? Things might have been different.
Really a magical best of 3 back there. Keep your eyes on these guys. We didn't know what to expect with this team when we came into this. But it's becoming very clear they've adapted very quickly. They have their own kind of aggro style that they make work.
That
and
fan
who
is
knows how
going
far they're
crazy.
going to go. Yeah, the fans are going nuts right now.
I mean, but it is emotional for a team like RRQ. Let's just think back 7 weeks ago. Guess what everyone was saying as the match was going on, in the chat, in the threads, on Twitter, on every platform. Everyone said RRQ by far the worst team here in Pacific. And now they're in contention for playoffs. They're continuing to get their own victories to get that spot that they so well deserve in the playoffs. I mean,
it's so cool to see.
It's an incredible story.
I love stories like this, and this is definitely one of the big takeaways I think from Super Week right now is do not sleep on RRQ. Every week that's passed, they've looked stronger and stronger and stronger. I think they could slip right in to that bracket format, and then from there it's a big hard reset, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's anybody's game from there on out. All these previous scores don't really matter anymore.
Yeah, and by that time, of course, Bind has been available for longer as well. Probably more teams prepping for that map. You've been studying each other for 8 weeks now, and your styles and your meta. It's a double elimination bracket. Anything can happen. Now, RQ not in just yet, but again, with this victory, they continue to hold a lot more control over their own fate of whether they can get into either 5th or 6th place to enter the playoffs next week.
Yeah, I mean, again, just a real treat to cast. Kind of funny first 2 games where we had, a completely one-sided win from Talon, then another very one-sided win from RQ. We did have a closer match there for our final map, but again, 2 teams that make for some very fun and explosive games.
Yeah, I mean, it was I think that Haven really signified what we all expected this overall best of 3 to be. Sure, map 1 and 2 ended up being one-sided for either team, but I think that also goes to show how long they've been studying each other, right? Really understanding kind of your tendencies and your patterns, despite some of the agent composition switch-ups that we saw coming into today's match.
And of course, here for Talon, their chances weren't that good to begin with. But yeah, unfortunately, it's only going to get worse for them. RQ, not 100% yet if they're going to be surviving onto that bracket format. We need to see how the rest of these matches are going to go, but certainly looking to have an extremely good shot after this victory.
Yeah, well, RRQ, I mean, they continue to stay alive here in the run for the playoffs, and after an explosive win against Sound today, we're ready to hear from one of their players. It's going to be Xfero on stage with the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with Xfero from RRQ after taking down Talon 2-1. Now, congratulations, Xfero. We hear a loud cheer from the audience, and yes, that last map especially was a dominant one from you, I think, towards the end. But in the beginning of Pacific, a lot of people counted you out, and here you are right now. So how do you feel today?
I feel happy because we can beat the strongest team because we know that Talon is really strong, right? Then I also never win against Talon before, and that's why I feel really happy now.
I feel like Talon prepared a lot for this matchup. So let's start with split. Pat was on the Jet, and Talon ran double duelist on that map. So did this throw you guys off?
Honestly, no, because we quite know how they play already, but I think we just not really ready for the map.
Okay, so Haven still needs some more work. But I think you answered up in the second map on Ascent when you picked up an ace with 1 HP. So how confident were you that you were going to get an ace? And what was your teammates' reaction?
Because it's like our eco round and it's only me who have the gun. That's why even though I am 1 HP, I just like, I'm not scared against them because the one who can win round is me. That's why I think I just go and I don't know, I kill 5.
What was your teammates' reaction?
I don't know, they're just shouting. I cannot.
Yeah. Right, okay. And also Talon ran a Hyper Viper comp on Ascent as well, as a little bit of a curveball, I guess. So what did you make of the so-called Hyper comp?
To be honest, the comp is quite good if you really know how to play it. But I think they have not prepared as us. That's why I think we beat them on Ascent.
Okay. And now with this win today, you guys now have 20 different scenarios of securing the 5th seed for the playoffs. And Paper X will be the next team you'll face. And that would be another do or die scenario for you guys. So what's your mindset heading into the next one?
Honestly, I don't care about them because we play against them so many times. That's why I think we just play with our game. That's why.
Okay. Hope you have fun in the next match as well. Thank you very much for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And that was Xfero from RRQ, and I'm going to throw it over to the desk. So, Victoria?
Thank you, Jen. Man, that was such a critical match win for RRQ. It's a bit sad. I mean, they even said in their video with the three of them, they wanted all three teams, Global Esports, RRQ, and Talon, to make it together into playoffs. But alas, you know, there are winners and there are losers, and Talon just could not make the cut on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, this was a much closer map than the other two, so that was nice to see, but really, once kind of RRQ got their footing on the attacker side, just Talon could not find the responses that they needed, and the first kills just overwhelmingly in favor of RRQ. Pistol rounds mostly went the way of RRQ throughout this. I think it was 4 to 6 for pistols. So a lot of those things that we were talking about at the beginning that kind of gave RRQ the slight edge did come through and kind of help show that they were the better team and why a lot of us expected them to be the better team coming in.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was pretty close. Remember, Talon started off with that super dominant split, and we were like, wow, this really throws a wrench in the gears. I think maybe they caught RRQ off guard. They had a really fantastic strategy for the split that it was RRQ's map pick. Didn't matter. At the end of the day, unfortunately, Talon was not able to get across the line. I think that RRQ, after that first round win, Ewok took them back. They said, okay, we got to really settle down. We have to win 2 in a row. They were able to do exactly that, and Flipscheider just did so much for the team, you know, when it mattered most. Like 6 first kills, 330 on a breach on Haven. Like, that's a guy you want to have on your team leading the squad and also putting up those numbers. Like, you really got to hand it to him. He did so much here on Haven.
And on the other side of the coin, like, Pat's raise was better this time, but it's still not good enough. I mean, I think we need to see the Jet on Haven if they're going to play Pat on a duelist. I think the Jet is just his more comfortable agent. I think he's just better on it. He did have some cool maneuvers here and there. You know, that double grenade kill was cute, but I think he's going to have more impact with the Blade Storms and his maneuverability and his comfort with that agent.
Yeah, you might just be right. And speaking of Jets, though, we had Lord EJ with a brilliant play with his Blade Storm.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying earlier on, right? They're so good on eco rounds. This is an eco for RRQ. He lines this up after getting an initial kill actually in mid, and this leaves Cruz all alone to set this up on A. He's able to get the plant, but just want to really highlight how RRQ handle this in the 2v1. EJ essentially assumes a great flank position, but they wait, right? They wait for this. So he's looking down at the stairs, and they know about it. They don't know exactly where the Omen is, but Xfero's going to tap it, which forces Cruz to look over, and that means that EJ is able to get the flank and finish it off. So definitely a crucial round very early on. That was a thrifty win for the side of RRQ. EJ was able to get up to his ultimate by round 6. He uses it to huge fashion, picks up a 4K in not only individually, but also with the help of his friend Xfero at the end to get the win. So really wanted to highlight how RRQ were able to put it together.
Yeah, that's right. And Paper Thing, you were mentioning Ewok as well, and just, you know, these timeouts that are so crucial when you have two teams that are really generally on par for this map. Calling the right timeout and taking it from there can make all the difference.
Yeah, they sensed weakness here on the A site and went for an explosive hit, a gravity well at the entrance to the site here, almost catches Fox, and he has to abandon ship. Now Cruz tries to get there, but the smokes are well placed here by 2GE to make sure that that isn't really a factor. Now they get into the site and they're trying to get the plant down. A grenade is going to delay it, and that's going to set them up here after they get the spot into hell to utility dump. You're going to see the paranoia, the aftershock, everything here to try to displace that, but Flips gets ahead of it and he steps out, and this is just a brilliant kind of read of the situation. Then he tucks himself back in. So this is Flips like understanding how this retake is going to look. He even is able to dodge the Rolling Thunder here. So just all the mental pieces were in place for him on this round, but also it's a good play call off the rip. Like, again, Ewok recognizing that there was going to be some space open on A, taking advantage of it, and then the follow-through here by RQ is really good. I like the idea from Talon. I like that they're patient. I like the setup with the utility, but it's just better read by RRQ overall.
Yep. Let's talk about Flips now. He, like you said, Valdez, he was just brilliant on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much from the start, right? Picks up this in mid in the first round, and we have a whole movie of everything he was able to do. He ends up with a 2 KD and, 6 first kills, as we did highlight before, on one map, which is just insane. It's not only first kills, it's the amazing shot calling that we just heard from Paper Thin. It's also the clutches as well. Like, he's getting flashed, he's getting pressured. He's essentially alone. The Rolling Thunder just came in that scenario when he was in hell on A. He's able to end up the map here with essentially a 3K on that site, just to make sure that there's no comeback potential from the side of Talon. That's why he has to be our key player here for this map, and that was unanimous.
Yeah, he was phenomenal here in this final map, and a big part of why they're able to secure this pretty handily. A 13-7 is very, very nice. ACS through the roof there. First blood percentage, just phenomenal. Damage per round over 200 is always really good, no matter who you are. That's phenomenal. So, yeah, I thought he just handled himself so well on this breach. It's a lot about the way that he spaces himself, the timings that he finds. His utility usage is good, but to me, it's just like his presence of mind to like walk around the opponent's utility, to kind of find the right timings and space to kind of punish his opponents. So really well done here on this map.
And for our MVP.
Tough choice.
It was a tough choice.
Really tough choice.
Yeah.
Now we've decided to go with Xpharaoh.
Yeah, I mean, it's a toss-up really between Flipshider and Xpharaoh. You look at the stats we just saw from Flipshider. I'm sure a lot of people would have expected him to be the MVP. We give it to Xpharaoh. I feel like personally, especially his ability after getting absolutely smacked down on Split to come back and get an ace with 1 HP, pull off that super play, get his team right back into the game in a very critical spot where if you lose that map, they're not right out of playoffs, but you're definitely not in a good spot. So he's able to essentially be the wind under their sails and carry them back in. Flipshider tops it off, right, with another outstanding performance from his end, but had to vote for Xpharaoh in this one. Didn't have the greatest haven in terms of fragging, but he did so much for the first couple of maps.
Yeah, I really just thought that the overall impact that he had with almost that one round, but that entire map of Ascent changed the dynamic of this series and gave RRQ the win. So certainly, if you look at the stats, yeah, Flipshider might be a little bit better overall, but like first kills were better in the favor of Xpharaoh here. So things like that, where he's setting the tempo, even on that Sova, even on that secondary role, he still was their like most efficient player for first kills versus first deaths. So a lot of the things that he did were also kind of utility based and kind of off screen, and some of the things that you're not always going to see. So certainly Flips would have deserved it as well, but we decided to lean a little bit more towards Xpharaoh. That ace just kind of like tipped the balance there.
Yeah.
No ace, no MVP.
That's right. You don't ace, you don't get MVP.
That's the way it goes here.
Yeah.
We're very, we follow the rules.
That's right. Now, I mean, I think these are good things for both teams if this is any indicator of the near future and not so near future, like last chance qualifiers for Talon. I think both teams have been on the up and up and have improved a lot, and this is going to be good for RRQ going into playoffs. So congratulations to RRQ, keeping your spot for now. Talon, I believe, is now knocked out of playoffs. Yeah, so we do have one more matchup for today. We've got the Korean Gen G versus Japan's ZETA. That's going to be another interesting one to break down, which we'll do after this commercial break, so don't go away.
Accepting his fate, they had to rely on his teammates. Spots him now, but can't get the kill just yet.
Rod's a big trap right now. Yeah, Fox here with the lurk. Flip though, still on down.
Oh, but the speed, this isn't the tempo.
Cruz, beautiful. Oh my god, backspace, he does.
People, too many different directions. EJ, he's good. EJ's going in for the kill.
Boys has an answer.
But now Fox is here, they do not expect.
Done RQ, still
Flips good for 2 more. Early Rolling Thunder available for Flips, but he actually gets seen.
This is
too aggressively. Oh, but Xpharaoh just lets the Rays go by. He picked up a weapon as well. He's good for
2GE to the flank, and that's it.
The off working as perfect bait out of the window. EJ minutes. Oh, okay. Someone's still coming.
They want right now.
Okay, Thunder coming in.
Arrow.
It's an operator.
Down towards the god. Oh!
try it, but it can't.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Keep on making
Welcome to VCT Pacific. We are the halfway mark of Super Week. We just finished our first matchup today, RRQ and Talon. It was a really close matchup with Talon. Basically, they're going to have to wait till LCQ and RRQ further securing their spot in playoffs. But we have another matchup coming up now, which they will also be trying to make sure they stay for playoffs. That's Gen G and ZETA.
Yeah, at the top of the show, we mentioned there were 6 teams that had a chance to still make it into playoffs out of the teams that were not already secured, which was 3. Now we have 5 teams that could make it into playoffs, and there are a lot of scenarios where we do get tiebreakers. This is about to get interesting. Gen G, they just want to win. Hopefully, if they do, they can make it through. I believe it's not still 100% from there, but it would depend on some other stuff, so... they really got to turn their season around. They started off excellently. It's been downfall since then. We don't really know what the big issue is with this team, as they still have the same players and all that. They've just looked a little bit lost when it has come to some of these recent best-of-3s.
Yeah, I mean, and these are players and a team that have had a lot of experience with each other across the years, in Korea in particular. So it is a bit shocking to see them not be as like kind of unified and cohesive throughout this season. When they came out, I did genuinely believe this was the second best team in the league to start the year, and I thought they'd be able to maintain that form mostly. I thought they might lose a game here or there. Of course, I thought they'd lose to DRX and maybe PaperX or something like that, but I didn't expect them to start sliding the way they have. And it's been on the back of some shaky performances. Meteor isn't the guy that we maybe thought he would be. Goddead has been struggling on the KO recently. Things like that have started to kind of affect Gen G in really negative way. King is starting to slide too, so this is some really concerning stuff happening for some veteran strong players.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. I mean, this looked like one of the stronger Korean teams of the 3, and they've just kind of slowly been falling from grace. Last week, even though, like you said, we might have expected, not last week, actually, it was a couple days ago. Jeez, it feels like it was last week.
Technically last week. Sunday's the new day of the week in Korea. So.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so it's still technically correct. Thanks. But yeah, like you said, we would have expected them, might have to lost to PaperX, but not that badly. ZETA Division, on the other hand, are we going to see them in Tokyo Masters? I mean, heck, are we going to see them in playoffs?
It's the only hope from Japan to make it to Masters Tokyo from here, so with ZFM being out of it, of course. They have been a little bit up and down. At their highs, though, they have looked pretty incredible, and, you know, to be honest, I feel like they are in a better position right now today, form-wise, based off of the matches we saw earlier in the week, but... You know, it's hard to say. I think this is going to be a really close match, and ZETA Division, I think that in the past they have relied a little bit too much on depth. Now it's kind of come into this kind of like depth and last scenario. Even the other guys are all stepping up in a way, especially in their last match. So pretty interesting. I think they've really developed as a team for the better. Are they ready to take down Gen G, who have their backs up against the wall and are looking to potentially stop their slide on the side of Gen G? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it's really going to be a close match as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, ZETA's been putting in a ton of hard work. Like, the scuttlebutt on the street is that they are...
The what?
The scuttlebutt? You guys don't know this word? No. I've used this before. It's like rumors, basically, right?
Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, scuttlebutt. I guess this must be a Midwest word, because I've used this before. And
The
people have looked
scuttlebutt
at
on
me.
the street.
Yeah.
We just say the word on the street.
Yeah, word on the street is. That's another way to put it.
Okay.
But scuttlebutt's a better word, don't you think?
I like it better, yeah. Let's bring it back.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's a good
like,
idea.
We talked about this yesterday on Cast. We got to bring back the old words.
True. Okay.
That's
I'm
right.
with you on this.
Yeah.
So what's
all
the
right.
scuttlebutt?
So, but like they've been putting in a lot of work. Like they've been putting in insane hours, but obviously the results aren't where they want to be. So, you know, the question for me is, can they start to, you know, get more juice out of these oranges? If, you know, they've obviously been using a lot of oranges, but the amount of juice that is coming out
Oranges,
is
not
not a
lemons?
lot.
What is happening
Yeah.
here? I feel like Clinton's just beginning to talk in tongues or something. Like I slowly can't understand what
do
he's
you
trying
mean?
to say. Like,
How is this not understandable?
no, I mean, it is. It's just very out of left field. Like, what? The oranges are being squeezed now? Like, are we talking
Do you
about
not
Valorant
squeeze
or
yeah.
making smoothies?
A
Like,
little
what's
of both.
happening here? Okay.
A little of both, Brendan. A little of both.
Yeah.
right.
I like the Midwestern like addition to
I'm
this.
sorry,
the
I grew
flavor
up in a weird
we're
part of
adding.
America. Okay, like we have odd ways of talking about things. Just
Uh-huh.
wait until I start saying, "Oh, it's just gonna scooch on by you there."
Wow.
Gangnam Style.
That's great.
That's what I thought, yeah.
That should be a voice line.
There you go.
Okay, what are the implications of the win, which team wins or lose today? Because it's so crazy. We were just talking about there's so many teams that are tied up right now. What does it mean if either Gen G or ZETA lose? Is that it for them, or do they still stand a chance?
No, if they lose, there's still weird worlds where this happens. So, but I think if ZETA wins, they're probably good to go. The math is so freaking crazy right now that I don't want to say for sure, because I was trying to math it out today and I wanted to lose my mind, because there are a lot of weird scenarios where stuff happens and things get crazy with the tiebreakers. But obviously, if you lose, like, then you're kind of hoping that like those 4 or 5 like tiebreakers don't occur. So it's kind of all over the place with how you want this to shake out. Like now, especially, you're rooting against Team Secret, whichever one of these teams are, because Team Secret is also at 4-4. You're rooting against that for sure.
And both of these teams are on a lose streak right now, frankly speaking.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, Gen G, they started off with 4 strong wins, and then they went to 4 strong losses. You were saying this yesterday, Paper Thin. It was 7 map losses in a row for Gen G. They haven't even taken 1 map since they got the one against DRX, which is just insane. It's like DRX broke them or something. And ZETA, on the other hand, they lost to a PRX that's kind of on fire. I mean, it was a 0-2. It was a pretty one-sided loss. That was kind of the beginning of PRX really like finding their groove. And then I think the match against T1 was pretty close, you know. So even though it was a loss, I would say that ZETA right now are in a better spot in terms of form. But it's pretty hard to call. So we'll just have to wait and see.
I feel like Gen G should be able to correct this slide. I feel like this is a team that should have the experience. I know it's tilting to lose to DRX yet again, especially after getting a map off of them. I feel for them, because time and time again, all of these players have had their struggles against DRX. Yes, a few have beat DRX at one point or another, but never really when it mattered. And so, sure, I get it. It's frustrating, but I think they need to have the mental resilience here. These guys are all veterans. Almost every one of these players has been playing since like day one of Valorant in Korea. So now's the time to show that, you know, you're the cream of the crop. You belong in the playoffs. You belong as that team that we thought was going to be like 2nd or 3rd coming into this season.
So why did you guys decide to zero in on King and 10 here?
Controllers, who I think are going to be really important. Players who need to bounce back and have strong, important matches here. You know, when 10 is on, it seems like him and Depp, if they're both on, then forget it. Then ZETA's just going to win. King as well has been sliding like crazy. Like, those numbers used to be way higher. That ACS used to be way higher. So we need to see them start playing really well, locking things down, having those late round impacts for their side. You know, King in particular is a guy that at the beginning of the season looked super hungry, looked like he was ready to just take this league over and, like, you know, drag Gen G into Tokyo Masters by himself. But now he is just not there anymore.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm kind of curious about our predictions as well. It looks like it's going to be a close matchup, would you say? Like, are we going to maybe go into 3 maps even?
Yeah, I would expect to see votes on either side, maybe some more for ZETA, just because, you know, they've lost less recently. You know, like, generally it kind of goes with the flow of what the results have been. I do feel like both of these players have really been kind of clutch in certain different moments, you know, and King is definitely one of our, like, sheriff overlords, if you will, like one of the guys that can really pull off some crazy stuff with that gun. So yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup between those two. We could talk about the predictions. I went for ZETA this time because they are losing less, and they do look a little bit better than Gen G. Maybe Gen G somehow get back to their great form. If they do, that's awesome. We know they have the ability. It's just that some of us here have kind of given up on that so far.
That's true. I mean,
based on the last bunch of losses, it's been very one-sided against Gen G.
If this was 5 weeks ago, I would have thought it was Gen G, but you've decided you believe in Gen G. Why?
I have faith in the staff, in the coaching staff, to get them back into place. I have faith in TS to kind of rebound and have a good performance as an IGL. These players have been here before. They've done it. I think they should come into today and be very hungry to get through here and get this win and be, you know, kind of get that monkey off their back of being a team that hasn't made it to those big events. You know, other than like God did and a few others like Meteor when he was on North Eption, they haven't always made it to the international events. So I'm hoping that today is going to be the start of a run to get to Tokyo Masters for them.
Well, it could full well be. Again, this is one of those matches that's really hard to make that call. Again, only 6 teams can make it to playoffs, which is next week. With that, let's go to the stage and watch those walkouts. We are at the halfway point of VCT Pacific Super Week. Here we have ZETA Division and Generation Gaming.
No toilet paper in the nose yet. Yet.
That could be the issue. It's the tissue,
I
right?
think
Like, just get, like, it's over.
The issue with the tissue.
The issue with the
I
tissue.
love that. Oh.
It's done. The
Done.
meme is gone. They've lost too many times in a row. It is a new era. He's probably just gonna put it in when he sits down.
Probably. Dude, Meteor looked really
He
grumpy
gets like
today.
he gets a full sock. He just like upgrades it.
Yeah.
Puts it in his nose.
Oh no.
So I gotta say this, the North Eption, the current North Eption team is actually at the studio today. Well, 4 out of 5 of them. And I met up with them. I've known Blackwiz for a while now. And I met 1010, which is Meteor's brother, who plays for North Eption right now. He looks nothing like his brother. He is taller and, dare I say, more handsome.
Oh, wow.
I know. Sorry, Meteor. Please don't hate me.
Out.
But I was shocked. I'm like, is 1010 here? I asked Blackwiz. He's like pointing right behind him. I'm like, what? I look like nothing like Meteor.
Oh no. Well, I guess you could say that as I don't know. Well,
these are the
good thing
things
he's not on stage and he doesn't have to get a direct comparison to Mr. Paper Thin here.
Sorry, Meteor. I still love you.
Yeah, I mean, he's still very tall and handsome. Just, you know, the comparison, perhaps. I didn't see him in person. Both of these teams, to be honest, they look a little bit nervous. And it's understandable. I mean, you know, we had some of the half-hearted fist bumps and stuff like that, but a lot of very serious faces, a lot of big, deep breaths. It's a big match for both teams. Like, they know that the only real opportunity to kind of get a playoff spot by their own hands, or at least put themselves in a really good spot, is to win. And if you lose, you better hope some stuff happens in the other matches, and you're relying on some other teams to lose and stuff like that. You never want to be in that spot. It's a very nerve-wracking place for both of these teams.
Yeah, win, and I think you're good to go for either team based on tiebreakers, depending on how it all shakes out. So I think, like, obviously that's the first step here, and both these teams have been shaky this year, so this is kind of the opportunity to right the ship and again get to Masters Tokyo. We'd love to see, obviously, you know, ZETA there for sure in front of the home crowd. Genji always bans Pearl. Bind after ZETA got clapped by T1. They don't want to see that again. I understand.
Never again.
Yeah, that was a pretty brutal map.
Yeah, so we have Haven coming out here. This one selected by Genji.
Surprising, actually. ZETA's been pretty strong on Haven.
Yeah, but it's like the Korean map. Like, they just love Haven. They just cannot stop themselves from playing it.
I can't help it. I love Haven. Give me more of that Haven.
Fracture remains, though. That's pretty interesting. Both these teams have been kind of good or kind of bad on Fracture. Like, it's been pretty up and down for them on that map. So
We were just talking about how we miss Neon. We haven't seen a lot of Neon. I wonder if she's
Yeah.
going to make an appearance if we go to map 3.
I would love that. But Eco did play Neon sometimes, so maybe.
I feel like either of these teams, if they make it to map 3 and it's kind of close, they'll probably just go with, you know, the standard. Although, who knows? Maybe one of them is willing to take a big risk, and maybe that's what pays off.
That would be so surprising.
Yeah. But
I'd be shocked.
What are the agent comps here for the first one? Well,
Oh?
it's tasteless casting today, so you know what that means.
Oh, mirror matchup.
That's right.
Tasteless favorite kind of matchup. You see him up there looking excited.
Getting ready to ride his motorcycle onto the stage in the middle and like rev it when he's ready to cast.
Tasteless is here.
Well, I mean, nothing out of surprise. No one's shocked by this. This is like a good map for both of these teams at times. I think maybe I favor ZETA a little bit, even though Genji did pick it. But, you know, you got to assume that they put a ton of work into this and that they prepped like crazy. I need to see ZETA get aggressive if they're going to win this. Like we talked about a lot this year with them. I don't know. We'll see.
Absolutely. In fact, confidence is really a key factor for ZETA when it comes to the wins or losses. So let's see how this fares. Like Valdez said, everyone, you can feel the tension in the air between both of these teams right now. With that, let's go to our casters. As you know, Tasteless is one of them. He came here on his motorcycle, and his student, Will.
No, the tissue.
Oh, gosh.
All right, we're ready to do this tasteless here with William.
Yep.
I'm going to teach you how to shoot some guns, William.
All right, I'm ready to learn. I've got my pen, I've got my notebook, got my glasses, I'm ready to go.
We're ready to go into this first best of 3. This is an extremely important match.
Yes.
I don't have any idea who comes out on top. I think anybody who does know or think they know for sure is crazy. One thing that is true, though, is that it does seem like Gen G has been on the slight decline while ZETA seems to be getting better and better and better.
Oh, you're way too kind with your words. I think they're just absolutely slipping off a cliff. But, I mean, that's the reality is that, I mean, Gen G just, they looked so strong in the beginning of Pacific, and they've been slipping ever since their loss to DRX in Week 5. Meanwhile, I mean, ZETA Division, they've always kind of had this back and forth, up and down. Now, talking about the Haven specifically, I mean, ZETA also 2-2. Gen G is 2-1, so statistically a better record. But ZETA, their wins were over DFM and then Global Esports. So the Global Esports went okay. Maybe we count it for a bit, but DFM currently with 0 wins, so I don't know how much you can count into that. See if they've changed anything up here against Gen G.
Okay, we've got Gen G here with a slight push up into A. But Garage seems to be where a lot of the action is going to be with a potential setup into the C site. No real engages just yet. We do have Gen G possibly able to push from behind here, too, if they do identify that pressure's building up at C.
Yeah, they absolutely can, and they probably will. Now, here's the thing, is that Gen G has no reason to move from this current position. They've got Alarm Bot on B. They've got Turret watching Garage. They've got the Omen ready to pounce onto C Long. He's jiggle peeking this right now. The Nanoswarm's there to buy time. I mean, no reason for anyone to over-rotate. Now that he's been spotted, the turret's been spotted as well, ZETA knows exactly what they're up against on this execute onto C.
All right, Dep's going to tip up. Ooh, good flash over here.
Yeah, the flash is good on both sides. The Paranoia have really held off Dep and 10, but King's already in. It's a duel right now, and 10 wins that one.
10 gets the first. Sugar Zero gets another. This spike is getting planted, but the attack here from C Long.
Meteor?
Not as good as I thought it was going to be even.
Well, not at all. Meteor missing so many of his shots. Not able to get much damage in, let alone a kill, and now Sylvan all alone against 4 players. Spike already planted.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very easy closer here for ZETA. Sylvan going to try to inch in here, but the double stack is already too much, and that's going to be the first win here for ZETA. Cool setup from Gen G, but again, they were just not able to actually manage ZETA once they got onto site, and the push from C, it was kind of weird. Like, we saw Sylvan getting shot from behind, and he's like, ow, and he just turns around and kills him.
Yeah, he's like, oh, what's this mosquito?
Oh.
He just slaps it out of his head.
Oh, someone's shooting at my shoulder! Just kind of turns and gets a headshot and kills him.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know that, of course, you know, Laz great with his shots, but the fact that Meteor was not able to secure the kill was the surprising part. And then on top of that, I will say ZETA, they didn't wait that long. They also just made sure that they had to commit, so they checked with the Owl drone early on what they were up against on the entry into C. So already, just overall, the timing management looking a bit more promising off the pistol round.
Okay, we've got a very conservative setup right now from ZETA. They're going to send that Owl drone out, see if they can find anybody lurking over here towards the entry point of C Long. And so it's going to be a quiet C Long push. Now Sylvan sees him, bunny hops back. And I don't know that ZETA's going to commit to this, especially just knowing ZETA. They tend to kind of fish in and then snake back out.
Yeah, I mean, that tends to be their old MO, and they are going to slowly back out of it right now because they don't know how many people are there. And they've also applied the pressure, so it's forcing Meteor to rotate as well. So working out in ZETA's favor. Now TS, could he potentially get a kill? No, they're not even going to risk it. Oh, this is a great shot.
Yeah, now TS doesn't know that they're here. They may hear footsteps if they do actually rush to C, but this is a very slow walk into a naked C site. Over here, we've got 10 trying to sell the push into A, and sold it they have.
Yeah, and the other thing is he's now found the Marshall, which you kind of have to expect if it's Gen G. Meteor loves to buy that on round 2, win or lose. So they knew the entry was safe. And the turret, it does activate at the last second.
Oh, you see the idea, though. He thought he could maybe just get out of its line of vision.
Vandal dropped, though. So ZETA, they're now all backing up to make sure they don't give over that weapon for free. But Gen G knows this as well. They're trying to pressure it. They cannot secure extra kills.
Laz is a beast, and now it's just Meteor trying to do the impossible. He's going to try to creep up here, but the crossfire that's set up is so good. Does fire a shot there, but whoa, hold on a second.
And he's tagged up both Crow and Laz. He's just going to stick the half. He is tagged, though, so he has to let go of it. He doesn't want to get pressured. He just wants to try to get more kills.
One enemy
It's
remaining.
one. Dude,
What?
that was actually a sick round there from Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped so many weapons. Sure, they keep the Vandal, which was the most expensive buy.
Right.
But they dropped the Bulldog and a couple more. I mean, Meteor doing what he can, and this is why he buys that Marshall no matter what, right? He's always good for something on that Marshall purchase.
It looked like it was going to be the perfect setup on C, but once there was instability outside of C lobby, that's when things really started to fall apart.
Well, I mean, ZETA, they'll take the round win no matter what. Again, one of those teams that has really bought into the half armor meta here, so they will happily match here in the buy round on round 3.
Caution here.
Okay, we've got a push right up into C. We've got a double stack, although the looks like we're going to have TS just kind of back down, teleporting over into the corner. And they haven't committed yet. Just not clear. They do identify the Omen still back over there. Going to shoot another dart in.
The thing is now ZETA, as much as they like to, push and pull and rotate and leave someone here, like leaving 10 every time they push somewhere, that's fine. That's a great idea. But then they have to spend so much time. Now, what I do like is they're making their decisions just a couple seconds earlier than we've seen them in the beginning couple weeks, right? So even though they have to check every corner and regain that space, we just now hit the 1 minute mark. So they still have a couple choices. I would say about 20 extra seconds to make up their mind, but at around the 40-second mark is where you really want to start to commit to and execute.
We've seen ZETA be a little bit too slow at times, and they're not able to get that spike plant. Now they see 10, which could cause a little bit of confusion here. And now ZETA looks like B1 is going to be their target if they do go here.
Oh, so they draw out the recon bolt and they pretend that they're hiding from it. And then they say, okay, since only 10 was spotted, let's go back, because Genji probably thinks we're committing to A. But Genji said, no, let's just all wait. The backup's already here. There's 3 members in the site already. 2 right outside of Garage.
Oh, King gets 2, 3. Kills immediately, and now that spike is marooned. The entire ZETA team is dead. And dying in a very ZETA fashion, just doing slow plays for a very long time, and within those last maybe 25 seconds,
Yeah,
it's a total shutdown.
Well, I'll say this, right? I actually don't know, compared to old ZETA, I actually do think they've gotten a bit speedier in terms of overall average time. Yes, there are a couple rounds where it still comes down to the last 20 seconds or, even 15. But more so, the bigger problem here is that they are never working with guaranteed info, right? They're working with this assumption that Genji would have bought the bait, that Genji would have rotated. And that's why the timing feels like it's a problem.
Oh, God, dead with an immediate kill there on a Deb. But this B-side plan is, in fact, going to go down. They can't quite spam through. God, they're going to come through with Blast and another.
Yeah, just creating space for Meteor. Now Meteor creating space for his teammates to enter the site.
They're going to try to start that defuse.
And just trying to locate everyone. Aldrone going to be used for surefire guarantees. The blind was good from ZETA, though.
Oh, it doesn't quite get him over there. And it's going to be just Crow. Nope, nobody's left over here. This spike is getting diffused. Beautifully done there by Genji. We're going to be tied up 2-2 here. Are they going to get this diffused? All right, there we go.
No, they're actually just going to stare at it.
No, they forgot how to use that thermometer gun they used to diffuse it. They ran out of batteries.
Oh, imagine that. Imagine if you had to buy extra battery packs.
For the spike diffuser?
Well,
Riot's watching. They're going to add that in
Yeah,
soon.
there's like
watch.
a little meter like your heel on Sky.
Yeah. They're going to call me in for game design pretty soon with that idea.
All right, the operator comes out. That's what I was wondering, right? And although he can't get full armor, he will go for the half armor. Now, ZETA, again, committing to the half armor. They have quite a few ults, though. So I want to see them fish to check for the op and then just power through with the ultimates, right? This would be the round to do so, and looks like they're committing to it.
Okay. Push up into A long. But down over in A short, we've got that double stack. Now, I don't know that ZETA's going to commit here, but they might. Genji might be able to get a pick as they wrap around this corner. Meteor hasn't gone through the doorway yet. They're going to send the Aldrone out first. There is 2 over here.
It spotted 1 for sure. I don't know if it spotted Sugar Zero right under. It might not have.
Yeah,
it
I don't
look
think so.
Well, yeah, it was mid-turn. So not sure about the angle, but either way, you know that people are planted in a lobby. Might have spotted Depp as well, so that's why everyone backs up, and that's why Gen G starts pushing out of C. Now here's the thing, finally, 10 getting a bit more space, has the alarm bot as well. Now it will get triggered, but that should signify if you're going to rotate, you got to do it now. Otherwise, we have to commit to A, right? I mean, Gen G is not a team that's going to push even further out of C long.
Well, Meteor's ready over here. Depp going to be the first to move up. They're just going to clear behind box.
Do they want to set up for the lockdown? You don't have time for it. Yeah, you just have to go through right now. Just trust that the turret's going to watch your back.
And they're going to come in.
Yeah,
we don't have... Well, only a Meteor killed off so far. 10 finds God dead.
Yeah, but Sylvan's still not spotted. He's got a great opportunity here. Oh, he cannot get the first kill.
All right, the spike now goes down. Sugar Zero still lurking here with 5 HP. TS coming down the rampway. They spot him. Oh my God, he's going to Shroud Step over here. And that's going to draw him in. Beautifully done there by ZETA, leaving only King remaining, and then there were none. ZETA scoops the lead back up with a 3-2.
And this means the operator now dropped by Gen G. Meteor not able to turn that into a round win. Sure, he's got the Blaze Storm to try to create some heroics here in the next round, but again, slower than you would normally like, slower than what looks like an ideal round of Valorant. However, this time, there was a bit more of guaranteed info, right, coming out from ZETA. They knew the Silva was over on A. You got to expect that he's planting for the potential jet. You saw that people had pushed out of C long, so you knew you had to commit. That's the type of flowchart of decision-making you want to see, because then, even if you do use your time, you're a bit more guaranteed to get the round.
All right, well, they've come all the way into B. They're actually going to be into the back of B at this point in time. Okay. Yeah, it's going to wait for the smoke maybe to dissipate here. It's going to be a very difficult retake here. And outgunned, Gen G is going to have to try to find some pretty good picks. And right now, ZETA can basically just lurk over outside of B and wait for the diffusers to come in and punish.
Yeah, they've got Hunter's Fury as well. But if they start to lose these early duels, anything could happen. They don't have anyone going for the flank, so they just have to fight the crowd that's coming out.
Yeah, they're going to try to swing out. Oh, my God. Sugar Zero is on fire. Gets 4 in that round. We're already now going to round 6.
Yeah, that's a quick one. Of course, an eco for Gen G. But nonetheless, ZETA looking very composed. And this is why I say overall, I think their average attack has gotten, has sped up just a bit on ZETA. They do have rounds like this because now Depp has found his confidence as that jet, as that main entry. So we've seen a couple of these explosive rounds show up more and more often on the side of ZETA division. That allows them to have a better macro picture. But again, probably the biggest weakness more than time is you don't have guaranteed space. You don't have guaranteed info. Again, 10's positioning is util. If it's like this round or the previous one, it's going to look a lot more promising for ZETA.
Yeah, Gen G calling for that timeout, deciding this is the moment we need to kind of pump the brakes a little bit, so to speak, and figure out where we can make the adjustments. We mentioned earlier that you could really feel the tenseness in the room, and that remains true. I mean, this is such an important match. These are two top dog teams here in VCT Pacific. Obviously, winning this basically pumps you up enough into that safety net there.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the crowd right now, right? We've got a nearly full house even for the second match here, and here's the thing. I mean, oh, is this a Depp cosplay? Oh, is that a Jet cosplay? I don't know, like a half cosplay? But either way, cheering, and then a fan right above cheering for Gen G. But yeah, we've kind of got like clear half and half. This is the last round robin match for both teams, a very crucial one to try to secure their own future into the playoffs, right? And if you get the win, it's looking very likely. But if you take the loss, now you're at the mercy of so many other results. All right, once again, just putting pressure on B. They just push into it again. They sent the shock dart in, and because there was no extra gunfire to try to take down Depp, now they plant the spike again. But this time the change is Depp is in backside. This is a nice change.
Yeah, Depp immediately gets that first kill. They're going to try to flush him out, but so far so good. He gets another before King gets him back.
And then there's the counter lockdown as well coming out from 10. The Hunter's Fury has to be used to clear it. But now they have Sugar Zero already in garage.
Yeah, this is a crazy lurk over here.
Last still has his Hunter's Fury as well. Oh, Sugar Zero even uses his ultimate just to draw out more time. Now the half is done.
Dude.
But oh, he's tagged.
That was sick. Well done by Zeta.
I mean, Laz with the perfect timings there.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvan, he's like, well, are you not going to fire the second shot? Should I try to tap it again? And Laz just reads right through it. Laz has been so good with that Hunter's Fury whenever we've seen him playing the Sova. Just reads the mind of his opponent and what they're trying to do, what they're trying to bait out.
Very, very cool round there. Okay, round 8. Gen G hurting again. This time, double Marshall, triple Sheriff. Can they try to create some opportunities here? We've got a push already for Meteor, peering up in through the entry point of A, but there's really nobody there to receive that, although I say that, no, okay, Laz is not going to go through there. And I think we're going to see another quiet start here for Zeta. They've been doing a better job of oscillating between passive, slow pushes into poppy aggression.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Gen G had an interesting idea to try to smoke off the turret outside of garage. The smoke succeeds, but, I mean, Zeta was positioned in a way where that didn't really mess with them. Yes, eventually, they used their recon bolt in mid to just make sure no one's pushed out, but Gen G, that smoke, I'm curious if they'll use it again and what that leads into, because it didn't show much of an impact this round.
Okay, he's going to now creep up into B. B becoming more and more of a desirable target as Zeta going with the slow play once more. We do have depth going up through A, and he might actually be able to get into a deep lurk position.
Yeah.
TS coming out of C.
Well, so Gen G has control of A long and C long, so that's why they're focused around B. Now, the problem is if Zeta Division gets baited by Depth, their own teammate, to rotate into A, Meteor he might shut this down. That's what I was afraid of, and now they're down to 20 seconds. Yes, it's an eco, but this is looking dangerous because TS now on the flank.
Yeah,
the alarm bot was deactivated because of distance.
All right. Oh, Meteor is blinded now. They should be able to get this set up here. They have 10 seconds left, uninterrupted. Laz fights back. Clutch moment there. But Meteor taken out, but it's 2 versus 2.
He's already here. They have no idea. 1v2. Laz is good for 1.
Oh! Clutch moment there from Laz. Heroing that win. Zeta getting further and further ahead here. But I got to say, William, sometimes they don't make it very easy for themselves.
No, they don't. Well, I mean, that round, we've actually seen rounds like that more often than you would imagine, right? You would think, well, of course, if you're the lurker and you go into the site, surely you check every corner. I mean, there's so much to check on on Haven. And that's the thing. We've actually seen so many teams get baited by themselves into that when someone goes into A and says, hey, let's rotate back to A, and there's someone waiting in the cubby on short or, outside of A long. Meteor, I would, if anything, I would give credit to Meteor and his positioning around those smokes, hiding from the util, repositioning in a way where he doesn't get spotted, playing ring around the rosy with depth. Eventually, Laz clutches it out, right? So all's good that ends well for Zeta Division, but still doesn't feel that secure yet. I mean, you can tell the Zeta fans are happy about the score so far, but it's too early to tell.
It really is. Again, the numbers don't really tell the whole story. The fact of the matter is that some of these have been extremely close rounds here. So we've got that pause here. Zeta, by the way, this time going for that pause. And I think it's good as they've gotten this far along. Try to figure out how the next couple rounds should look, how they're going to play that out. And we're done with that timeout. We're ready to get back into this match.
Overall, now Gen G, over their map movement, fairly good, right? As soon as they get some contact, they push out from the other side of the map. They're constantly keeping control of at least A long or C long. That allows them to narrow down the choices a bit more on the defensive side. But Zeta, their tempo control a lot better. Okay, that smoke continues to come out. No one's ever swinging off of it, though. So far, yes, if anything, I would say this is the impact it has so far. It actually does force Zeta to have to check if anyone swings out, and that takes away time, which we know is probably the greatest enemy of Zeta Division.
It's true. Well, we've got a very, very tight position over here in A. We've seen Zeta kind of fish down A and sometimes pull right back out. But B has gotten a lot of attention overall in this half, and let's see, maybe they're going to go there.
Okay, but no one has checked A. Meteor's already through. I don't know if this Alodro makes it all the way. No, it gets taken out right away, right at the end of its meter. And then the fault line. Gen G wants to force. They want to force Zeta Division to rotate over to C at a late timing, try to battle through the Killjoy util, and then retake with the Rolling Thunder. You already see GodDead on the run to support onto B or C. That's the idea from Gen G here. Zeta Division, they do have time. It's not too late just yet, but Dep's got to survive.
All right, Dep's going to lurk inside the Cloudburst, but that's not going to last for much longer. He's not going to come around. Oh, King gets the first.
Oh no, and now the Rolling Thunder has arrived. The Attacker's one was used earlier, and King is holding on to this site.
Just Laz remaining in 1 versus 3. Not going to be enough. That's going to be the third win here for Gen G.
This was a very, very textbook way to play Haven defense, right? Just the way that they had planted someone earlier on a main. And again, now this is where we start to see, okay, that smoke on the turret, it buys just enough time, it draws just enough attention where we can plant it C-long or A-long. And I was talking about how Depp has to survive. The reason he peeks out early is because his teammates had used the Rolling Thunder towards Garage and C-Link, and Depp just tries to swing off of it, but he just never actually fully cleared the back corner. King stays alive.
Right, we've got ulti procced here for Depp. Meteor tries to push in, can't find a target. They decide to abandon that spot for now. They're going to just kind of tuck Sylvan up there. No, he's going to pull back around as well. Excuse me.
Spike drop.
Okay, so Zeta just trying to force some info. The Owl Drone used very early again just to make sure Gen G hasn't pushed back up. And now you got to be committing to this. Looks like the recon bolt's going to come land right in the back of sight. Timing a little bit late from the bolt, but eventually will allow Depp to clear the site. Now, Gen G, they had emptied the site long ago. They've got the lockdown ready to go. They're holding control of mid and garage and C-Link. Retake absolutely possible.
So they're going to set their own lockdown up and try to come in. This is a plant for C-Long with the idea that they could basically... Oh, hold on. They're just going to send... All right, Jet's going to come back out. The idea is they could basically just keep pinging on the spike and gunning anything down that's going to be over there.
Yeah, the Paranoia trying to just buy time on the entry, but Gen G's already way past it. They are set up over and under angles here from Meteor. King's just sticking half. Gets it safely. Meanwhile, Gen G's already got 2 kills.
Right, Hunter's Fury coming out. They're going to try to go for that defuse again, and it's going to go all the way. 4th round win. Beautifully done there. Gen G in a road to recovery. Had an excellent retake there.
You know what was crazy about that round is the Hunter's Fury being used by Sylvan. It did 2 things. One, it covers the sound of the second defuse starting by Meteor. But second, even if Zeta expects that, as the Hunter's Fury continues to fire into C-Long, everyone from Zeta Division has to keep dancing back and forth. They cannot sit and spam against the spike. So it just absolutely guarantees that they'll stick the defuse, and I don't think I've ever seen a team stick the defuse and get a flawless out of it.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's like winning in every conceivable way in that round. All right, well, they've got the entry point of the A side here in Long smoked off. So we're going to have a little bit of camping. The Aldron's going to come out here and try to get confirmed. Is there anybody lurking there? Clearly there is.
And with 2 people swinging out, you got to imagine that Deb's here. Now they absolutely know that Crow was over by the Cubby, so that's where the shock dart was headed. But Gen G, you see their movement, right? They say, okay, let's back out. I mean, Zeta, they're thinking of something funny here in A-Long. Let's just watch from Heaven. And the movement. GodDead waits until Meteor gets planted in Heaven, and then he goes to support on B. You've already got control of C-Long in the form of Cubby with King. So, again, overall map position, much more in favor of Gen G. Meteor's even changed position to make sure that no one just gets into A-Link. They're emptying A-Site and getting ready for a retake if that's the entry.
Yeah, they've got Meteor out there just to list it in onto the site. And they're going to come in. I mean, this is going to be a very easy spike setup. Question now is how is Gen G going to be able to come in and try to disarm this?
Meteor has to, not die. You do need all 5 if you want to go for this retake. It's still going to be a tough one, as it always is, on A-Site, on Haven. There is no one on the flank. Zeta, meanwhile, very aware of the potential flank, and everyone has backed out. This is actually all up to Depp. He's the only one in a bit of an off position. The Paranoia lands perfectly.
Oh my God! Suddenly GodDead lands right in front of Depp, getting the kill there.
Now 3v3, a 2-for-2 trade. But Zeta Division still holding the positions that they would want. Yeah, Gen G has to push out if they want to try to stick it this time.
Just King left over, almost no HP. And that's going to be that. That's a 7th win there for Zeta. close round 11 there, but ultimately that spike is going to go off here.
Before the switch.
And so, yeah, this is it, the last round here in the first half. ZETA in a healthy spot, very much ahead, hoping to keep it that way. The best right now that we could expect to see here from Gen G is they can get that 5th win and almost even it out.
Yeah, I mean, a 5-7 score on Haven, it could really go anybody's way, especially given the attack and defense side swap for each team right now. Gen G, I mean, yes, it's the last round of the first half, so this is already long gone, but you know, waiting for an entire 5v5 retake seems like ZETA's quite well prepared for it. You have to up the tempo just a bit if you want to catch them off guard. Gen G, they're choosing to do it again, though, right? They say, all right, leave the site open. They wanted to support Meteor, but he did not actually get the orb to get the Blaze Storm either.
All right, using that Hunter's Fury there. We've had so many Hunter's Furies so far in this match.
Oh no, but they've already got the flank. Now the Hunter's Fury was used earlier just to make sure that there wasn't an early retake coming into the site, but now they have to push out. ZETA Division has to push out, otherwise their fish in a barrel is stuck here.
All right, well, they're going to stay back. The push continues on up over today. We got Sylvan coming in here right now.
They've made their choice. TS just trying to draw out the angles right now. Flashes on both sides, but 10 with a great angle and the shorty!
10! Completely heroic win there. Burns through the clip, switches to the shorty.
Switching sides.
And now we're 8-4. We are going to have Gen G going to the attacker side. ZETA here to defend. ZETA looking to be in very good health right now, positionally here in the second half.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, round 3 and 4, sure, you gave it over, even though you tried to match the buy with the half armors. But overall, again, not the most ideal timings, not the most ideal info, but definitely some upgrades here and there, even round to round after the timeout from ZETA Division, making sure that if you want to leave the rotate option open, you have to have a little bit more control of the map. That's been Ten's job, and sometimes Laz's, as he's setting up these far away recon bolts, and that gives them 8 points on the board. And yeah, 8-4, it's still a score where you can come back. It's not going to be too dramatic if that happens, but it does feel a lot different than a 5-7.
Okay, intense moment here. Gen G again, they started out looking maybe to be the second best in the whole region, only to DRX, right, where we knew DRX was probably a stronger team, and they looked stronger, but now they've been losing best of 3 after best of 3 after best of 3. ZETA has done such a great job of improving, of making these minor adjustments. They've stayed true to their style as well. And look, it's right now, ZETA in a very substantial lead, double the points here on the board. The question now is, what exactly does Gen G need to do to adjust to this, to adjust to a very conservative, methodical team like ZETA?
Well, I'm also curious. I mean, what we're seeing from ZETA today, I don't know if they'll be as conservative as they've always been, right? Deb, again, the fact that he's been able to have these explosive rounds where he's kind of left to his own ambitions and making it happen, that has opened so many options for them now. And then they have 10, who used to play a lot of that duelist role in certain metas.
It's like, no ZETA, no Masters Tokyo. I'm like, is that a threat?
Well, maybe that fan won't be going, but Masters Tokyo will still happen.
It will still happen no matter what.
If you bought your tickets, don't worry, the matches will still be there. But I'm curious, because I'm more curious actually about ZETA's setups here after the pistol round. Just, do they change up the tempo themselves on the defense, or do they say, no, we don't need to worry about that? It's been very clear that they've been working on their retakes across a lot of maps as well. See if that's evolved any further here on Haven.
Okay, round 1 of the second half begins now. We've got ZETA. They're going to push right up by the doors here. Garage, they're not having any sounds come out yet. We had Laz peek up here. Now, if he gets spotted, they can bum rush him and easily just pick him off. He does peek. I think did he see King? I'm actually not sure.
Well, he heard the shot at the very least, so either way, he's just going to back out. But ZETA, this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted to fake it as if they were all crowding around A main with the breach ready to go. But the breach is actually set up here, and now it's a counter fake from Gen G. They draw the paranoia.
This is wild, and he gets right back out. Are they going to wrap up through Garage? We know that we've got 10 waiting over there.
No, they're going to go to A because if they see that the Sova's there, they heard the paranoia coming in from C-Link, they heard someone entering B site, and then they say, okay, well now we forced ZETA to reposition at the very least. I don't mind this. And here's the thing, they still have 40 seconds.
ZETA gets one over here, but they're going to have to come in on C right now. They do have a good position to kind of set up shop over here.
All right, ZETA, they want to get in before the plant happens. They do not want Gen G to get post-plant position. Spike's still not planted just yet.
Yeah, Depp going to pop out of the cloud over here. Misses those shots. Suddenly it's a triple kill. Just Laz left.
Oh
my God.
Kill. Now it's a fight against time. Laz, he's going to rotate, reposition. He knows he has to give up the plant.
10 seconds left.
King reads it.
Very good read here, but
oh no,
doesn't matter. Sylvan backs up.
They spotted each other for a brief second.
Oh my
Laz,
God.
so close. So close, but it's going to be Sylvan bunkering down for Gen G and a much-needed pistol round win.
Yeah, and again, that could have gone either way. Laz with some great instinct, even had that lineup there to flick down the head, but really good reaction timing coming there. And in the end, you have to see Sylvan close that out. An important pistol round win here. I mean, if Gen G is going to come back and this half is as close as the other half, they're going to need, to have a very strong start. So we go now into the second half. ZETA with a pretty ordinary setup right now, going with budget guns, looking for ideally Sheriff picks to farm out the weapons on the other side.
Yeah, and Gen G, of course, just going to group together. They don't want to give away any free weapon upgrades. They've also decided to go for the full armors instead of any risky buys here, given who's gotten which kills in the previous round. Of course, they all eventually died as well. So now we're going to see if Gen G, do they eventually stick through this? I mean, they are fishing. They are fishing for information because they want to know at the end of the day, you're probably stacking one side or the other. Which is it? No movement off of that aftershock. And Gen G will continue to use this, use this off a cooldown. The fault line's here. Do they use it to scout or do they use it to entry? They're just going to back out. The fact that there's no movement from either side of the map weirds them out a bit, right? Alarm bot still in healthy condition. Turret hasn't been triggered yet out of garage.
Okay, they're going to start to tiptoe towards B here. Obviously, the heavy stack on A is going to give them pretty quick access over here, but lopsided access at that.
30 seconds left.
And so the question is, can they thin out these numbers before they push in? Great spraying, but it's going to be Laz actually getting Meteor through the smoke.
Yeah, Meteor getting a little bit greedy about that. That's going to be a Spectre giving over. 10 gets one extra kill as well. Oh no, crossfires on both sides. King with some great coverage, but Depp gets one as well. The continued trades in favor of ZETA Division. Oh no!
Oh!
The bounce misses! He did not line that up correctly with the number of bounces.
Sylvan's going to have to peek. They haven't started that defuse yet.
Time still in favor of Gen G. Two members very low on the side of ZETA Division. Oh no.
He doesn't have the connections.
No. The bolt doesn't go
They're
through
going to go for it! Oh my God! Oh, wait.
He can still stick
Oh my
it.
God!
He has time.
Oh my God! Crazy round.
But here's the thing. Every weapon dropped.
Yes,
That's
it's a full
why.
reset.
So that's why at the end of that round, Crow, once he had to give up the first stick on that later half, he just says, my goal is to draw in Sylvan.
Exactly.
Because that's a round, that's essentially a win for us. Even though the score goes up on the side of Gen G, we've completely annihilated your economy. Now Gen G on half armors and sheriffs.
Yeah. So ZETA very well set up over here. Are we? Okay, hold on. Looks like Meteor's going to try to run right up over here into C. Are they just going to try to dash in?
Oh, well, he's on an island right now. Well, no longer.
Not anymore. Some shots fired through here, and I mean, right now, Gen G's not even to see who's killing them. Just King left over in what may be our shortest round yet. ZETA gets that 9th win, easy peasy. All due to the punish there from the previous round in the weaponry denial for that carryover from the round win.
And guess what? Those are, even the flawlesses, I mean, that's when some of this half armor stuff really starts to add up, right? You're like, okay, well, we didn't take hits, or if someone did, just stay, as long as it's over half, just stay on that armor, don't refresh it. Let's continue to roll that snowball. A nice flawless for ZETA. Now, of course, it's thanks to them forcing Gen G to drop every weapon in the previous round. But this puts Gen G in a tough position. They have to win this round if they want to have a better future here on Haven. Oh, everybody's tagged.
Yeah, right. All right, Depp gets the first kill and escapes. Shots fired in there, but Meteor gets the better half of Laz.
Yeah, but do they suspect him? No, they think that probably has exited. Now
oh my God, this is masterful holding here of A-Long.
And look at the quick backup coming in from 10. I'm telling you, Tesla Zeta, they have changed. Is it perfect? No, but it's in a much better direction.
Man, that was wild. The back and forth over there at A, the trade-offs and who's going to take a shot. The plays make it look like maybe he had escaped, but in fact he had ran back in. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Kind of a humiliating round, to be totally honest there for Gen G.
Yeah, but also just goes to show, I mean, Zeta, I think that's the other big thing. It's very clear to us, yes, partly because Zeta's in the lead, but Zeta is keeping their calm and cool much more during these firefights than Gen G is, right? Even when it's buy rounds on both sides. Gen G, it looks like they're constantly trying to force the fight to happen, whereas Zeta, they're still, whether it's actual direct communication or just, you know, having it locked in and have it.
Oh my God, that was a weird moment. Almost out of vision of the scope. Fortunately, he does miss.
Well, another eco for Gen G, and Zeta just says, well, if we just, you know, don't allow the easy plant on B, this should be an easy round for us. And look at this. I mean, C-Site, not even, you know, the Killjoy utility. And now that I believe the alarm bot was erased from Garage, you see the Omen and Killjoy back out. We saw RQ doing this earlier as well. Back out initially. Don't give away free weapon upgrades. Stay together.
Dead going to start to creep up here. It's a double stack over here on the defender's side. Depp sees one, but doesn't see the one that's closest. Doesn't matter, though.
Oh, and the
my God, they're everywhere.
Depp, I mean, he's been racking up kills to stay on top of the kill leaderboard here in Pacific. See if he can make that happen all the way to the end. Of course, this is the last match for both teams in the round robin.
30 seconds left.
That's it. Laz gets that kill. We are, I think, are almost to the end of this, man, unless Gen G can really start to pick it up. And these shutdowns over at A have just been so impressive. Gen G calls for a timeout. I wonder if this is almost too late. That last round looking so very much like the one before it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it was an eco, but again, just the setups that Zeta has currently on defense looking even better than their attacking side. And they were already in the lead. This timeout means everything, right? They get their buy round back. If they lose this match point, and they'll be out of economy. So they have to throw everything at the kitchen sink at the wall. You see Coach Bile on the left, execute Q on the right. Now, Coach Bile, you know, ever since Gen G started slipping after the DRX matches, he has posted on his own social media that, you know, I take a lot of this responsibility. You know, this is a lot on the coaching staff of really needing to clean things up. The players are still putting in the hours and the work, but whatever they're trying to make happen, it's not showing up on stage. Even if it's working in scrims, it is not happening when it matters most on the stage right now.
And, you know, we thought, honestly, map 1 was going to be much closer, and maybe it will be. We'll see if this timeout makes all the difference in the world. But right now, I mean, this is a pretty straightforward Zeta dominant map.
Yeah, and of course this was Gen G's pick as well. Now, if we look at the map selection overall, actually both teams quite even in all of their map records so far on all 3 maps today. Haven, Ascent, and Fracture you can see on the top of your screen. So it should never be a surprise if either team takes, you know, the opponent's picks. But the style that Zeta's doing it in, very commanding. Okay, so Zeta.
Look at the stack over here by B.
Yeah, but I like this, right?
Yeah.
Because of the timeout, they say, okay, well, we've been winning our fights on A 2 rounds in a row, maybe 3. So let's switch it up. Put the Killjoy over there. We can still go for the retake with Hunter's Fury. Make sure that they don't get into C for free, or they have to use their ultimates if they want to do it.
And they scare Gen G right out of Garage again.
Here.
Okay, so now the silver lining for Gen G, they're rotating a lot quicker, but the thing is they have to check every corner, and then they have to decide if you're going to use your ultimates, you got to use it right away, but obviously they would like to try to save it, but not going to do it. Yeah, they're already way too far behind in rounds, and this is what Zeta Division wanted. Okay, well, that's Rolling Thunder out. Hunter's Fury is coming in from Laz.
Oh, what a weirding.
Yeah,
what a weird shot there.
Well, yeah, Meteor's already pushed through, so the Hunter's Fury doesn't get the value that Zeta Division would have wanted, and now Lockdown still available for King.
Gonna stay camped up over here. Now it's gonna be time to move in. And we actually, that was a crazy moment. He actually went up into the bubble.
And 10 just spams him through the smoke thanks to Depth's drop. What a retake setup from ZETA Division. You don't even have a chance to use a lockdown, and what do you do here?
Oh my god.
King trying to make it happen with his own, oh my god.
Hold on, not over yet. Just Laz remaining.
Sylvan versus Laz, and Sylvan wins it again.
Oh, so close. Brilliantly done. The spike's going off. We're going back to the next round here. I gotta say, very impressive.
I mean, insane. The start to the retake here. Oh, he actually sees him jump up. Okay.
Saw the head and ponytail sticking out of the smoke.
Oh, but King, these 2 kills, instant. But then the reaction from Sylvan to just take out Depp, who was damaged prior. And then to keep the calm in another 1v1 against Laz. Not an easy opponent to do so, but Sylvan trying to prove himself on this stage. They don't give up the momentum yet. Match point not quite there yet for ZETA Division.
Genji gonna come into A once more. This time A with a triple stack. They get in and Goddead takes Laz out. Bro gets Meteor. Goddead takes Crow back out in return. Sugar Zero now on site.
Oh my gosh, the backup setup is so good from ZETA, but at the end of the day, they spot him. He's just gonna commit to the lockdown.
Bot coming back.
Okay. We just wait 1 extra second. Says, are you gonna push in during this? The answer is no. Gonna wait for just when that lockdown's about to end and then get the spike plant. But this could go a lot of different ways. Now 10 is extremely low on HP.
Yeah, so 10 purposely runs out of the lockdown. They heard him running out towards a link, and then he's just trying to wrap back around to try to create a fake. But here's the thing, I mean, King's got turret, he's got alarm bot on the spike. 10's only on 4 health. It will take a miracle and a half for 10 to secure match point for his team. He basically has to draw him out. Oh no, King gets spotted first. Yeah, 10 doesn't mind because he's already at 4 HP anyway.
Oh! Yeah, I guess when you're that low on HP, a shorty is the way to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, that allows the jump peak, right? Because otherwise with the Vandal, you can't jump and shoot reliably. So just goes for the shorty. I like it. He's got the HP call. He knows the alarm bot activated as well.
There it is. What a relief there. All right.
Coach Paul just praying.
Coach very happy now to see that they've lengthened this quite a bit. And I'll tell you what, Genji is really winning in this game of catch-up. Just a couple more rounds, and they're going to be evened out.
Yeah, I mean, 8-11, but here's the thing. This is the big round for them to overcome because of the 4 ultimates available. On the side of ZETA Division, Genji does not have ultimates in hand to trade back and forth, so they're going to have to do this with pure tactics. And to do that, TS, he's going to go behind. Try to create a crossfire. The paranoia is good as well.
TS coming through with the lurk. It's going to be a bit of a trade out.
Oh no, but the backup's so quick coming in from Crow. Now a 3v3. Rolling Thunder still available for Crow.
All right, Depp with blades out. This is a setup over here for C-Long. Laz just going to clear out Garage and then try to move that L-drone as far into the site as possible.
I mean, they're probably considering, do we use the Rolling Thunder or not? No, they're just going to enter into the site. They decide to choose the risk. But now that allows them to set up to Rolling Thunder into Long. But here's the thing, King is already on the rotate, but Spike already have done. King needs to make a run for it.
Laz gets a defuse! Unbelievable! Beautifully done by ZETA. They're just 1 win away from taking the whole thing.
I think they masked the spike diffuse again with the Rolling Thunder. Earlier it was Gen G with Hunter's Fury, but this time it's ZETA with the Rolling Thunder and King. I mean, the other thing is if you start sprinting, you think you might get spotted either way. You were stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I love it from ZETA Division. This is what I mean, though. They're no longer playing as passive as they used to. The fact that they choose, okay, if we lose, we lose, but the way to guarantee the win is to get into the site and send Rolling Thunder out even further to guarantee the defuse. I mean, great decision-making from ZETA Division.
All right, Meteor's going to come up. We do have some Killjoy utility ready to snag this if they push through too hastily.
All right, clears the first part of it, but not the turret. Oh, so they use a flash to just guarantee that they can shake things up on Garage. Now that means 1 flash down for Goddead. Of course, they don't have anything extra like a Sky or a KO, so
Got the Al drone coming through a long. Doesn't see anybody in there.
Yeah, spots the turret, but
Yeah.
that's it. And that could fake them out, right? Because you're maybe thinking, oh, okay, well, if that's the turret, are they still focused on the other side?
And so they're going to go for it anyways.
Oh no, 2 members. I think Laz found 1 extra one at the barrel right at the end. So since he doesn't know the exact number, he's going to back out, try to group up with Depp. They have the lockdown, but they're not in position to back out of the site. They're going to commit to holding on to it.
All right, we've got Depp down here. He gets one. Dashes to the side. Can he get another?
Depp's just creating space. He's just buying time.
Oh my God, it's just Sylvan left in a 1 versus 5.
Oh,
And they know where he
there's
is. That's going to be it. 13-8 is how we wrap up map 1. ZETA Division currently in the lead.
Depp's movement and choices in that last round. Just really quickly while it's fresh on our minds. Because they decided to bunker down on the site, he stays and cloudbursts himself on top of the crates. And then as soon as he doesn't die right away, you see the counter, a recon bolt come out from Laz, and then Depp drops. While everyone's, confused among the smokes and the flashes. So that means that everyone's still focused on, okay, well, that cloudburst is still there. Is Depp above? He gets a kill, continues to hide, creates space, gets another kill with a shorty, another tailwind available for him. Meanwhile, Laz is cleaning him up. Backup has arrived. ZETA Division looking very good to clean up map 1 on Haven against Gen G.
Really fun map to cast there. You can see both sides had some very interesting takes and plays on there, but ZETA, especially at the end, really kept it together. Gen G almost running into a wall over and over and over again. But we're far from being done yet. This is a best of 3. ZETA taking that first map. Obviously, they're going to be happy, but they're going to have to win 1 more if they're going to move on as the victors here tonight.
Yeah, and even in the first half, right, while it did look messy at times and risky at times, the fact is ZETA still strung together 4 rounds in a row to get that early 6-2 lead before ending the first half 8-4. And eventually, out of the 8 rounds that Gen G got, 2 of them were Sylvan having his heroic clutches against Laz in the 1v1s. I mean, overall, yes, maybe 2, maybe 3 rounds of the attacking half. Did ZETA really run the clock down? Yes, they did. But if they won those and the other rounds looked even better, at the end of the day, they were the stronger team.
I do feel like this is the best iteration of ZETA we've seen here at VCT Pacific. They have had some incredible plays throughout here. And the death spiral of Gen G just continues on. Are they going to lose another week in a row?
That's true. I mean, ever since they lost to DRX in week 5, they are now, I mean, I'm counting it up, they are now on an 8-map losing streak. Gen G, the team that we said had really looked so strong and steady in second place, when Paper Rex was experimenting with their roster, Talon was experimenting with all sorts of things. ZETA Division was having a tough time just barely eking out these wins. And then Gen G loses to DRX, and they're literally slipping off a cliff right now.
It's wild. I mean, I hope that they can come back, because otherwise it's going to be just another loss after another week. We got to go to a commercial. We'll be right back. Then some analysis at the desk, and then game 2 in this best of 3. See you soon.
Last second! But Gen G knows this as well. They're trying to pressure it. They feel right outside of Garage.
Oh, King gets 2.
Fight the crowd that's coming out.
Yeah, they're going to try to swing out. Oh, the crazy lurk over.
This is his ultimate just to draw out more time. Now the half is done.
Dude.
But, he's tagged.
10 seconds left, uninterrupted. But you're taking up, and it's 2 versus 2.
1v2. That's good for 1.
Oh! Much longer, he's not going to come around.
Oh, positions that they would want. Yeah, Gen G.
We've had so many Hunter's Fury so far.
Draw out the angles right now. Flashes on both sides, but 10 with a great angle. And the shorty. 40 seconds. They want to get in before the plan happens.
Very good read here. By now, Gen G's not even to see it. All right.
Yeah, but do they suspect him? No. Don't give away free weapon.
Closest doesn't matter, though.
Down. And what do you do here?
Hold on. Not over yet. Just Laz remaining.
Silva versus...
ZETAディビジョンのラズです。チームではイニシエーターを使っていて、IGL をしています。プレイスタイルというか、個性として、一つのことを極めるのが得意だなと思ってます。過去 で印象に残ってるシーンはまあ結構あるんですけど、直近だとチャンピオンズの、ブーム戦でパール、まあ、11対12ぐらいかなでリサイト守りをうまくできて、まあ、エースを取れたラウンドです。で1人目のネオンはフリーキル取れて、で2人目のオーメンも攻めをやめて切り返した形なのでスキルが少ないってことが分かっていたので、2キル目オペを通してれば倒せそうだなってところでピークして、で、まあ、彼女倒せて人数有利もできて、まあ、そんなに行く必要もなかったんですけど、みんなと合わせていくか、まあ、ソロプレイで終わらせに行くかで、まあ、ちょっと刺さりそうだったので自分で顔出しに行って、ビーションとのチェンバーがスプラント守っていたんですけど、打ち合いを避けてるっていうのをなんか直感的に分かって、ビーションのチェンバーがスパイク守ってるのを無視してスパイクを無理やり倒しに行ったらやっぱ倒せて、であとはもう時間切れなんで残りの敵倒すだけみたいなところで、まあ、綺麗に全部弾が当たってエースが取れて、いいラウンドだったなと思ってます。最近の試合はその昔のチャンピオンズとか去年とは全然違うスタイルになってて、今までのようなエイムでバンバンぶち倒していくみたいなシーンは見れないと思うんですけど、チームとしてすごいまとまりのあるで、そしてすごいいい戦い方をするチームになったなと思ってるので、連携とかストラテジーとかそういうところを見てもらえると嬉しいなと思ってます。でまあ個人的にねパフォーマンスも結構落ちちゃってるんですけど、まだここからどんどん上手くなれる自信があるので、楽しみにしていてください。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific, and so ends our first matchup between Gen G and ZETA. And you know what? ZETA was looking really strong on Haven, frankly speaking.
Yeah, just clearly the better team here. In my book, it was pound for pound, just some better ideas, better execution, better shooting. Gen G looked lost at times, a few good rounds here and there, but it was mostly on the backs of King and Sylvan. I mean, everybody else really struggled for Gen G.
Yeah, I think, as you said, you know, Gen G has looked lost for a little bit now, and I don't think that really changed, unfortunately, for them. We were really hoping to see kind of like a revitalization here in this first map, which was their choice, by the way. It was here and there, you know, a little bit, but ZETA was much more solid as a team unit, and absolutely were the better team. So you can see Sylvan actually doing a great job on the side of Gen G, whereas 10 picked up a huge ACS and had 5 first kills, 0 first deaths as well. Did a really good job on Haven.
Oh, he's phenomenal. On the other side of the coin, like, yes, King played very well in that Killjoy dueling that role, so, you know, the key players we highlighted before the match, both playing very well. The problem is, you know, we try to stray away from just highlighting the duelists every time, but frankly, Meteor was awful. I mean, I'm not going to, there's no other way to put this. So you 1 and 7 on first kills versus first deaths at -8 in his KD. I mean, there are so many mistakes that he made here. I was very shocked with this performance.
Oh, poor Meteor. Not only are you disappointed with this performance, comparing him to his brother.
Yeah.
Whoa, it's a rough
It's a bad day for Meteor for me.
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry. I'm sorry, Meteor, but.
Yeah, what was your takeaway from this, Valdez?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Meteor, or you mean in terms of the game itself?
Of the game, although if you have something to say about Meteor to make him feel a little better.
You can just get in here and start dunking on him with me. I mean, we're just...
You know, my dad, Tasteless, said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So, yeah.
Wise words.
He also rides a
Tasteless.
motorcycle. Anyway, yeah, I think, you know, ZETA were just the better team, and they were just really much better. Like the two guys, especially 10 and Laz, who are the two we were probably going to highlight on the side of ZETA, they really kept it together. And actually this time, as you mentioned, we don't always want to highlight the duelists. We didn't have to in this map because it wasn't really about them this time.
Yeah, you're right. Now, Paper Thin, there was one point when Gen G called for a timeout, and you're like, wait, something's going to happen in this next round. And something did happen, but not quite what we expected.
Yeah, I thought that Gen G would have something interesting dialed up here after this, but instead it's ZETA who has the better read on this. So Depp just dashes in here and gains space. They want to go for a fast B plant, and they have a plan behind this, and I love this, because they know that the lockdown is in the hands of King, and they have their own lockdown too. But the way that they're going to counter it is, you know, Depp doing a great job holding the side here, gets 2, but they're able to take space in garage because of Depp's entry. So while the Hunter's Fury for Gen G has to be used to clear the lockdown, ZETA's able to hold on to their Hunter's Fury. So kind of the ultimate tic-tac-toe here goes in favor of ZETA, and that's why they're able to win this round. So it's a great play here by Laz, and it's a great shot call by either the coach or the IGL, whoever, during the timeout to come through here and kind of game plan against Gen G's ultimates and have that one extra in your back pocket to win the round.
Yeah. And you know, speaking of interesting game plans, round 14, Valdez, you know, it was a pretty wild post-plan situation on the B site with Crow doing everything he can to stay alive.
Yeah, as you'll note, Gen G were actually able to take the pistol round after the half, so things were looking good for them. They decided to go for an entry here onto B, and it's all looking pretty good until, well, they get the first kill on the side of ZETA with a classic on the Meteors, trying to put on the pressure, you know, trying to create space on this round. But again, remember, ZETA, they don't really have that many guns, and Depp's able to get a sheriff kill from the side. They clear out the site. This is planted, but nothing's going right for the side of Gen G. Like, the shock dart is missing. They're trying to peek here. It's King and Sylvan, the two actually that performed the best on the side of Gen G. But then watch this. They set this up. They've got this smoke down. And at the end of the day, they just hold this defuse to half. They're nearly, just barely, almost able to get this defuse in. And I feel like Crow, like, especially against the Spectre, he kind of has to go for this one. But it was just so close. And that's like, as Gen G, you're going onto the attacker side, you get the pistol round. It's supposed to be relatively clean. It's a very, you know, normalized attack on the B site. Everything's going wrong. You're getting killed by classics and smokes. You're losing your jet early. The post-plant situation, you win it just barely, but like even your utility isn't going right. And I think kind of after that round, things were very shaky, and Gen G got like a couple rounds here and there, but it ended up being all ZETA from there.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of rounds like this where it was a lot of back and forth and things like not, you know, just when you think one of the teams has it in the bag, it completely goes awry. It looks like complete chaos. We saw another round like that. You know, speaking of Sylvan was he was pretty
Yeah,
on fire.
even though, I mean, I know ZETA had a phenomenal map here. This is more like highlighting like things that Gen G were doing wrong and still got away with. So Meteor just updrafts into his death. I don't understand what he's doing there. I mean, it may be, you know, going for the shorty play, but, you know, expecting the execution there, trying to see if he could cut off the timing. I think jumping up into that smoke is really dangerous because you have a very low amount of time to react. But then it's King and Sylvan just go. I don't know how King hits that swing. That is absolutely disgusting. And then he's going to clutch it out here. So, again, the rounds that should go ZETA's way, the only reason that Gen G's even in this map is because of Sylvan and King. I mean, they were playing great. They were on the clutches. We just saw 2 rounds in a row. That literally the only reason Gen G's able to get across the line and get the round win is because of those 2 players.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page about that. I completely agree. And, you know, for our key player, we actually debated this a bit. There were a couple of, you know, stellar performances from ZETA's side, but we decided to go good old Laz.
Yeah, it was a really tough call. I think that, you know, after looking at some of the stats, like right after the game happened, we saw like the 5-0 from 10, and we were like, oh, maybe we should have gone for 10. But I think it's still okay to go for Laz. He had some really big clutch, you know, multi-kills and stuff like that. He was, as I mentioned, extremely, like, when they needed him most, he was always there on top. And it was essentially a Laz and 10 duo from the top to kind of lead everybody else. And everybody else was having a great time. Even Crow was having clutch moments. Sugar Zero had his 4K. You know, Depp was doing Depp things. He wasn't, like, popping off in terms of ACS, but he was creating a lot of space. And always with his team, I think, most importantly. They were playing as a 5-man unit, so even though we highlight Laz here, he had a great map. It was a team effort from ZETA.
And that might be the key to ZETA's victory. It's not just Depp making these like crazy kills time and time again, but rather them working together cohesively.
Yeah, as much as I love Depp and seeing him just be explosive like he was there kind of in the middle of the season, you know, when this team is at their best, it's when all their players are playing well. You know, Laz is always going to be clutch. We know that. But when 10 starts stepping up, when Sugar Zero starts stepping up, these players who, you know, last year in particular, when they're making their deep runs into tournaments, were a big part of that. When they start picking up the pace, when they start contributing with these high frag counts and these clutch rounds as well, that's when ZETA's at their best, and that's when they're a threat to not just make it to Masters Tokyo, make it into the playoffs, make it to Masters Tokyo, but potentially, who even knows, win VCT Pacific. They're good enough. We've seen them in the past beat DRX and all these other teams, so certainly they can get it done.
Yeah. And it'll be great. I know there's so much pressure on ZETA right now, Laz himself. You see it in the interviews, how much of that he carries on his shoulders, of that pressure of not letting his countrymen down. Now we're going to go to Ascent next. This is a little bit interesting. They both lost Ascent last time to Paper X, but, you know, how are you feeling, Paper Thin? Because Gen G, the last time they played this, they got, like, demolished on this map.
I thought coming into today that they would be able to really workshop things, correct their mistakes, come in with, you know, better game plans in place, and I don't think the game plan was necessarily the issue for Gen G on Haven. I think, frankly, they just don't seem as engaged or as well oiled in terms of their mechanics. You know what I mean? Like, it's like their robot gears are like rusted. It's like, you know, they're not like moving around like they should.
They gotta learn from Aaron. He's the all-around robot. So I think that if you want to learn about being well oiled up as a robot, then
I mean,
ask the guy.
King's got his tough structures, but we don't have the all-around robots.
Yeah.
Did you see that? They switched out Sylvan with Eco. What do you guys make of that?
You know, has to be decided before the maps. Like Sylvan, he seems really on point today, but I think that also Eco had a pretty good showing last time out, so I think it's fair, you know, give him a shot. I don't know if this is the answer. You know, if I were the coach, would I be swapping them in mount? Maybe not, but a lot of teams do this, and I don't think this is necessarily like the root of Gen G's issues or anything like that, and I'm sure that Eco can hold his own.
Yeah, I guarantee Tasteless is up there smiling, seeing yet another mirror match. He can't wait for this. This is everything he's wanted and more in life. But yeah, it makes sense. I mean, yeah, so Eco comes in, plays the Sova, but it hurts with how good Sylvan was on that first map, how good he is in general. I understand that Sylvan came in midway through all of this thing, and, you know, it wasn't necessarily like, you know, they didn't have the time to maybe kind of get all the maps, get him slotted in, but man, he's so good at times. It's hard. It's going to be hard to not have him in there.
Switch nostrils. God dead there. I don't know. At this point, I still think maybe there's just no tissue that can save you today. Just take it out. Change your luck in all of this. All right, we are going to go to map 2, Ascent. Again, this is going to be really interesting. Both of these teams are pretty evenly matched on Ascent, except for the last time they played. We have Will and Tasteless. Tell me, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love mirror matchups?
Oh, it's a 10.
Well, it's a 10 for me, too, so I can mirror your prediction or your score here for the mirror matchup.
It's going to be a real throwback cast for you guys. It's going to be like 2001. You probably heard some of our casts on vinyl back then. This is going to be an oldies cast for sure.
Well, the mirror matchups continue between these two teams. I mean, for one, it's you casting, but at the same time, it's Gen G and ZETA, right? Two teams that really like to go by the book on a lot of these maps. See if Gen G can climb back.
All right, let's do this. ZETA here defending Gen G on the attacker side. They had an extremely close back and forth here on Haven. Ultimately, ZETA came out on top. Let's not forget that Tokyo is just around the corner here. ZETA hungry to get to that stage and play in front of their countrymen. But right now, Gen G stands in their way, and Gen G is going to be very, very eager to try to even this out 1-1.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talked about it before the break. And, of course, people have realized that Gen G currently on an 8-map loss streak. That means their last map win that they had on this stage was 3.5 weeks ago, April 22nd. And that was against DRX, where they eventually lost and everything started falling apart. So they've got to figure out how to rediscover that winning DNA.
Okay, they're going to smoke out tree. And this is probably going to have to be a retake here. They're going to come clear in, and it's going to be up to ZETA to try to figure out how to retake this after the spike is planted.
Now, they don't know yet for sure from ZETA, but they did get quite a few scratches up against Gen G as they were going through mid here. So already a health advantage here for ZETA Division. Also, Paranoia had to be used to entry into the site. And we've seen this before. Paranoia into hell, set up and ready to go.
All right, Dep drops down. It's going to be 3 in hell. Can he get each one?
He's got it for 2. Now he's creating more space. 10 already spots another. King? He's good for 2.
God. Hold on. King still remains. Beautiful first round here for ZETA. Crazy moment back there. A lot of patience exhibited there from ZETA with that retake. Gen G not able to kind of even things out.
And, I mean, this retake on A, we've seen ZETA do time and time again, and, you know, a couple other teams like to do this exact setup as well, but you go in with the Paranoia, then you throw your own fragment there just to make sure that no one can hide on one side of hell, and then, you know, Dep dashes forward, covers the other angle. He's good for 2. And then he can continue creating space on the site. Of course, King does his best to try to clutch things out, but today it just has not been enough for Gen G.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, Vandal and a Guardian here for ZETA. So, especially being on defense, just saying that we're going to win out all these long-range duels and try to snowball the economy.
They've got this spike wedged right up into mid. Not committed to any one location. They're basically looking for information right now. Now, Dep is going to be lurking over here inside the smoke. Nobody's seen each other just yet.
All right, and they did hear the ore being taken on A main on the side of Gen G. So ZETA aware that there's some movement going on, but the alarm bot still well alive here in mid. So ZETA Division not in a rush to rotate things too much. Oh, they get kills on either side as well.
Yeah.
Right here.
And now with the alarm bot going down, he's ready for it.
Before he can even process what's happening, he's picked off immediately. And they're going to try to keep coming through here, but like ZETA is at every single angle. An incredible round there as really Gen G dropped one by one. Let's see if Gen G can start to come back in this, because ZETA with such a commanding performance so far here at the start of the first half.
No, I actually don't know if Laz did this in the beginning of the last round, but probably the other reason he decided to go for the Guardian is that Guardian also allows you, the highest pen in the game to go through those wall shots. He's got that Sova. See if he goes for it over on B. Yeah, it looks like he might want to set up for it if there's movement. At the same time, right, they went for this heavy buy on round 2 with the half armors. Only 10 have lost his armor. So a great economy setup, especially for a team that likes to snowball with the half armor meta.
Okay, they're going to back out of a lobby over here. Looks like they have sights on B. Now, there's a lot of Killjoy utility to kind of stagger their movement into the site. I don't know if Dep may end up peering down into mid to try to see them. No, he's going to stay back for the time being.
Yeah, now they do see some movement happening. The Nanoswarm was taken out right away, so this should also notify Gen G that there's some setup going on. They just plant Meteor in to clear all of it.
Right, Crow's going to try to come through. Meteor going to lurk just by the house. A double stack over in Boathouse.
Oh, the flash drive was good, but the smoke comes out as well, and Laz not able to combat this on his own. He's just trying to buy time.
Yeah, Laz's movement pretty good, but ultimately it's just not enough. It's a 5-stack over here. Sugar Zero marooned out over by Spawn.
Ooh, gets a nice tag onto Meteor, but not quite the kill. And now Sugar Zero, the rest of Gen G just making sure no one dies. They want to carry over every single weapon, and GS will clean that up.
Masterful round there from Gen G as we go into round 4 here on even footing.
All right, so all rifles carried over. Half armor reinvestment from TS. Yeah, so the flash, again, the flash drive support was good, but here's the thing was, Laz left all alone in the site. 10 had already died prior. And the smoke coming in as well from TS doesn't allow Blast to really work off of that flash drive.
Caution here.
All right, things coming out. The Odin's at the ready.
Wall bang set up, but I don't know if there's going to be anybody here to receive it. King's going to be staying back for a little bit. No sounds. He sends the dart out. Try to get some information. Meanwhile, up at mid, we have Meteor combing. Try to see if he can spot anything. He sees the Killjoy utility. Backs up quietly.
I like this, right?
Yeah.
Really start to mess with that alarm bot nice and early, so it at least forces, you know, a different setup or a different default positioning from the agents on the side of ZETA. But the problem being that they haven't quite bought space elsewhere, and so that's exactly what GodDead's trying to do, is just create a little bit more pressure over a tree.
Now, there's still more Killjoy utility that can be set off over here, so this won't be the easiest entry yet. You can see already they've been sandbagged with that.
Ten's got to back out. They got to wait for Crow's flash drive if they want to flood this back in. But meanwhile, can Tenon last stay alive? The counter dart doesn't tag anyone just yet, but they're already coming in with the backup.
Lad's still ready. He could easily spray through the wall here.
Here's a drop.
Gets one.
He knows there's two, but he can't get the second one.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get the spray transfer to work.
All right, TS is still holding main alarm bot to make sure. Oh, and TS good for another.
All right, he's going to go for a TP.
Just going and joining his teammates. I don't mind this. You don't know if he stuck it or not, so that adds a lot more pressure.
There's definitely a lot more ambiguity now as far as where he actually went. So they're going to be a little bit more cautious trying to push in, which can buy Genji just a little bit more time. Now, Crow has almost no HP here. He's so low. It's going to be such a tough peak.
Yeah, that's why Crow was being the bait, but at the end of the day, Deb will be found first, and Crow was spotted as well by King. So Genji, no reason to peek out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that timing.
Look at the coordination there.
Yeah.
Sliding both out to the left there, so that there's no way that, you know, that one player's crosshair can be in two locations to keep him alive. We're tied up 2-2. Genji really stepping it up here. And I like that Omen teleport back there onto the site. You don't know for sure that it's going to be there.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is Omen Ultimate's one of those things where, yes, you can have a cheeky play with the spike and things like that, but otherwise it's not a super heavy investment, so you might as well use it on the rounds to really guarantee it whenever you get it.
It's better to kind of set it up tactically, and then, all right, you're going to get that Omen ulti later on. Maybe you can figure something else out with it. Not one of the pivotal ultis in the game.
Ooh, early Nano Swarm being deleted immediately, so, I mean, ZETA, they wanted to try to buy some space with that, maybe push out, maybe try to get the lockdown for 10, but now his Bucky in a bit of a bad position, can't find a good angle for it.
This is a pretty budget ZETA here. They do have that ulti procced here for Dep. If Dep can start to find a couple kills, they could farm the guns out if they're able to be aggressive, but Genji really biding their time. Meteor with a hot peek over there does see some presence into mid. Dep floats down and can't really find a target just yet.
Okay, and now, ZETA kind of having a mixed read here, thinking that maybe it was the fake over here on B, but eventually this will be the push. 0 points on both sides, but Genji does not care. They have the better weaponry. They trusted that. They know there was a peek out mid. They know the Aladrone came from mid as well.
All right, so they're going to have a small stack over here onto B. They still leave TS on the outside here to try to lurk and flank.
I like this lockdown. Genji, they're continuing to invest ultimates to secure rounds, because otherwise it might start slipping away. Sugar Zero good for 2.
Oh my God, he barely gets away. That was crazy.
He dashes out, but eventually still gets caught, and Deb just detained for the last death.
Yeah, nicely done there, Genji, with 3 in a row. Looking pretty strong here in our first half. But of course, round 6 is going to be one where ZETA can buy heavy and probably create some more opportunities there.
Okay, so Genji not, banking up ultimates for some kind of super play, just saying, let's get the rounds where we can. And now ZETA Division. Deb's got that operator. You have the lockdown as well. A very, very ideal defensive round setup, right? Plant the operator far forward if you want. Not going to go for the Odin, though, on the side of Silva, so you can't do that too aggressively. But eventually, once that happens, if there's a fast push on A, you could just back out, but they're both caught. They're not on heaven. They're in the site. There's no way out.
Yeah, Meteor's got this right now. Does get one kill with the Blade Storm.
Yeah, he spotted him on the jump and then immediately goes for the kill secured. And now, you do have Sugar Zero. They're not entirely confident, but he does get spotted at the last second. Oh! Good recovery from Sugar, but eventually everyone gets taken out.
It's a bloodbath over here. Just Laz remaining. This spike's getting planted no matter what.
And that's the operator down. I mean, ZETA Division, I think because Sugar was still alive, He thought they could try to crowd back into the site, but Gen G already set up on the post plant. Can't recover the operator either.
Yeah, not a lot that Laz can do right now.
Oh, he's going back for it. He's wondering if he can maybe just try to recover the operator. The smoke's going to end soon. And look at this. Gen G's ready with a triple angle. And Laz says, no, I don't want any of that.
Yeah, I think a wise decision to try to back up. Oh, yeah. Can't get anything to work there. That's the 4th round win here. Gen G is now streaking their victories. And yeah, losing that operator. That operator got no action, no value at all.
Yeah, nothing.
ZETA calls for the timeout. Can we say we're really surprised?
No, not at all. I mean, this was absolutely necessary. And the Des talked about Meteor being quite quiet, but this time he gets a good spot and immediately jumps on that opportunity. Starting to show a bit of that play that we're used to seeing from him. And Eco just trying to bring up the tone here for Gen G as well, right? After that last map, I mean, they looked just continue to be defeated, which is exactly what they were for 8 maps in a row. But Eco says, no, we got this. We're in the lead. He's trying to just cheer up the team, but far from the win they need just yet.
Okay. What exactly can ZETA do to try to improve here? They have some good ideas, but these shutdowns here from Gen G have been so pronounced, so strong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to kind of go back in my own memory of the rounds as well to try to figure out what's
I don't feel like
going
there's
on.
one thing they're really doing wrong. You know, it's not ZETA losses like we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, in that last round, yes, maybe getting a little too aggressive, going for a fast retake, just relying on Sugar Zero being alive. But aside from that, I mean, it wasn't so much their mistakes, but Gen G also just making some really good decisions. A big part of it, I think, Gen G accurately identifying that they got to mess with the Killjoy setups nice and early.
Yeah.
And that has forced ZETA Division to not be able to rely on that too heavily. Now, if you're not going to do that, I mean, I think you need to start to apply pressure elsewhere. Right now, if we kind of look at the map overall as kind of a percentage factor, I would say Gen G's kind of always starting every round with about 60% control, right? And yeah, okay, so ZETA now with the one-way, they keep main control. They're holding on to tree heavy, and B is just left to its own devices with 10.
King's going to come up now. We've got Laz here. He might be able to hiccup any progression over here, but now Gen G's going to back up a little bit. There's a counter smoke over here from ZETA, and another smoke over here into mid, which can allow for
that peek from Eco. I mean, they knew that people were tagged. They knew that 2 people were tagged, so they don't risk it anymore. If no one else is peeking, they say during this time they had planted an alarm bot early, right into the entry point of B, so they know that no one's pushed off of that contact, so they can regain control. And this is Gen G playing in their element. They're pushing and pulling, but constantly making sure that the map is getting filled up with the red color of the attacker's side. And now they're set up for the entry.
All right, they're going to come in now. The jet dashes in. Meteor looking for a target, can't find one. It's a double stack over here into Boathouse. We've got Depth going to try to come through market for the interception. The first push into B comes in.
No kills just yet. Jumping in with the shorty.
Oh,
good for one, but
Ten's a trade out.
Yeah, but Ten's still alive. Oh, a nice swing from Eco.
Oh, hold on. It's a 2 versus 2 right now. Depth very low on HP.
Last player standing.
Oh no, couldn't get the first kill immediately, but they're both so low. This is doable.
Oh, they've got... Okay, he gets one. Oh!
Dep!
Huge play there by Dep.
Oh,
Man,
yeah, the decision...
I love the jet jumping in. You don't know
Exactly.
which side she's going to be on.
Well, and then on top of that, the Cloudburst was used further for that one-way. So King just banking on the 50-50 of, okay, surely you use that utility to your advantage. I'm going to swing out against you with the shorty, but Dep says no. What a solid round secured from Dep.
Yeah.
God, 10 was at 1 HP.
That's crazy. But a very important round win here for ZETA. I think that the early part of that, when they got that pick over onto Gen G got that pick on ZETA, I thought, okay, this should be a pretty doable setup. But with good executes there in the recovery of the site, ZETA is able to catch up at least a little bit.
Yep, Odin at the ready again on B site. He's creating some new angles to try to spam through that wall. We saw that this time. It was just going right for the corner of that entry. Okay, alarm bot destroyed again. Within the first 20 seconds, not even. I mean, this is Is it a little bit risky? Sure, if someone was watching early on, but they use enough util to secure that, and now they can go wherever they so wish. Paranoia, just to support the entry.
Sugar Zero going to wrap around the side here. Goddead's already picked off one. Deb can return the favor. He does escape as well. He could try to figure out a new angle to come through. Meteor can't find anybody just yet, even as the Cloudburst dissipates.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The lockdown is available. That's what ZETA's banking on. But Eco, he's got that Hunter's Fury, and he's coming in from B-side. They realize, where is that coming from? They cannot stop it. Oh, Deb does still pick up the kill, though.
This is pretty big. There's going to be a big push coming through the top.
Goddead?
Oh, there was! Goddead gets a double.
Meteor holding strong as well, and Goddead good for 4 kills to hold the post plant for Gen G.
It looked like ZETA had a great setup, but if you can't get through the jungle of bullets coming from Goddead, I mean, what are you going to do? Beautifully done there.
Oh, what a hold. Goddead. What? He killed. Okay, the first kill he gets on site was through a blind, and now the hold.
Yeah.
Just holding.
I don't even think he saw the second agent.
Yeah.
Or even the fourth.
I mean, yeah, he's just scanning right on that, headshot sight line and just spamming to make sure, more than anything, probably to make sure Meteor doesn't get pinched away, but he's just timing it perfectly to get the kill. Great post-plant hold. Allows them to hold on to the lead, and now ZETA on another eco once again.
You're going to push through here. Sugar Zero is going to be ready. He might be able to get a pop classic shot. Nope. Shot in the butt. Now he's going to be gunned
Didn't
down.
check left side. Okay.
Oh my God.
A nice
Beautiful,
tag.
Beautiful kills here.
Oh, that was
another one. Now right into hell.
Yeah, both of them right with Goddead and Meteor. I mean, they just catch right onto that ping. They both fire, but they get an extra kill for their troubles. Now, I mean, with a judge, what can you do? Not much. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Another round win inbound here for Gen G. ZETA might try to set up for some kind of an exit frag, catching anybody who might be leaving.
Yeah, that looks to be the plan here from 10. I mean, he does have to get in range to guide the spike if he wants to upgrade to a rifle.
Well, King gets him anyways, solving that problem for him. Now, we do have 10 ready.
Boom. And take the Vandal and run away.
Almost doesn't grab it. Almost pulls away a little bit too fast there.
Oh, he hears them. Oh, they're coming. I mean, Gen G has so much money. Yup, they make sure ZETA has to fully invest into the next round.
Excellently done there by Gen G. Very strong half so far here. We got to see if ZETA can actually start to catch up. Here we go. Boop.
I'm curious about this one. Because they only saw the one tag, and they were spamming through, but they each get a kill for themselves. So, good entry there. And this time it's Gen G, right? Pushing and pulling at different tempos. That's exactly what ZETA was starting to do over on Haven. That's what you want to see from a team that has some depth in their playbook. And a lot of this, again, comes from the fact that the alarm bot's been broken so early, and that has now forced a new positioning here from 10, right? He wants to hold close to the alarm bot. They push the alarm bot out forward because they expect Gen G to mess with it, and then 10 wants to swing on it for a kill as his backup. But what does Gen G do? They say, all right, we've probably done that enough times. Let's leave mid alone.
All right, a push up into B. They smoke out mid. Killjoy's utility is triggered, but not actually any shots connecting just yet. Hunter's Fury's going to come out here, and Laz finds Echo.
Oh, well, Laz with a nice kill onto Eco, and I mean, sure, you can get into the site here with the no command, but you still have to clear so much of it, and it's a 5v4 for ZETA. No, never mind, Meteor evens out 4-4.
Meteor doing some real work there. The Aldron's going to come out. And they're going to have a heavy stack over here just on the itself. Sugar Zero too fast, takes Meteor out.
And the lockdown. It's just buying time. As soon as it ends, I expect TS to swing back out from that hall. Yeah, just to create another angle. He actually goes all the way to main. So excellent post-plant position here. It's all up to King to buy enough time for TS. They swing out together. Oh no!
Hold up. Just Goddead left over here in Boathouse. Sugar Zero sees him.
One. Good for 2! Goddead with the clutch, bringing Gen G their 7th round win.
Goddead is on fire right now. It's crazy. This has been such an impressive showing from him. And, he has looked kind kind of weak for the last couple of weeks, so he's really delivering right now in what is starting to become more and more of a comeback here for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, really focused in, and two players that, you know, we haven't mentioned as much as we would normally do, especially, you know, compared to the early weeks of Pacific. Meteor and God, that they've been quiet, but this time on this ascent, it's those two that are bringing the heavy lead that they have, 7-3. He did not check right Cubby, we gotta remember that. And 10, he's gonna clean house with 2 kills.
But bit of a trade there. They are gonna get onto the B site. You can have TS over here with a deep lurk. He could end up with a very comfortable interception over here from behind.
Yeah, this is a timing battle here.
Yeah, now ZETA can be a little bit slow with their sweeps. So TS is gonna come. Meteor's actually gonna try to do a counter push over here.
Oh, it was a nice guess, but that locks in one person. It's all up to King to stay alive. Meanwhile, TS, oh, the shorty battle. King wins it out, and TS wins his duel as well.
I love these shorty battles where they both realize, okay, it's gonna be about popping out over here.
Yeah. Both had the same idea, but King just gets the jump on him. And Gen G, they're starting to look like they might run away here with Ascent.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit scary over here. But I gotta say, I'm glad to see that Gen G is recovering. They're in good form right now. Let's see if they can get this up to 9-3. That would be huge. ZETA gonna try to get that 4th round win. But, you know, it's a bit of an ugly score here for the losing team.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. A counter Odin. And then King just says, all right, I'm done with that. I can flex a little bit. Dumps that out, doesn't want ZETA to pick it up because right now ZETA cannot buy up to full rifles or Odins.
Juggle that gun back over there.
Yeah, that's the operator Meteor trying to hide that away as well. So, okay, so Gen G, they use their credits to full efficiency just to hold these angles for a potential push out because that might be the last hope for ZETA Division. I like it from Gen G. And now they regroup. Now ZETA's got a good timing for the push out of mid.
All right, they're going to come in a little bit further here.
Oh, no. Missed one kill.
B-site's naked right now. They can just hop right on over there as long as they smoke out the right spots.
TS has been spotted. It's a 1v2. He gets one, but Depp trades him.
Yeah, big push from behind here. Oh, over here we're going to have... Oh,
Ooh.
Sugar Zero kind of fumbles that.
The reaction's there. They both stay alive, but that's paranoia wasted on the side of ZETA Division. So Meteor gets a great advantage on that push out and another kill. A good swing away from the flash as well. Meteor is coming back online.
Meteor is out of control right now. Can he get this final one over here? It's Laz on the other side of this cloud burst. 3 bullets in the chamber. He backs up.
He says, let me just reload and get back to you. Ooh, the spam almost getting that kill. Yeah, Meteor wanted to play safe for time, but here's the thing. Laz is very low. Recon bolt as well just to buy time, and there's the spam.
Oh my God, the instinct there with that wall bang. All right, so that's going to be it for the first half here. It's 3-9 right now. ZETA in a horrible position.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I mean, we got to see what exactly they can come up with here in the second half, but a lot of these plays, I'm seeing Meteor, I'm seeing God Dead with some of the best shots we've seen here in VCT Pacific. They are so on top of it.
Yeah, and I just got to say, you know, maybe just not enough people were doubting Meteor in the previous weeks, right? Maybe you just needed a couple more people to doubt him to finally come back online into this form that we're used to seeing from the guy. There he is on your screen. Just a nervous laughter. They know they're not out of the woodwork yet, but if they can get this map win, it would mean so much to not only go to map 3 and try to just create a much better path into the playoffs, but also that would be their first map win in 22 days, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Gen G, a team that we thought might be top 2.
Yeah. So much to fight for right now. You know, ZETA, I was pretty confident they might be able to 2-0 it after how well they played there on Haven, but Gen G is bringing a different Gen G here as we move on in this best of 3. By the way, packed over here in the stadium.
We got fans on both sides.
ZETA fans on one side, Gen G fans on the other.
Or Gen G and ZETA fan in one seat at the same time.
I'm the winner because I'm the fan. I like it. More support here for ZETA.
Oh, we've got a full slideshow ready here.
Oh, no, not so fast.
No, not that one. Not that one. Yo, still stick with ZETA. Oh, yeah, that's Escaro.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And this fan came over from Japan to watch Meteor Of course, Meteor used to play in Japan, so he's got some fans out there as well.
Of course. Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing is that if this was any other week, I think fans on both sides would be happy to cheer for, just good plays on either side. But this is their last match in the round robin, and this could have so many heavy implications for playoffs for either team that right now it's all emotions.
Yeah, it truly is. We're getting further and further along here in through Super Week, and this is really a battle for survival just to go to the next step. I mean, well, hold on, we're gonna go right into this first game here again. ZETA on the attacking side. We see Meteor just not able to quite get these shots to connect.
Okay, he plays it safe. He does survive, takes a couple hits, but this is the place you want to be. Ooh, everyone getting tagged as well, so ZETA has to hide, try not to get hit through the wall here.
Yeah, they do clip away at some hit points here for Gen.G. But no real substantial damage so far. And they're rotating pretty rapidly from side to side here. They're going to swing through mid, and I don't think that anybody over here from Gen.G is going to see it.
Yeah, but I think TS might have heard a couple footsteps there from mid. Now Eco ready here as well. He knows that everyone's been scratched up. They just want to create an advantageous fight with the shock darts. Realizes no one's in just yet. He's trying to get extra kills. He's quite good for 1 and 2.
Right, Crow ends up getting him. Now we're going to have Meteor coming in from the side, but Laz is too fast. Oh, Laz.
Shock dart. No, he's not able to get a kill through that one, but Depp will help trade that. Both so low on both sides.
Yeah, this could really go either way. King going to come around this corner. Doesn't see anything just yet. Takes his time.
Okay, they know one's in backside. King's just waiting for the other member to peek out. They do not know where Depp is.
Just shots fired right through the smoke.
Oh, and Depp is hiding. And now they know where King is.
This is crazy. He's got 3 bullets in the chamber. Depp gets 2. Oh my God, man, that was crazy.
Depp, his positioning in these, 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s, the smaller fights, has been getting better and better, and this time it's with the help of Crow covering for him. Eventually securing that kill. But a good pistol round, an absolutely necessary pistol round here for ZETA Division.
Yeah, you could see that King completely lost track of what was going on there. Shot totally from the side. All right, round 2 here. ZETA needs to get every single round here if they're going to catch up. There's not a lot of room to screw up anymore. So they smoke out into mid. The Marshal can't really find any target to receive. Whoa, almost looked like he was going to get it for a second, though.
Now, here's the thing. They did this in the first half as well. A heavy investment from ZETA Division, and that's where it all went apart. They won the round, but they lost to all 5 weapons, and Gen.G started to run away with the rounds. ZETA Division, therefore, going back to their slow and steady form to play it safe.
Now we wait. First kill is going to force Gen.G to think twice about exactly where they want to come through at. They've got a wide spread. They do have some control up into mid. We see a wraparound here with TS. Just going to see, can he find somebody maybe trying to come in through market? Nothing just yet.
Yeah, so Gen.G, I mean, we saw some hesitation because initially off of that contact in B main, they would have wanted to secure some info in A, but they weren't in position to do so. So they're choosing to just try to group up, and guess what? They do win the dice roll. They are ready for this entry into B.
Yeah.
Oh, a nice smoke to hide himself from TS.
Okay, a lot of smokes over here. They don't have a lot of time to try to plant this. They're going to see Meteor over inside Boathouse.
ZETA doesn't suspect it. ZETA doesn't suspect TS. How many can he get, though? Meteor's good for 1. TS gets another. He has to reload, but goddamn good for another from behind. Oh my God, it's happening again. The Thrifty, this time with the round win. All 5 weapons dropped on the side of ZETA Division. And an incredible decision from Gen.G. I love it. They originally would have wanted to fish for more info in either a short or long, but they couldn't do so, so they just say, let's roll the dice. Let's group up. TS with a sneaky smoke as well, acting as if he's trying to cut off that hallway into the site, but actually hiding inside of it. No one suspects it. Meteor with amazing shots.
That's a pretty incredible victory back there. I mean, the fact that they managed to pull that off means it's going to be such an impossible half here for ZETA. I mean, that's one of those rounds you just can't afford to lose like this. So this time around, we've got some more creeping coming in towards B. They might try to just gun down some utility and then
fish for information elsewhere. On the opposite side of the map, we've got Sugar Zero peering down through a one-way over here at A. They're going to come that way now.
Yeah, but like you said, tasteless. I mean, it's going to take some miracle shots here. Sure, 10 has a Sheriff, but outside of that, it's all classics. Depp not close to his Bladestorm just yet. And Meteor holding this long angle with the Bulldog, but initially it's going to be Goddead who's baiting for him. Meteor's not spotted yet, but surely... Oh! He's now marooned, though, but he could just fight his way out of it.
Yeah, he could just shoot him in the head, which is what he did. So they're going to pull away, go into another position here. ZETA just not able to really make any headway. God,
oh, even TS?
That was a crazy shot, TS.
Yeah, even TS coming online. I mean, we're starting to see an inkling of the Gen G that we thought looked so strong in the first half of Pacific.
Yeah, Gen G's finally caught their second win here at VCT Pacific and playing out of their mind here. Obviously, an outnumbered and outgunned ZETA here, going to try to do what they can to come through, but the crossfire setup is going to be wild, and that's the 11th win here. Gen G, very, very close to closing this out. This is likely going to be going into a map number 3.
Absolutely, and now ZETA in the same position that Gen G was. Do we see a timeout? Doesn't look like it yet, but this is the last round before match point. This is the round where you have that bye. You gotta start the comeback here, because otherwise it looks nigh impossible. Oh no, Ika wants the fist bump. He gets it.
That was close. Ooh, they're on point.
Okay, they're just gonna go for it.
Yeah, let's see if ZETA can really start to clutch this, because if not, it's gonna be over very, very soon. So we've got Meteor very close to the front here. Some shots fired in. They're not connected.
Gen G's gonna push out with the recon bolt.
Goddead already gets a kill on the Crow.
And that's enough for them to back out. They still have the Killjoy utility on A to buy time. They don't have to fight for that. And now they've regained control of B main with the drone as well. They know it's clear. Gen G has so much control of the map.
And ZETA, I mean, are they really going to commit to this? It does seem like we're having a more aggressive ZETA this time around, but right now I think it would behoove them to maybe back up and try to go for a reset.
I do like the cheeky smoke onto the turret, but it's not going to last forever. They draw out all the Killjoy utility. Clear out the turret as well, and now it's up to 10 on the lurk. But even if 10 dies, Depp is the true lurker right now.
Oh, King's so fast with his reactions.
But do they expect another? That's the big question. Oh, the recon bolt gets shot down, so they know that Depp is there. And yeah, Eco just has to hold him, but in fact, he gets the kill, and now Laz and Sugar Zero solo.
Yeah, just not enough. Laz is the last one. This is going to be the 12th round win here. As there's just not much left here that Gen G needs to do to move on. Evening this best of 3 score out 1-1.
Man, we told everyone that today it was going to be a hard one to call, and it continues to look to be that way. If Gen G can close this out, do not allow the overtime, and go to map 3. That will be our 6th map of the night, as everyone on Gen G seems to be regaining their stride here.
Okay. Good luck, ZETA, unless they can get 8 in a row and then go win in overtime. This is almost over. This time around, we've got the spike not far. Okay, they're actually going to do a push through mid here, Gen G is.
But here's the thing, they know that if there are any further members here, that they're stuck because the nanoswarm was used in B main. Now 10, do they know 10? Oh, 10 can't get the first kill.
He whips the shot.
He's now stuck. Oh, and he can't win that duel. There's too many angles to check, and even Sugar Zero goes down, even if the spike gets planted. Laz in an impossible 1v4.
This is rough.
Oh.
Well, he gets one.
He tags another.
Yeah,
okay, he just closes it early. He doesn't want anyone closing in close to him. Now 2 members not at full health. It is possible.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy.
Oh, but the location.
Plenty of time on the clock. Oh, he sees the bow.
Yep, but the recon bolt is going to bounce around, but he still gets the kill.
He's been pinged for a second.
He knows where one of them are. He now sees both. He's both and cannot get the kill.
That's going to be it. This map ends 13-4. Gen G has evened it up. We're going to be going to map 3. And I got to say, I've been loving this back and forth with these two teams. Such close games today, William.
Yeah, I mean, again, we said not only are these 2 matches today going to have absolutely incredible implications for playoffs, But the other thing is we couldn't tell who was really gonna win. I mean, yes, you know, our predictions for the first match were kind of split half and half. This one much more in favor of ZETA Division, at least from the talent here on the global stream. But at the end of the day, I think all of us were probably like, it's like a 55-45, 51-49. I mean, anybody could take it. And it's looking to be that way as we get ready for yet another map 3.
Yeah, I gotta say, whatever they decided to change here internally at Gen G onto a set, it's working. And if they can keep this momentum, I mean, it's gonna be some serious wind in their sails moving forward here as we go to the third and final map of the entire evening.
And that does end the map, you know, loss streak here for Gen G, right? They had lost 8 maps in a row. You know, 4 matches in a row, and then, yeah, it would have been 4 matches in a row. But after 22 days, they finally get their first map win back. Now trying to turn it into a match win as they go to Fracture against ZETA Division.
And a very dominant performance here from Gen G.
Yes.
I mean, map 1 was close. There was a lot of these moments where you could see, like in real time, the teams making those adjustments and improving. But this map was a domination. I mean, this was really the boot of Gen G on the throat of ZETA.
Yeah, and, you know, Dobby just saying Gen G has given us the victory, but...
Oh, we got dongers here. I haven't seen dongers in forever.
Yeah, that has been a while. I think that's Barce, right, of course, on the roster for ZETA Division, but not playing on the starting lineup. There's a sign for Sugar Zero. I've been actually seeing that. Mickey, I think that might be Laz there. But yeah, I mean, fans on both sides. Here's the thing, while you would love to see your team, you know, really try to solidify their spot into the playoffs at the end of the day, we are blessed with another potentially very close map here of Valorant between ZETA Division and Gen G.
That's right. And at this point in time, it's very hard to say who's going to take it. My big takeaway here from Game 2 is that Gen G seems to be getting back into form.
Yes.
This was either going to be ZETA winning Game 1, and then in Game 2, it's going to be a Gen G death spiral, and it's like, okay, well, we're going to be going, you know, or ending Superweek saying, what the hell happened to them? But they're back. They're looking okay. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to close the evening out with the final map between these two teams. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. All right, Death drops down. It's going to be 3 in hell. Can he get each one?
King? He's good for 2.
And they're going to try to keep coming through here, but like ZETA is at every spray through the wall here.
Here's a drop.
Gets one.
He knows it. To make sure. Oh,
wait, that was crazy.
He dashes. Shorty.
Oh, Godden's already picked off one. Yep.
Oh,
to the top. Oh, there was. Godden gets a double.
Meteor holding strong as well.
Pop classic shot. Nope.
Okay. Oh,
and ready.
Oh, and 5v4. Yes, they swing out together.
What else? Sugar Zero sees him.
Good for. He did not check right coming with that. And 10, he's gonna come alive. Meanwhile, GS. Oh, the short. Meteor gets a Meteor is coming back online.
Meteor is out of it.
By time, and then just yet, he's trying to get extra kills. He's plugged in the division, therefore going back to their side. Oh, he's now marooned though.
Crossfire setup is going to be wide.
You're watching VCT Pacific, and we just finished Game 2 Ascent. Gen G said, no, Zeta, we're not going to let it go. We're going to take this map at a 4-13.
Kind of reminded me of what happened in the first series of the day where, you know, one team won pretty forcefully. Like, I thought that Zeta was quite dominant on Haven, even though it wasn't like a 13-4 or anything. But then immediately Gen G are like, oh, no, that's not the way it's going to go. They get Eco in. He looks pretty good, but it's not even really about him. Like, the team just looks revitalized. They look much better on Ascent. Great start for them. And I guess, you know, all these teams know that if they lose this one map, like maybe it took Gen G to get to like literally the last map to match point potentially for Zeta for them to be like, oh crap, we got to start winning. Otherwise, like we might lose our season right here. So definitely a different look, a much better look for Gen G. And that was very welcome as it has been quite a while.
Yeah, yes. It was tough here for Zeta. Like they started out not bad. I think it was like 3-4 after 7 rounds or something like that. But after that, it was just all Gen G. I mean, you know, 10 played pretty well here. But, you know, Laz, Sugar Zero, and Crow just absolutely got diffed. And it does, like you said, literally the first thing that came to my mind was like I was talking to Ewok in the hallway, the coach of RQ, after their match, and he said, we just couldn't aim on our first map. He said it was that simple on Split, and it kind of feels like that here where other than Sylvan and King, for Gen G, no one else could aim, and now their aimers have come alive for Gen G. It sounds basic to say it, but, you know, these are what coaches literally are telling me. Like, people, like, sometimes that is actually the difference.
Yeah. And I think Meteor heard what you said, because he's
good.
Like,
oh, yeah.
Papa Paper Thin.
Yeah.
Let me make you proud.
You don't want me disappointed. You don't want the disappointed stare from Papa Thin.
You don't want to make him mad. Things happen. Yeah, so let's...
Brendan looks so scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it. You don't want to see it. He's had a couple of like rounds there where he was very emotional about the back and forth of things happening. Let's talk about round 7. Zeta, you know, you pointed out how well they controlled maps at certain points.
Yeah, so this is like the last like moment of like positivity here for Zeta, so I tried to at least show some good things. Now you have depth with a Marshall, you had space being gained because they're able to completely control mid and main, so they gotta know this is a B hit at this point. That allows depth to start going into Link, clearing some space. They're going to be able to set up the smokes to help cover boats, do a great job with all this. Yeah, sure, there's a knife there to disable the players in boats, but that doesn't matter. They're mostly just looking to gun people down. But then you're able to come from so many different angles here, clear out, you know, buy the switch and all those other things. Then you can start coming in from 2 different angles. So, like, the way that this whole round is just set up from start to finish here, even though it's really close at the end, again, this is more just the good shooting from Gen G, their guns coming online. But the way that Zeta drew up this round and they played this round gave them the information, it gave them the flanks, and it gave them the win. So, a good round here. Few and far between. I just wanted to try to find something in the mix for Zeta to give them a little bit of a thumbs up, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, fair enough. Just after the halftime mark on round 13, Zeta did win that first pistol round. But the one right after that, I mean, this is where we see why Gen G was clearly dominating in this.
Yeah, and Gen G had a lot of round wins, but wanted to highlight this one as it did end up being a thrifty. You know, sometimes a lot of rounds are kind of unremarkable because Gen G were kind of stomping them. They were just like clicking on the heads much faster. And this one is another example. You've got guys back in boats just... It's going to start off with Meteor with this one click, and it's just extra damage on the Crow. You see that TS is able to angle over, and one by one, Gen G are just actually matching them.
My God, it's happening again.
And you see the reaction from the guys on the caster desk. It's like, that's kind of like they're setting the tone now. It's like, okay, Gen G is here to play. They get the thrifty. It is a dominant thrifty. It's not even like just like one crazy clutch and post-plant scenario and like some guys not looking the right way. Like, no, it was just like they challenged them as they were moving into the site, blew them up, and that's, I think, when I knew that Gen G was going to win the map.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of duel battles. In that final round, though, Laz did have a very heroic attempt at trying to just grasp one more round, but alas, he could not do it. And our key player, I will give the honors to you, Paper Thin. Who is our key player for today?
I was dunking on him earlier, but now it is time for Meteor to shine, and I am so happy. And, if I get frustrated or disappointed in a player, it's because I know their potential is much higher, and Meteor here has shown us that he has that potential again, and we need to see this rise here. Maybe he's a little nervous because his brother is here. I don't know, but like, this was the player we want to see. This is the player that Gen.G needs. This is that superstar that everybody was eyeing during the offseason because of the way he was playing last year for Northception, the way that he was even against really tough opponents when the rest of his team was struggling. He was still putting up good numbers. He needs to continue to be that guy here for Gen.G, not just today to get this win, to really make sure they're getting into playoffs and all that, but beyond that, just to get a Masters Tokyo, because now that's a huge question mark for this team.
I mean, I think you're right. This is when he performs, it has so much impact on the team. But I do wonder, I wonder if that other guy is actually not his brother, and you just mistook him for some
if Black,
like a
okay,
random
so
guy.
if Black
Get
was
trolled for the second time.
I've been trolled a lot this week, so maybe it's possible. I'm not sure I'm even
What
in
was
reality
it, Lava
anymore.
Piñas?
Yeah, Lava Piñas. So yeah, I was told specifically that it had the tilde on top of the end. I asked. I'm not even kidding. I went, so it has the tilde on the top, or you pronounce it that way, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah. It's not the case.
Who told you that from T-Secret? They were trolling you.
I'm keeping that one a secret. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus.
The way you threw Meteor under the bus
Okay,
earlier?
that's different. That's different. But the good news is pineapples are delicious, so I'm okay with this new meme. Yeah.
Go
Who doesn't like
pineapples?
pineapples? Pineapples fighting.
Absolutely.
Let's go. Yeah.
That's a great team meme, actually. We have another one that comes to Pacific.
And it's great on pizza, so you know what? Everything's good.
You're that
Fine with it too.
pineapple
This
guy?
is a pineapple-friendly desk.
I'm actually, me too.
Oh,
that's so
see, this is
nice.
perfect.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, pineapple friends. It's great, Piñas friends. All right. We're going to be going into the third map. I guess that's not entirely surprising. I don't think any of us at the CES are super surprised by this outcome. It's going to be Fracture. And you guys, do you remember when Gen.G looked unstoppable a couple weeks ago? It seems so long ago now. And this is actually thanks to Gen.G dominating DRX on this particular map. This was way back then. Remember when DRX dropped their first map? It was by Gen.G. Yeah.
That's not too surprising. I mean, again, Gen.G is a team that has a long history against them. A lot of players have overlap in terms of previous structure with the Vision Strikers / Quantum Strikers into TNL and these other teams where they played each other a lot. And Gen.G did, again, take a map off of DRX during the offseason, the only team that can claim to be able to do that outside of Lock-In. So it's not surprising at all. What is surprising is that somehow that loss anyway still mentally boomed them apparently the way it did. I think it was more the GE loss that actually boomed them into oblivion. But I would have hoped that every team should be going up against DRX and thinking, look, we're just going to give it our best shot. We know they're probably going to beat us, but hey, if we win, that's great. If not, let's not try to beat ourselves up too much.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it boomed them. If it did, I'm kind of shocked by that, and I'm kind of wondering were they that confident? It's. I mean, I get you want to beat them. I totally get that.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
How are you feeling?
Team Secret. Just be as good as Team Secret, and then you can beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
facts.
really
Yeah.
pineapple
Apparently
power.
Else, not able to get there just yet. Yeah, I don't really know what to expect for this map because kind of like we had in the first series where it was okay, well now we got RRQ. They seem to be back. Map 1 was a disaster, and then Map 2 they totally trolled on them. And then they ended up winning. It was a much closer third map, so I would expect a close third map, and maybe Gen.G takes it. I mean, especially if they play the way they did, because it wasn't just Meteor. We highlighted him because he had highest ACS, which was Breed 38, and also 5 first kills and 0 first deaths. So he was extremely dominant, but Goddead was right behind him. He was only a little bit behind, and then you had King as well. Super clutch during that map. So if they all play the same way, Gen.G absolutely could take this.
Sounds like you're flipping again.
Well, I do have a little bit of a reputation, so I don't want. I'm not gonna flip my reputation. So
I'm expecting Brendan to run for political office here soon.
I'm pretty good at that. Yeah.
You still have yet to name 5 presidents, by the way.
We'll get there. Yeah, I'm still thinking.
One day.
Still thinking about it. Yeah.
Not sure.
He's gonna be one of them.
That's right. Yeah. That makes it easy if you're just one of them, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the Fracture I mean, I know that. That Gen.G beat DRX, which is a hell of a feat. Fracture is definitely one of DRX's best maps, but you know, here, I think these two teams, this should be pretty even. I really, really do think that. I mean, the comps are going to be pretty darn similar. I think it's just a KO instead of the Fade, right? Or no, wait, there's a Viper in the side of Genji.
The Bram over here on this side.
That's right, King plays Viper on Fracturing.
And there is a Omen on this side.
That's right, they don't use Brim now, they use Omen instead. Because TS used to play Brim for a while, and now he's switched over to Omen. I think they just like having that extra sort of oomph on the executes, especially, you know. Very much those paranoias. Super, super useful. But I mean, Goddead plays really good, usually on KO on this map. Meteor's generally pretty solid. King's generally pretty nasty on this map. Maybe I picked Genji to win, so I
saw the future.
Yeah, I did.
You talked to
I talked to
Mr.
Tasteless. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Valdez and I had ZETA, or maybe just me now at this point at the desk. Remind me again, Will and Tasteless, what were your predictions for this particular matchup?
Oh, my predictions for who wins?
Do you
the
remember?
fans.
The fans.
The fans. That's
who.
who.
Well, but is it both
you
teams
guys
fans?
at home? It's you. It's me. That's who wins this.
I mean, yes, anyone watching absolutely wins, right? We're getting a very close best of 3, but I mean, I'm looking at the stadium again. We still have plenty of people left to cheer on into this map 3. And here, one side is going to go home happy and relieved. The other is going to try to hide their tears as they make their way home.
Hide their tears. Damn, man. Oh, that was rough, man.
I mean, this is an emotional match.
It's true. It's true.
Some heavy impact for the playoffs. Also, the last match here in the round robin, which means, right, the losing team, there is a chance that you don't get to watch them anymore here in VCT Pacific this year.
That is true.
Until the LCQ. I mean, that's a long time to
We
wait.
got plenty of time off. I mean, it's hard to part way with one of these teams, but I guess that's what a tournament is after all.
Yeah, I mean, of course, no one's getting entirely knocked out, but in terms of possibilities, right?
No, the rules say that if they lose, they're never allowed to play the game again, William.
Ever.
Why are you allowed to cast this game? Don't you know what's going on? All right, we're going to get this first round started here. This is map 3. It's tied up 1-1. ZETA here on the defender side. Genji here to attack, here to plant that spike. Let's get this going. The final map of the evening.
Okay, so early alarm bot and turret just to hold on to A. Now, the 0 point does tag him, so that requires Laz to support him on the door as well. Meanwhile, B, I mean, Dep's in a iffy situation right now. He is stuck in the site. He gets stunned.
Ooh, 50 health already taken off there for Meteor. They're going to creep up into B, and it's going to have to be a retake here from ZETA.
Yeah, Dev just catching the edge of that fault line really puts him in a difficult spot. Eventually gets taken out, of course, on the site. Execute the fragment just to buy time. But King, he's trying to create more space because the spike hasn't been planted just yet.
Oh my god, what is going on with Sugar Zero? He's just going to get an ace here in the pistol round? This is wild.
Oh.
Right, Laz is going to wrap up here. Meteor around the corner. Oh, but he dings him pretty well.
Oh!
Great
Okay, well,
player.
yeah, 10, good recovery.
All right, ZETA taking that first, such an important round.
Gun here.
Now, we've had some surprises, not even just with these two teams, all day today with
Yes.
our round 2s on any map.
Yes.
Normally the dullest round in any Valorant half. Not the case here today.
Not dull at all, no. You're correct in that. I mean, especially in that previous map, right? I mean, ZETA, they won the Antigua round in the first half, but they dropped all their weapons. The second one, they even lost the round itself to a Thrifty. So curious to see what happens. Now, Genji, all classics. It does look like it should be a lot tougher. Quadruple Bulldog on the side of ZETA.
Okay. We've got some creeping up towards Dish. They're going to at least farm out that orb. We'll see. Yeah, they are, in fact, going to back up here and try to look for some solutions elsewhere. They do have TS over here at the bottom to try to see if anybody's going to try to wrap around there from A. Some Fade utility coming out there. TS is going to back up. And we have actually a big zip line pulled down from north all the way to the south part of the map. And yeah, let's see where they want to take the spike from here.
Yeah, it looks like they want to ping the orb over on A main as well in Hall, but ZETA is ready for this one. You've even got Crow right outside the door, and Depp could swing around for extra assistance with those paint shells. Oh, this smoke. Laz is already in it. They're trying to push him out, but Crow's ready on the side. Godda with a nice jump right click. They actually recover a weapon, and they're already in Sands.
Yeah, and they're going to have a
no.
pretty big pinch coming in here. Well, hold on. Depp gets the first one. He's going to pounce back up. He gets a second. The spike is now dropped on site.
Spike down.
An amazing kill there from Depp to recover the round. So, in all theory, the round should go to ZETA. But again, the question always is, how many weapons do you drop on this anti-eco? You bought 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre. You would love to keep 3 of those Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Okay.
All about not just winning, but winning more.
But I like it
Grabbing
for
that
Nico.
orb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he will die, but he gets the orb, right? So he is able to rack up 1 extra point towards that Rolling Thunder. And 3 Bulldogs maintained on the side of ZETA Division.
All right, beautifully done back there. And I got to say, I really hit it to Depp. I mean, I think for a little bit it looked like they were going to easily, on the attacking side, just take full control of the site. But, you know, with that beautiful gunplay, especially popping up and shooting the spike planter down right in the middle, they were able to stabilize very nicely.
And because of that, they're saying, let's just match. Let's not rely on the bonus. Let's go for an extra Vandal and a Bulldog on the side of ZETA. And they want to push out as well. This time, they do not want to give away free orbs.
Oh, my God. Is he going to be able to get him on the zip line?
No, he escapes. He escapes. But here's the thing. That means the north side is cleared, right? If he takes the ropes, clearly, there's no one else. They already cleared Dish as well. B site is empty, but ZETA Division, they're well prepped for this. They could target sewers as well to try to create a pinch.
Oh, Meteor sees Depp down there. Spike is now planted. It's going to be all about this retake.
Oh, this is so important from TS, because otherwise they would have very bad post-plant position being stuck in tower and site. But TS, because he's pushing up, Godnet doesn't have to greet this too much, but eventually he gets taken out. TS, here's one.
He gets that lurk, but this is still a very stacked site. ZETA's got to see what they can do. We got the blind ready to go.
Oh, there's so much that they have to do, though. Just trying to tap it, trying to draw out all the utility, and Gen G, because of that, they're not in a position. They eventually have to all come back to main, but a nice lineup, and the fire coming in from TS. Laz all alone.
Oh, you could just see right now, Gen G's just so good at running the clock. Hold on, Laz gets one, and then another.
No
And that's
time,
going to be it.
though.
But they cleared out all the guns.
Exactly. I mean, sure. So Gen G, they got the round win, so they'll get the extra credits. But at the same time, ZETA, right, they had a couple members because they carried over Bulldogs. So it looks like it should just be an evened out round once again.
Yeah, such good control there. TS really saving the day back there. All right, already such an explosive map 3 here. It's now 2-1. ZETA, they bought heavy, and so there's going to be a timeout called here for ZETA. I guess that makes sense. It was kind of an unusual angle to take that on round 3, and so it's going to be kind of an unusual round 4 coming forward. They're going to have to try to draw out some kind of plan.
Yeah, now, here's the thing. Compositionally, if they want to try to fight against Gen G for these early orbs, it's a lot scarier for ZETA Division, right? Because the other side has so many more flashes, right? They even have the Paranoia. You've got the Breach and the KO. And so it's looking a lot tougher for ZETA to go for these early skirmishes against those ult orbs. At the same time, now they do have that phase, so you can try to really clear out one side of the map a lot quicker with that surefire info that comes in from the Hot.
Yeah. All right, back into round 4 here. We have, I don't know, I'm just in such a good mood. These games have been so good. They've been so close.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very, very back and forth between these two teams. Now, Gen G, one of the ways that they've been able to play this fracture so well here in Pacific is because they have so many abilities within their agents that are on cooldowns, right? You've got the smokes from the Omen. Hold that thought, actually, because it's going to be a fast push into A.
Right, they're going to spill right down into A. It's a decent setup here. A lot of Killjoy utility to tangle them up if they overextend onto the site.
But they've been locked up for so long. They've been bottlenecked. The backup is here in Dish, but Meteor with a nice push out into spawn.
Laz, oh man, good reactions from Laz. Takes Meteor out immediately. This is going to be an A site plant.
Yeah, the orbital strike does buy a bit more time for backup to get into position. So Gen G, not the entire spread that they would have wanted into Sands, but at the end of the day, 2 members still over in A main as well. Oh, he shows a bit of a miss, but Deb, he's going to fly through. He's cleared the second floor.
Right. 31 HP down here in Hell. Sugar Zero gets that kill. TS and King right now on the outside. Can they stop this defuse? The crosshair's just not quite angled right. He's going to hold it. That's going to be it. It's going to be the third round win here.
Oh, it goes over to ZETA. I mean, that was angled in a way where he could just sit behind the wall that you cannot shoot through, it looks like. So ZETA able to get a safe defuse. And that kill was so crucial, because if you leave Meteor alive, he can constantly pressure spawn or ropes, and that would have created a nice crossfire that Gen G would have loved to have. But with Meteor eventually dying, the backup already taking control of Dish, and Deb even flying through the site after the initial kill coming in from his teammates. A great retake from ZETA. Now they have the Killjoy set up continuously over on B, and looks like this might have been part of the kind of setup change here, right? It's just, you know, just keep control of tower, play it safe, keep fishing for info over on A main, create these unfair fights. A nice fault line, doesn't get a kill off of it though. Oh, this is
King on 1 HP. That much
he was caught with the C's there, with the decay. But the fact, so here's the thing: if ZETA lost that skirmish, it would have spelled a lot of trouble, because they invested pretty much all of their abilities. Look on their side, nothing is available.
Oh my God! 10 with the kill. He's not done yet. Well, yeah, he is now. But you get what I'm saying.
Well, okay, a judge recovered here on the eco for Gen G. Meanwhile, Rolling Thunder also available. Null command used to buy time. I mean, Gen G, surely they're in position to use the Rolling Thunder. Look at this. Eco, as soon as his teammates get contact, as soon as TS spots someone on the cross, this is going to be the Rolling Thunder.
Gen G right now so low on HP. Deb gets the first one. Showstopper time.
Oh,
into the hole.
Oh, the haunt. It allows him to peek through the wall, and the showstopper's good.
Oh, easy peasy. They clean up here. ZETA with a 4th round win. Gen G in hot water. Some very, very unique plays. Some unique takes here on the defending side. On Fracture here from ZETA that I think is really catching Gen G off guard. And that means Gen G wants to take a timeout here.
Yeah, I think this timeout is very good, just both in terms of timing and also just to review some of these, stylistic changes we might be seeing. So even though Gen G was on the eco, I think part of the discussion here coming out from ZETA might have been, okay, well, push out of one side, right? Secure that, make sure you don't give the ult door for free, make sure you don't give that space for free. They had heavy investment, right? They used all their prowlers, their vault lines, their flashes, everything dumped into A main. But they come out on top in that skirmish, allows them to get ready for a successful retake. And now Gen G will have to review that to see what they can adjust on the attacking side.
All right, well, good luck, Gen G. I hope this timeout is a valuable one, because they're going to have to come in here with a different approach. A lot of poke outs here from ZETA. That I think is taking, and by the way, ZETA, we've kind of classified them, I guess especially throughout the past weeks, and I think it's a fair classification, as a slower team, a kind of a textbook team, maybe sometimes too slow. They're looking a little bit different here.
Yeah, and I think this has been in the works. We've been seeing hints of it, a couple rounds here and there. Sure, have they entirely changed their color? No. Are they Paper Rex? No, definitely not at all close to that. But the point is again, I think Depp feeling much more confident in being this aggressive duelist is allowing the rest of the team to set up these mini set plays around his agents. And that's what we're seeing again. Now off of the timeout. I love this from ZETA, because so often from Gen G, when they call for the timeout, they return to Dish, they focus on that, and ZETA is ready for it. They know that they're here. They planted Crow deep in.
Are they going to pursue? No. In fact, Gen G is just going to whip all the way around. ZETA going to back up, but they're going to be coming into a lot of Killjoy utility, so definitely the desirable site to try to entry on here for ZETA.
Yeah, 10 got hit by the paranoia. He's not going to have time to... Oh, but the nice flash coming in. Actually, that might have been his teammates coming in against TS.
Oh, this is a crazy position. I got to say, I think 10 did as much as he could, all things considered. Sugar Zero whiffs the shot, so the spike's going to be planted into the Nook side of B.
All right, well... Lockdown now offline for ZETA Division, as 10 had gotten taken out earlier, so no ults on either side, but the retake is swift.
Okay, great play here. Depp now down. Still doable here for ZETA, but it's going to be a very, very tough one. Big stack over here into Tube.
They have to just walk through. They have to walk through the poison cloud. They're trying to flash against it. They need to clear this tower before they start to stick the defuse.
Hold on, who's left? Just Sugar Zero and King.
Using the stim pack, he's going to tap it. He's just going to hold to half. Oh, King!
So important there for King.
An amazing 1v1 clutch right at the end.
Could have gone either way, man. They are going to close that round out before the spike can blow everybody up. So, round 7 is here. A narrow victory there for Gen G. ZETA's still looking extremely scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think ZETA, again, upping the tempo a bit on some of these rounds, on some of these retakes, is looking a lot scarier. And now, I mean, that timeout clearly working out in their favor, even though ZETA seemed to have a bit of a read on that focus onto Dish. It allows them to get a round win. It allows to put the pressure back onto Gen G. They're going to continue, or against ZETA, excuse me. They continue to do so with the 0 point on A main. And look at this. You see the ping coming out from ZETA Division. They're afraid that Gen G is going to continue to farm these ult orbs.
Yeah, and they're ready to try to deal with that. You're going to slowly inch in here. Doesn't really see anything just yet. Trying to get some information, but not really finding anything just yet.
They do draw out. I mean, they destroy the turret and they draw out the Nano Swarm. Now, Gen G, oh, they're just going to try to create a different angle with the from the shadows. I like it. Entry relatively successful with the shorty is already in the hands of 10.
10, beautifully done here. Still 25 HP, but still very much so a threat. Sugar Zero finds TS. Spike, oh! Almost gets that headshot over there. A flash comes through. Doesn't find anything on the other side.
Yeah, they knew he was in that corner. A nice trade ready to go, and Eco left all alone against 4 members of ZETA Division. The haunt being used notifies the rest of the team that Eco surely still in tower. He's going to try to creep out.
Oh, I think he's going to get... Okay, so they know that spike's been grabbed.
But here's the thing. They're all going to swing out at the same time. As soon as, well, he even gets spotted there. 10's coming up.
Yep, that's going to be it. Depp gets that kill, the 5th win on the board here. Things looking more and more ZETA. Even in the one of the previous rounds that Gen G won, I mean, it could have been a ZETA win. Had that final shot gone the other way. So I got to say, again, ZETA kind of coming back into the form of what we saw there in the first map.
And I think this is the breakdown, and we saw this before when actually back, it feels like ages ago, in the earlier weeks, Gen G had dropped this map against DFM. And at that point, it was a similar story where Gen G, the MO of this Asian comp is to just try to waste your opponent's utility, right? You've got your Omen Smokes, you've got your Toxic Screens, your Toxin Gauge, you've got your 0 point. Just constantly cycle through that to draw out enemy utility and then go in practically for free. And ZETA Division says, no, we're going to just keep on waiting and then force a skirmish.
Sugar Zero not going to move at all. He's going to stay right in plain sight, and it totally works. What? Yeah, he doesn't blink. He doesn't move. Oh my God. Sugar Zero is out of control. Okay, Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero, more like Sugar 100, am I right, William?
I mean, I am so curious. I would love to get a look into his thoughts during that moment, because, I mean, it was a very conscious decision. You could tell he didn't swing, he didn't move, he didn't swivel, he didn't shoot. He just said, let it happen, ready for the kills afterwards. Ice cold from Sugar Zero.
Man, I mean, it's like they're getting better and better with every round here. We thought this might be close. Felt like it should be. But ZETA has just got such a read. And that last setup, that's wild. He just stood exactly right there. We see players from Gen G swinging out, trying to figure out, okay, where are you hiding?
Yeah, he just pretends he's a statue. Now a fast push, Gen G. They realize things have not been working out, but the orbital strike has cut off the spike on Dish. TS trying to push out a main, but they're now trapped. Eventually winning out the trades here, 4-3 in favor of Gen G.
All right, Sugar Zero comes down.
Okay, even the pit being used again. Gen G just trying to secure whatever rounds they can get.
Shots fired in over here.
They are still trapped, though, within their own pit.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, some good shots here from
Well,
Laz.
now they're trapped without a pit. That forces the rolling thunder.
Another big wall bang.
Oh, no. The fault line. Trying to just buy time. Time is in favor of Gen G.
Crow still alive. He gets.
Oh,
what?
Crow!
I cannot believe this.
1v2 clutch.
That was close. I really didn't think he was going to take it when we saw the positioning of the two players, but
I mean, I was setting myself up to say the time is in favor of Gen G, but ZETA's already gotten the advantages they want by drawing out two really crucial ultimates. But Crow says the round wasn't over just yet.
look at this.
Oh,
Slow it down.
The transfer over is
Yeah.
on point.
Okay.
I mean, this
It's like,
again, this has been his new kind of agenda, right? It's just keep calm no matter what.
Yeah.
Whether pros or cons, I'm just going to stay ice cold until I know we're going to Masters Tokyo. I mean, that's a long ways away. You still got to battle through playoffs even if you make it in there, but it's looking more and more promising.
All right, here we come.
Oh, Nightfall used. Oh, they cannot get in.
Oh my God, big shutdown there from Laz. King already gone. TS over here. What?
Gets one.
Right.
Oh, he
All
gets
right.
two. They do not check him into that smoke, in their own smoke.
Yeah, kind of a crazy play there. Well, this is doable here. TS is farmed out. The Vandal. Got it with a Vandal as well. This might be the most surprising win here of map 3, to be honest. It
Here's
looks like
the thing, is Depp is already here, right? And I don't know if they expect someone to be on site already. If Depp can get one, maybe even 2 kills. And because TS is now dead, this is looking dangerous, Tasteless.
Oh man, it seemed like it was going to be doable here, but ZETA's already gotten 2.
Okay, Meteor on the flank. He's ramping around. He's got Showstopper as well. Oh, but the lockdown coming in. Meteor has to get one.
Yeah, he's got to make a decision.
He
He's gonna try to
cannot.
pull back.
Yeah, he can't choose.
Oh, God, that was a great shot. Just 10 left over.
Okay, half already done, though. This is up to Meteor. Eco has to keep checking. Oh, and Eco
man.
gets the kill.
Too tough to call there. A remarkable win there for the third and much needed round win there. I mean, had they not taken that, this would have been 8-2, 7-3. Still not pretty for Gen G, but it's something, right?
It is something. I mean, like you said, you put it perfectly. They needed anything, you know, and whatever they could get their hands on, and this was it. You know, even drawing out that defender's lockdown. So now trying to get back on the board. If they can even out at a 5-7 scoreline, it's still anybody's game. But if ZETA's able to regroup, they do have a showstopper, but no push out from ZETA. But here's the thing. ZETA's been very proactive about taking these duels, right? As soon as they see these smokes coming up, they'll use their own abilities on Fade and Breach to peek out. And Gen G, they've now switched it up to say, we're just not going to give you time. We're just not going to allow you to... Oh, nice guess from Meteor. You
Yeah,
might as
good
well
read.
clear it.
Yeah, good read there. Got it with the plant over here. Sugar Zero trying to find some shots, but instead receives them from the other side.
All right, Rolling Thunder available from Crow. Gen G has to understand that. They have to be ready for it. But Goddad says, don't worry, I'll just hold the site down on my own. All right, his teammates already just prepared to go into arcade if needed. But ZETA says, all right, you know what? Let's just hold on to what we've got set up for the last round. Try to make it an 8-4.
Yeah, I think this is a smart move from ZETA. You got to know when you can just give up on a round here. And it could be tempting, especially with some of their blow-up performance, to try to fight and maybe get some kills. But this is a good call here. It's going to be the 4th round win for Gen G. ZETA going to be aiming for 8 as we go into the final round in the first half.
Okay. If Gen G wins the next one, I would say absolutely anybody's game, maybe even Gen G's as the momentum slowly shifting over. However, ZETA able to recover at 8-4. They'll just stabilize before they go into that next pistol. And here, I mean, ZETA's won 4 out of the 5 pistols so far in their best of 3. So, the stats tell us that they should be favored going into that next one as well.
All right, this is it. Did Gen G actually get that so important 5th round win?
Okay, so they're using
Showstopper out, ready to go.
Yep, and they've already cleared this. That means that, yeah, now Crow can get ready for the Rolling Thunder on the other side if need be. He could even use it from tower. Looks like that's going to be the setup here. And they're all just waiting. Killjoy utility, just scouting on the side of A, and then potentially trying to bait for Laz, who's already on the 2nd floor, it looks like, of that A site.
First smoke onto B comes down.
Oh no, the Rolling Thunder. It's ready. It's coming out. Dep's trying to chase through. He knows at least one's been in. Oh, and can't get the kill on the Meteor.
All right, Sugar Zero's been pushed back just slightly, but they're going to try to seesaw back in. Gets the shot through the smoke.
TS trying to go for the trade, but Crow's already prepared as well. Trying to prevent the res, but he doesn't want to stick around for too long, and eventually time runs out.
Sugar Zero playing so well today. It's insane. We've got King now.
Yeah, he just has to break through. He has to win this duel. That's the only hope that Gen G has right now. They have no other info. Now he's been spotted. Laz is just trying to buy time.
Yeah, and he does exactly that. Laz going to come down the stairs.
30 seconds left.
And is King going to try to come? Meteor's going to be making a wide pull through the other side from outside.
Yeah, but King has to swing in because Meteor's so low, and he cannot do it. ZETA gets 8 rounds in the first half.
Such a great half here for ZETA. We're going to switch sides now. Gen G will be defending. ZETA needs to get that spike planted. But ZETA's really tightened up their play.
Yes, and again, I'm telling you, I do think they have evolved. Their decision-making is a lot crisper. Yes, there are still rounds, the remnants of the old ZETA division that just waits and relies on kind of these assumptions of the opponent's movement. However, a lot of their compositions, a lot of their understanding of the opponent's compositions are starting to show, and I think this match shows exactly where they're at. The evolution isn't complete, but it has started, right? I mean, even in that round, they understand we've got extra ultimates. Let's use them early to get a lead in numbers, and it gives them the round win.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure exactly what Gen G can do to improve right now. It seems like ZETA has been so explosive and so punishing. We saw them actually swing out quite a bit on the defender's side. They're going to be attacking now. But, you know, 4-8, that's a tough score to kind of recover from, you know.
Yeah, it is looking rough, and you know, ideally Gen G would love to get the pistol. Even if not, there is still a chance. Now, ZETA division, I would say that the mid-rounding is such a little bit maybe more difficult actually on their attacking side, just because, you know, when you're trying to defend against the opponent's smokes and that many, I mean, yeah, you can just always kind of peek out of it aggressively with your flashes, and if there's no one there, you can always just cover that area and rotate around. Now, on the attacking side, you really have to pick and choose when you're using your own utility to get into the site, because if you run out too early, you're the ones who still needs to push into a site, right? So,
right.
ZETA division, the onus is on them here as they swap sides.
You know, the side of the stage that we're on here, it faces right towards the ZETA audience. And I mean, they are on the edge of their seat. Yeah. You can feel the atmosphere in here, and it's so tense. And look, I mean, maybe Gen G could take this. We're going to find out very quickly as we go into the second half. But right now, ZETA, it's like the best they played yet.
Yeah, and they're holding on strong, right? If it had gone 7-5, I really think momentum would have favored Gen G. And Valorant is a very momentum-heavy game, as most FPSs tend to be, but they recover in that last round of the first half. Yeah. They shut it down with a very aggressive and quick, decisive choices that they made early on with their ultimates. And that puts pressure back on Gen G. Even though they're on the defensive side, they have to make the choice, and they go for a 4-man stack on B with the toxic screen.
ZETA. Oh, gets the paint shells in there. Meteor tries to throw his own paint shells back.
Oh,
Shorty in hand.
Yeah, the paranoia had pushed them out as well. Oh,
what? Classic for Shorty. Doesn't matter. Dep gets TS. Dep gets God, and Last gets King.
They're wiped out. I mean, the round is absolutely over.
That was actually a pretty good play. All things considered, impressive.
Yeah, Dep even surviving that shot as well. And here's the thing. If Meteor... Oh, wait, hold on. See how many kills he can get.
Laz is extremely low here. He's
exactly.
going to take a very pulled away position here. 37 HP is the only thing he has. Sugar Zero cleans that up. ZETA gets that 9th win. Likely 10 inbound unless Gen G can cause some kind of major upset, a major shift in the tempo of an early half here in Valorant.
So, One of the reasons I think ZETA was able to push so aggressively into this tower was because when they threw the paint shells, they heard the counter paint shells come out from Meteor from close. So they assumed that he must have been tagged. If not, we can try to pile through even if there's a shorty. Meteor had been tagged, and so just a quick right click anywhere right in front of the field of vision, and Ten's able to get that kill, and that opens up the site. Oh my god, 2 Vandals and 3 Bulldogs. This is literally as much you can buy in the second round.
They're trying to keep Gen.G's head underwater right now. They do not want them coming back at all. So we've got Sheriff buys here. Sorry, 2 Sheriff buys. I almost said 3. God dead actually with the shorty, excuse me. And it's going to be a coin flip play here. Gen.G banking on maybe they're going to spring an attack on A. But with B completely naked, it's going to be an easy setup and a very tough retake here for Gen.G.
Yep. I mean, this is one of those rounds where you say, listen, we made the choice. We got to try to just die to the spike perhaps, but there's an alarm bot here on the flank as well. So Gen.G, I mean, here's the thing. The round differential is so big that even just dying to the spike feels bad. So I got to assume Gen.G is going to try for whatever kills they can get. Oh, the fall line should be good. It does hit, but he has to reload. TS is reloading. Oh, no, that gives enough time for ZETA to all recover.
Oh, my God. It's a bloodbath. Just King left over.
Oh, no. I mean, this, I'm just going to say it like it is, right? I don't mean to go too deep into the intangibles, but after a play like that, where you're not able to hit the shots, you have to reload, and your teammates cannot get the trades, that starts to get in your head. Meanwhile, ZETA, they got to feel that their confidence is just shooting through the roof right now, understanding that Gen.G is the one panicking. I mean, you could definitely see that in your opponents in a play like that.
Right. Well, that ever so important third round and a half here. I think if Gen.G cannot make this work, I think it's probably over.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Because of the heavy commitment or investment, rather, in that previous round, they're pretty much even on weapons and armor.
Yeah.
And so this is not a bonus round in any sense of the world. This is straight up just a buy for buy between Gen.G and ZETA Division. And okay, Meteor going for the classic raise play out of B tree. They do get that. They do get the orb. TS is all alone. He's got to be ready to either buy time or get out, and he's going to just try to hide.
Okay, TS is going to have to wait for the rest of the gang to meet up.
Oh, and I love this from Depp. He went deep into it. Now TS does get 1 kill.
Oh, kind of a trade out here. Depp starting to really step it up.
Yeah, because he took control of Sands early. ZETA with a nice switch on that execute.
Dude, Depp is just on point right now.
5 HP, even gets the spot. And again, things like that, right? I mean, we don't mean to harp on all the little things, but this is where you can see that Gen.G is rattled. They're panicking. They're rushing their choices.
The anxiety's kicking in. All right, well, he gets that first one.
Okay.
He has the turret.
That is
I'm
a start.
not on his side. Depp
Oh
my
shells,
God.
It's good. And Depp with 5 HP gets the 3rd kill.
11th round win here. ZETA can almost see that finish line. Gen.G, timeout called, maybe even a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? Because we had just gotten into the half. You had the pistol, and then your eco round going up against their anti-eco. I mean, the timing's rough, but now is the last draw before it gets to match point.
Okay. I would not want to be the Gen.G coach right now. I mean, I imagine trying to concoct a plan from here. It's 4-11 right now for Gen.G. ZETA is looking so clean. Even that last moment in that last round, like using Depp's paint shells, and then of course they use Depp to fire because he's expendable, and then there's another teammate, I actually can't remember which teammate it was, but in there ready to also come out. It's like the decision making is clearly there.
Yeah.
Their play is really being optimized. And look, I mean, when you get a score that's this far apart, it becomes so much easier to dial it back, to play conservatively, because you just need 2 more round wins, right?
Oh yeah, you're in excellent position here.
You can have some very light round plays that you kind of give away as you accumulate your ultis and get into that position. So let's see how exactly this is going to be approached.
there.
All right, the timeout happens. I think the most important thing of that timeout, more than strats, you got to cool off the players, and that's all the time you get. Now, Toxic Screen still being used to hold on to Arcade, and therefore they're going to push out of B tree. They've bought down. Look at the buys. Just a Hero Vandal on TS. They're just saying they're banking on this round. We don't want to let it to get match point. Gen.G, can they make it happen though? But Eco has been taken out. That means now TS and God Dead, they have to push out and get 10. They do. Can they hold on to the site? Meteor? Oh no, the Boombot. Oh, he tries to find the timing. He's gonna get hit by it. God Dead gets one kill, but King taken out, and the showstopper.
It's just TS left over.
The one Hero Vandal, can it turn into the hero play?
He gets the plant. He's coming up. It's a double stack over here. No, doesn't matter. The shorty is a good gun when you're airborne. That's going to be the 12th round win here.
Oh my God, and we just for the first time started hearing the enthusiastic shouts from the Zeta fans, because now they're one round away from closing out this best of three. They've been holding their breath this entire night, and they are so close to beating Gen.G.
Good instinct there with the showstopper, and then boop, you're gone. All right, well, one more round win. I mean, it looks so obvious, right? But let's give Gen.G a shot here. They go into this next round. Can they make this work?
They still do have rifles of the half armors. Gen.G, they just want to pinch them in. But here's the thing, Zeta is so ready for this. Zeta knows that Gen.G is on their last leg, that they will have to pull these heroics to try to come back. Zeta still has over a minute. We used to harp on him for this, but in this round, this is the best choice you could make in Zeta's position.
They've let that utility kind of burn through here. Gen.G going to have a lot less tools at their disposal, especially if it's going to be forced to a retake. Depp is ready. He's been so on point with his shots.
Okay, but Gen.G, I like it. They're not overcommitting. They're inching forward bit by bit and slowly repositioning, right? They were saving the Poison Cloud. Now it was used on B main because they identified where they were. They checked with the 0 point over by Arcade. Information in favor of Gen.G, but can they hit the shots they need when the entry happens? Because here's the thing. 1 point away from the lockdown. Sugar Zero has his orbital strike. Zeta could just dump everything on the execute to try to close out this map.
It looks like it's going to be an A-site push. 30 seconds left.
They are going back to their old habits, though.
Yeah, they seem to be kind of falling into the trappings of Zeta from before, but okay, orbital strike. Whoa, it's going to flush out that position pretty nicely. Meteor's going to come with a push, but can't even get what he needs to get done.
Yeah, but the Flash just stood by time, and the Paranoia as well, only 14 seconds. They're not anywhere close.
10 seconds.
Eco.
Oh, man, it's
by
starting
time.
to happen.
Oh, no!
Depp's fighting too many. It's just King left over.
No time. King needs to run away. It did not happen in time. Oh, no, it happens.
King finds the first. Still 2 left. Sugar Zero up top. Crow around the corner.
Oh, no.
That's going to be it. This is how it ends. 13-4. Zeta defeats Gen.G in an incredible series. I got to say, that's the best form of Zeta I have seen yet.
And Zeta Division locked themselves in for playoffs. So many fans wondering if there was any hope left of a Japanese team making it to Masters Tokyo, and Zeta Division says we never gave up hope. We will lock in our own destiny to enter playoffs and get another chance in the double elim bracket to get to the top 3 to eventually going to Masters Tokyo.
You gotta love it. I mean, Zeta, a lot of people are doubting them coming into VCT Pacific, you know, but they are continuing to improve. They are leveling up. And this was a very tough opponent to overcome. I mean, Gen.G, of course, a powerhouse team in Korea, looking to be, you know, maybe the strongest or second strongest in the first couple of weeks here. But as we get to Superweek, this is Zeta's moment.
Absolutely. I mean, what a story. And of course, yes, there's still playoffs left. You still have to get to the top 3 to get into Masters Tokyo. It still feels like there's absolute mountains ahead of them to climb, but just the evolution of Zeta, right? So many of us, not just here in Pacific, but analysts around the world, you know, people who have been watching their games have been talking about the same weaknesses that Zeta Division has had ever since they made that fairy tale run at Masters Reykjavik last year. And they're starting to show a renewed performance, both in terms of team style, strategy, but most of all, the individual mechanics, the confidence of players like Depp, who was always so shaky when he came to these international lands, starting to really hold his own and allow the team to rotate around him.
Man, what an exciting moment and a very pivotal one. I mean, it looks like they're one more step closer, Team Zeta is, to actually going and playing in front of a Japanese audience in Tokyo.
Yeah, one step closer, right? Still a long way to go, but at least it guarantees that extra chance. If they had lost today, who knows what might have happened. And now Gen G's in that position, a team that we all thought was surely top 3, if not top 2 here in Pacific, slipping so far away. And it's going to take a lot more for Gen G to figure out what the core, the root is of that cause. But today, the focus is all on Zeta Division. You can see the fans. They were holding their breath the entire night. And they are so relieved to have witnessed that last match where Zeta Division is able to secure their playoff position here in VCT Pacific.
Man, what a story. What a day, William.
Yeah, it's been a crazy day.
What a crazy day this has been. Real privilege to cast these matches. Couldn't be more exciting. You know, RRQ surviving another best of 3, and then, of course, Zeta doing the same thing in really one of the most important matches of all of the weeks and weeks we've had here of Valorant for them.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I know I mentioned Depp a moment ago, but I also want to give a shout out for Crow as well. He might not always be putting up the numbers to get like the MVP votes and such, but he was also one of those shaky factors that Zeta Division used to have back when he was the main IGL. Ever since, they've kind of taken that pressure off of him, given it to Laz. Laz has been a hero holding on to that pressure and really kind of maneuvering it for the rest of the team, and that has allowed Crow to grow into such a reliable initiator, and that combo between Depp and Crow, of course, Sugar Zero kind of finding his heroics again, 10 growing more and more back into his old Sentinel position. I mean, the Zeta Division that people wanted to see, it's starting to come together.
I love seeing this. I cannot wait for the moment we finally get to start casting the bracketed matches, man. Man. The positions are really beginning to cement here. Gen G, for just a second to talk about them, I mean, the fact that they have lost another week in a row, this is an incredible morale blow coming in here. We were looking at them as at least a top 3, top 4 team. Zeta, with so many questions that we had about this team, are they going to be able to improve? Are they going to be able to bring something new here? I think they have leaned into their style and made it work for them. They have come out here, still being occasionally cautious and conservative, but they've randomized it a little bit more.
Yes, they've added more depth, right? It's not always just poke here, poke there, and then run down until 30 seconds. There's many more options that Zeta has worked on. Yes, there are still a couple rounds that go long, but again, if they're winning it, I mean, it's hard for us to blame them. In theory, probably something they're working on. I think we can see that as well in the way that they're making their decisions. But today, the Zeta Division that we saw just looked like the stronger team. And Gen G, I mean, we're all going to have to eat our words because now they finished with a 5-match loss streak, 4-5 record, and the fate no longer in their own hands for playoffs. Only 2 spots left for playoffs, right? We've currently got DRX, PaperX, T1 that were already locked in before today. Zeta Division lock in their position. Of course, the orders might still change, but now only 2 spots left. And Gen G, they no longer have control over that scenario.
It goes to show you that in a little bit over 2 months, that's an incredible amount of time to really change your play style in each week. Try to improve. Try to figure out, okay, what is our weakness? How do we actually come out and change it up so the other team can't predict what we're doing? And we've seen Zeta do that now. We're actually going to go to an interview on the stage and see how our XQQ is feeling.
Thank you very much, casters. Now I'm standing here with Zeta's XQQ. Congratulations, XQQ, on clinching the playoffs. You must be really proud of your boys and very relieved that you secured playoffs as well.
勝利おめでとうございます。もちろん今安心という気持ちもあると思いますけれども、やっぱり自分のプレーヤーを誇りに思っていることだろうとは思っています。
もちろんです。
Of course.
Anything else you would like to say?
この長いリーグでプレーオフ進出というのはすごく大事な要素だったので、本当にほっとしてます。
It is very important for us to make it to the playoffs through this long league games, so I am very relieved.
So I want to ask you about ZETA's playstyle change in general, especially on Haven, because ZETA in the past used to really prefer slow tempo, gathering as much information as possible before making a move. But we see recently ZETA taking a more proactive approach or more aggressive approaches as well. So is this something that you've been preparing for a long time, kind of saving in the back pocket for an important moment like this? Or is this something that you felt like was needed? Is this an adjustment that you had to make while playing through the Pacific?
プレイスタイルに関する質問なんですけれども、ゼータディビジョンは前まではゆっくりとした、展開でできる限り情報を集めてから動くっていうのが、定番となっていましたが、今日の特にヘイブンの試合では、自発的にそしてアグレッシブに動いているように見えましたが、これは長いスパン、長期間をかけて準備してきたものなのでしょうか、それとも短期的に今日のために用意したようなものなのでしょうか。
ヘブンというマップ自体がもともとそういう動きが強いマップっていうのもあって、これまでそういうスタイルで戦っていたんですけど、やっぱりこうリーグを戦う中でさまざまな地域の、チームとヘブンを戦わなきゃいけないので、自分たちにないスタイルを、さらに増やしたりとか、特に本当にジェンジーはすごく形が分かりやすいではあったので、それに合わせた戦い方をしたと思います。
So especially on the map Haven, that sort of playstyle is very strong, collecting info. But then in this league, we had to fight various teams from various regions on Haven. So we had to adapt to new styles and picking up new style of playing. So especially against Gen G, they have a very typical and easy to read kind of composition. So we adapted to it.
Okay, so it was more of a short-term adjustments that you guys made? Okay, maybe or maybe not. All right. One more question. ZETA's ability to fight to the finish, the resilience, where does that come from?
最後の質問です。ゼータの最後まで戦い抜く姿勢だったり、最後まで諦めない心っていうのはどこから来るものなんでしょうか。
僕たちは本当に来季のマスターズ東京というのがあり、すごくプレッシャーのかかる状態でリーグを戦わなきゃいけないですけど、でもやっぱプレーオフには行かなきゃいけなくて。でもこう本当に辛い中、選手たちが最後まで諦めず戦えてくれてるのは、やっぱりこうマスターズ東京だったり、すみません、バラバラになっちゃったんだけど、そうですね、僕たちにとって多分一番大きいのはそのマスターズ東京が日本で開催されるっていうのが大きいかなと思います。
So the biggest factor for us is the Masters Tokyo being held in Japan. So I think players feel a lot of pressure into it. And they had to fight through that through the league. So their style of never giving up and then being resilient for the win, it's very helpful for me.
It was drilled in throughout the experience. Well, you're heading to playoffs. Now, how will you prepare for playoffs? What do you think the team needs to improve on?
プレーオフに向かうにあたって、チームが改善しなきゃいけないところ何かありますか。
これはリーグと変わらず、プレーオフに向けても、今ある通り、日頃の改善を重ねていくしかないかなと思っています。また、プレーオフではまた、今まで戦った敵と再戦することがあるので、リベンジに燃えてます。
Same as in league play, every day we make improvements, and then that's the same. And then in playoffs, we have to fight the teams we already fought, so we are looking and eager for revenge.
A lot more work ahead of you. I wish you best of luck in the playoffs. Thank you for your time, XQQ. Congratulations once again. Well, that was XQQ after taking down Gen G, and I'm going to throw it over to the desk to close out the day.
What an emotional win for ZETA. Yes, hi, Jen and Coach XQQ and everyone. You guys are just waving happily. Yeah, it's a really emotional win for ZETA. Like XQQ was saying, there was so much pressure on these guys to win. It's so important to them that they play in Masters Tokyo, and they're just one step closer to getting there.
Well, we had the map just before on Ascent. Gen G were able to strike back really hard. It was 13-4, and then immediately ZETA come back, and they absolutely own this map. I mean, what can you say? It was very one-sided once again. I'm kind of sad that I flip-flopped a little bit back to Gen G. ZETA ended up being the much stronger team, and yeah, I mean, As Coach XQQ was saying, there has been a lot of pressure on these guys. I even saw the nerves when they first came on stage, but they were able to play through it, use it as motivation, which is the most important thing. And take a look at this as well. I think one of the most important things is that we were even talking backstage, like, guys like Depp and Laz, they're always going to be there. They're always going to have great score lines, above average. They're going to do their job. They're going to get the kills and clutch a bunch of rounds. But if guys like Sugar Zero can step up from time to time, this team is going to be insanely good. And not only did he step up, he went 23-9. He was just insane on this map.
No, he's absolutely huge. And the Brimstone, seems to be one of those agents on this map that a lot of our superstar controllers really seem to excel on, whether it be Mako. In the past, it had been TS, and I know they've had a lot of success with this comp that Gen.G's been running here, in the very recent history, but I think Brimstone just offers so much map control and so many of those lineups for, like, the mollies. I mean, you can get them from forever away to get them to land on the plant sites and stuff like that. The orbital strike's such a good tool for delaying things. You get that extra smoke. I think in general, I like Brim a little bit better on Fracture than Omen, but I don't think that was really the exact reason that Gen.G lost today. I mean, this was just clearly kind of they ran out of steam. They gave it everything they had in Ascent, and it was phenomenal. It's just when they got here once again to Fracture, the wheels came off the bus and it lit on fire and fell off the cliff. And, whoa. It went really bad.
Just gets going, tumbling down a cliff.
That's a sad bus.
Yeah, they need a new driver. Okay, talking about util usage, you mentioned on, especially like round 6, you see a lot of great util usage on both sides.
Yeah, I thought, the way that they're taking tower here, there's the flash to cover for 10. It's beautiful. And it gives him the kill on a TS, but then this aftershock that comes through is just so good because it displaces 10. He has no choice but to step to the outside, and Goddead's waiting for him. So now the util to clear sight here, or at least get to sight, and Depp is able to kind of push through this utility because he knows there's nobody else there, but still Eco's able to respond to it off the Qs. And then buying a lot of time here is Gen.G to try to finish the job, even throwing some util at the site in case they try to plant, but then it's another good flash from Crow. So we got to give Crow a lot of credit on this round. Some quick trades back and forth. And then Sugar Zero's like, well, I'm going to, go for this hold. He holds it half. This is a really smart hold here by Sugar Zero. He gives himself an opportunity, but kind of goes back to it and isn't expecting King to repeat quite that fast. So it's a really good back and forth here with the utility. Everybody doing a good job covering each other. So credit to both teams on this round, even though King has another clutch. He tried his best today for Gen.G. All their players, of course, tried their best, but King really had a good day overall for Gen.G. But at the end of the day, that was one of the last good rounds we saw from them.
Yeah. I completely agree. Now, yesterday, Tasteless and Quack were remarking about ZETA's pacing. I think we talked a bit about it, too. They tend to really take their time, wait until the nth hour to kind of go into sight. With that, though, we saw, we were saying, like, it would be good if ZETA just gets a bit more aggressive, and it looks like they did in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this play where they just send the Rolling Thunder straight out of B main. This is, it's a strategy you can use many times to just push out a B main from the defensive side, but a team like ZETA, as you were mentioning, not always the one to go for it, but they do it here. Just straight up able to take control of this area, and it turns out that Gen.G is all here as well, so it ends up being just a pretty much complete wipe. There were 2 members of Gen.G left over. They try to rotate over to A and then die, so we kind of cut that part out, so not as important. And it was right at the end of the first half where Gen.G were just like starting to get back into it, starting to rev up a little bit, and then immediately ZETA like slammed down this round in their face, and it was like, after that, it just felt like it was over. So it was just a great way, as you mentioned, to change up the pace, to get things back in ZETA's control, and then they ended up going on and winning the pistol round, and things kind of went their way from there.
And it was off the back of that showstopper at the beginning from Depp as well, that he like goes out in towards the rope side, towards the arcade side of the map, doesn't see anything, and you're like, well, that's a waste of a showstopper. Well, they were like, no, we still got our Rolling Thunder.
Yeah,
this is fine, no problem.
Yeah.
Psych. Yeah, that's right. And I think we see this in ZETA's best moments. It's when Depp has that confidence and the whole team is just coordinated with Depp as they go forward. Charge, usually on defense side actually, and charge out and surprise their opponents. Now let's talk about the guy, you guys mentioned him. He went from Sugar Zero to Sugar Hero
that's right.
today, and that's why
I like that.
He's our key player.
He's our Sugar Hero. This guy just popping all over right from the get-go here. It is the triple kill with the Ghost, the quadra kill actually, and he just absolutely just was dominating. I mean, look how fast he is in there. He's just, whoop, 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 whoop. I mean, this is just amazing, the mechanics that he's showcasing here in this round. Backing up Depp, on this play that you just highlighted, Valdez, a second ago. But just wonderful stuff here. Just I can't credit enough like his performance. And again, if he's playing well, like Valdez was talking about earlier, if he's playing well and Crow is playing well, then like there's kind of consistency with Laz for sure. Depp can be a little up and down, but so far this season he's either been really high, had a few lows, but he's kind of stabilizing. So if Sugar Zero's good to go, then yeah, certainly this is a dangerous, dangerous team.
Yeah. I loved the round that Tasteless and Will commentated where he just stood there like a statue and the enemy team couldn't see him as he was just flashed for like full duration. And then he comes out, he's like, oh, here I am. And he like picks up a 3K. Really funny stuff. And yeah, it's great to see him popping off. He has been mostly Sugar Zero, I feel, living up to his name, but he was the Sugar Hero here. And who said that controllers can't carry Sugar Zero? Proved us wrong.
Doing controllers all over the world. Proud Sugar Zero today. And our MVP, we were a little split on this. And
one of us was.
Well, okay, yes.
Okay, one of us was right.
I wonder who it was.
Yeah, so while Sugar Zero was amazing, Laz, I think, it has to be our MVP for today. Again, he's always that consistent player on the team, and it's just that anchor for all of them.
Yeah, I think that Sugar Zero, especially the last couple of maps, he was pretty consistent. He was great, especially on the last map. Obviously, he was the big carry. He was definitely the key player over Laz, but Laz, he was right behind him. I think he was like second in terms of stats on the last map of Fracture, and he was really consistent over the 3 maps, even in the second map where they didn't really have that great of a shot. So yeah, just had to give it to this guy. Lots of clutch moments. He ended up being the MVP for this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly the MVP of this team most of the time. No doubt about it. This guy is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the plays that he comes out with are just brilliant. His reactions, his mechanics are gorgeous. But I just felt like Sugar Zero had a little more impact, like, with his utility today. I thought, like, he was coming into that last map, he was, like, 27, 27, and 28 or something. Like, yeah, his kills and deaths were even, but he was having a ton of impact with his utility, with his assists. So, and then I thought with that performance on the last map, pushed him a little over the line in my opinion. But like, you could almost always pick Laz as the MVP for ZETA because he's always performing.
And this comes straight from Brimstone himself.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Like, that's how you know it's real.
That's right. Yeah. I looked at my little like iPad on my wrist and it told me like
said Sugar Zero.
Said
right
Sugar
there.
Zero today. Yeah.
Brimstone approved. Good job, Sugar Zero. I mean, you definitely get an honorable mention for MVP, but you're definitely also our key player for that final map, which was so important for ZETA to win. With that, I know you guys are really curious now, like, where is everything at this moment in time? Because every single day that passes in Super Week, things shift already. So Gen G fans, have no fear. Gen G isn't out of playoffs. They still stand a chance. Let's see where everything is.
This is going to get weird. Like, it's like if you look at this and there literally could be 4 teams at 4 and 5. So then it comes down to map differential, and look at how close that is. I mean, it is ridiculous how close it is from 5th to 8th.
Yeah. I guess Gen G might be in a little bit of trouble because if you look at their map differential and their round differential, well, I guess their map differential is kind of the same as the others, but they do have that 1 extra map loss alongside of 1 extra map win. I guess it kind of evens out, but the round differential as well, if it gets there, they have the lowest. So kind of a rough spot. Obviously, probably going to be cheering for Global Esports to not win their next matchup. Will be Gen G, and it's going to be close. I mean, we don't know who those last 2 spots are going to go to. If I had to choose right now, I'm probably going to say RRQ is one of them. That's how.
This is coming from the flip-flopper, guys.
Yeah, that's
so
as
I
far as
don't
I can go.
Then you know it's got to be the opposite.
Yeah. I can only choose one. Sorry, RRQ fans. Although I did predict them today and they won, so.
Yeah,
I don't know,
we got that one
eventually,
right.
Eventually, after
I did not get
couple of flip-flops. But, we got there in the end. Still counts, right?
I guess, yeah, it does. On paper, you got the RRQ prediction. Okay, so these 4 teams are locked in for playoffs, so congrats to them. We got 1 from each country. That's kind of cool. And at least from no, sorry. T1 is also there with DRX, right? Same country. But then we've got Talon and DFM who've also guaranteed that they will not be into playoffs, and that's why we're looking at those remaining 4 here. And it's going to be crazy over the next 2 days. And it's not even about who wins, but who, even with DFM and Talon being out, whoever they cause a loss for will affect the overall standing. So they still have power in their hands to upset the balance of things.
It gets crazy tomorrow.
Yeah.
The first match is for first place, which is also interesting with T1 and DRX. But then, like, GE and TS Team Secret has so much implication for how that all shakes out. Because if GE wins, then things get real messy. If TS wins, then, you know, they're probably, I think, pretty good. And then you got to look towards RRQ to see how they're going to do. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. The next couple of days are going to be really, really exciting. Really tense stuff coming up.
Yeah.
I guess if TS and RRQ both win their final match, then they will be our 2 teams in playoffs. I think that's the one thing that's cut and dry. Just because Gen G is sitting at 4 and 5, if TS beats Global, then they're not a contender.
They're 5 and 4.
And RRQ wins, then both of them are 5 and 4. They're ahead of Gen G, and then of course Global is out. So
that's true.
That's one way to potentially control your destiny. TS win, RRQ win, you guys will both make it in. It's that simple, I guess. But
Just win.
As you mentioned, if anything besides that exact outcome happens, we will potentially have tiebreakers, and it will get messy.
Yeah. I also think tomorrow's stadium is going to be pretty crazy because with the 2 Korean teams, DRX and T1, facing off, even though they're both secure into playoffs, I mean, these are 2 teams that have been performing astronomically well, and I'm sure the stadium is going to be nuts. If you guys are curious about the Mondays games, it's Talon and DFM and RRQ and Paper X, and again, like these gentlemen here have already explained, it's who knows how this is all going to end up by the time we hit Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday for that game. All right, with that, we got tomorrow. We'll see you then, guys. Have a great night ahead at the desk. Again, we got Paper Thin, our Brimstone, and we've got Valdez. We haven't nominated your
I'm going to launch an orbital
Spirit
strike.
Agent yet. Like right here.
Get out of here. Go home. Sploosh. I'm leaving. Bye.
I want an Omen, like,
a TP?
TP
Yeah,
to get
it's
home.
probably a little safer.
Yeah, it'll be good. All right, guys, have a good night, and we'll see you again tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Welcome to VCT Pacific. We are going to see the first matchup of today's Super Week lineup. We've got RRQ versus Talon, and this is going to be a really important match. Let's go to the stage and watch this walk.
Initially, they know they can enter from here, but it really comes down. Oh, I was going to say it comes down to Flipsteiner because he's the one who can create the other angle, but it is a clean post-plant hold for Talon.
Foxy's already down.
Oh, no! I mean, they were just, they're trying to swing out on the reload, and they still get traded right away. I mean, RRQ's is ready for this, and it's so funny because Taste, as you were saying, well,
gets one.
Afterwards, right now, the round's still going on. Just focus on clearing sight while Flips, oh, he needed to win that so badly.
Man, such a good play there from Talon.
RRQ's trapped, if they don't know it, they have to win their duels and push through. Oh no, nice crouch through and he gets the peek right as the smoke ends.
Beautifully done. A bit of a bad read there at the end. Oh, it's going to be right underneath EJ. Green can make this work.
Oh no, be more.
What? What? This is going to be an RRQ victory.
We just finished our first matchup today, RRQ and Talon. It was a really close matchup, but we have another matchup coming up now, Gen G and ZETA.
It's already in. It's a duel right now, and 10 wins that one.
10 gets the first, Sugar Zero gets another. Sylvan going to try to inch in here. But the double stack is already too much. That's the first win here for ZETA.
3 members in the side already. 2 right outside of Garage.
Oh, King gets 2, 3 kills immediately, and now that Spike is marooned. The entire ZETA team is dead.
They don't have anyone going for the flank, so they just have to fight the crowd that's coming out.
Yeah, they're going to try to swing out. Oh my god! Sugar Zero is on fire, gets 4 in that round.
Oh no, and now the Rolling Thunder has arrived. The attacker's one was used earlier, and King is holding on to this site.
Last remaining 1 versus 3. Not going to be enough. That's going to be the third win here for Gen G.
By time, oh no!
Yeah, Sugar Zero up top, throw around the corner.
Oh no!
That's going to be it. This is how it ends. 13-4. ZETA defeats Gen G.